Welcome everyone, this is Unstoppable Streletsy with your Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga Week 11 matches. Already back a week from last week. Now this week we also have some very interesting matches from what I saw. So you're gonna have to be the judge in the end if they're good or not, but I think, at least for mine and one of the other ones I saw, that you're going to see some weird combinations being used. Alright, so let's get started with Alucard versus Ivan. And then you can see me do some interesting shenanigans as well, especially in match 1. Alright, so this is going to be match 1. Let's see what civs they have in mind. Hopefully an interesting combination. I'm pretty sure Ivan's gonna go France because it's him. He loves France. Oh no, he goes with USA. Alright. That's alright. I mean, USA is actually a pretty good civ now with really 2 good anti-infantry options available in Age 2. As for Alucard, he's going for Central Americans again. Only a little. Now, the Central Americans have some pretty interesting combinations that they can rely on. As you saw with the previous week, you don't have to go for like a Machetro Escopetero play if you don't want to. You could also go for a more Lancero build. You could go for a Conscripto Artisanal Cannon. It really depends on sort of how you like to play them. I was just checking something in the recording. Alright, everything is good. Getting back to this, yeah, definitely Central Americans are one of the more flexible civilizations for Latin America. Closer to France, they get like 6 Royal Guard units. You can get in total nice models for all of them. I think what it's going to come down to here is if the United States can put down enough Marines or Louisiana Tigers to deal with whatever Alucard has cooking up. And if he runs into any Lancero issues early on, he could just go Spontuna. That's the way I would handle this matchup. I think overall USA probably has an advantage going in inherently. Unless, of course, he goes Machetro and he's stuck with the... Actually, that wouldn't be the worst idea because, see, the Louisiana Tigers are assault, so they wouldn't actually take any serious damage from Machetro since they also have their own hand armor going into a conflict. Let's see what sort of decks they go with and deploy. Now, Alucard is actually going for the Caudillismo. The Caudillismo is basically a card that makes your Caudillo stronger, just like a regular Explorer card upgrade, so 50% in HP and attack. Also, once you build your Town Hall, training your Caudillo will be for free. Normally there's a coin cost associated with deploying your Caudillo hero onto the map, but with Caudillismo, you can basically get around that and get them for free. He's going to be aging up with the Polish, so auxiliaries are going to be a potential risk here for Ivan, which shouldn't be too much of an issue because he has about 3 possible units as the United States he could use to counter that type of a rush. He's probably going to be a little bit more concerned, I would say, about dealing with the outlaws, because it's pretty obvious here from Caudillismo being sent that Alucard's going to go for another outlaw-based attack. It all depends on when he gets his Town Hall down and he spawns his free Caudillo. onto the field. I find it interesting when people go for outlaws because they're clearly marketed as an outlaw. The Latin American outlaws are more marketed towards raiding, doing damage, versus the original vanilla outlaws that were more about beefier stats but more population. I mean, there are some outlaws in Latin America that fit the old bill, like the Matrero, which is a Lacidor, which does a lot of damage, but in general, a lot of these outlaws you see in Latin America accomplish more or less spy-like roles, raiding roles, having ores that reduce unit stats or gathering rate, slow things down. They're a little bit more unique, which is fine because Latin America has a pretty vibrant culture of units, so they don't necessarily have to be beefy in stats since they can already produce that stuff on their own without having outlaws. Here comes the town hall right now, and in the meantime, let's see what sort of... I'll check this card right here. So he goes for the Marines. Alright, so that should be pretty good here if he makes enough of these Marines, and he's already queuing them up right now. He should be able to deal with whatever sort of mass that Alucard has in mind for his outlaws. The Caudillo is coming out already at about... the queue's at about half. We're definitely going to be seeing one of those more fast outlaws being produced, likely. One of his outlaws is closer to a coyote runner, so it would be considered a shock unit. He also has access to an outlaw that's a heavy infantry that's speedy, that acts more like a spy, you know, doing damage to heroes in particular. And also mercenaries, I think it's mercenaries. See, he's already going forward with this Caudillo to sort of form a semi-forward base with them. And when he's ready, we're probably going to see some sort of outlaw unit being produced. It's also interesting, he's put his livestock pen down already, and he's already tapping into the free cows that you get from the Polish ranchers. That's the bonus of the Polish immigrant villager, the rancher, is instead of having anything real special, it just comes with the free cows that you can put onto your livestock pen. And it looks like Ivan is already engaging with his base. He's going to have to be careful though, because the Manozos are coming out up north here. These could cause him some serious problems if they get close. 25 attack around the Caudillo, that's a lot of damage, you know, that's a coyote runner, basically. It's actually, well, probably closer to a hand cavalry, really. But, Ivan's gonna have to be very careful to make sure he targets these down one by one and backs up enough, doing enough hit and run. If he can kite them effectively, then they will do a lot of damage. They also have a lot of HP. It's about 312 on HP. To put that into perspective, he would be doing about 120 damage per shot with these Marines right now. Actually more close to 180 now. So it would actually take him about 2 volleys per shot to actually kill one of these things, one-on-one. And oh, it looks like he's also sent bimetallism as well. This is going to boost his mining gathering rate. And remember, as Central Americans, you can actually build more mines, right? So having those natural resource gathering cards is actually quite effective throughout the match as Central America. It's not just an early game benefit. That's what makes Central America one of the strongest as well, is they can get really good economic value from mining and berry gathering instead of doing the farming. Oh yep, see, this is what I was talking about. This HP brought on by the Caudillo Zora is going to make it really hard for him to shoot these down. Yep. See that? That's right. And he's going, now this is a bad idea here. I don't think he's aware of what the tag rework has these under, because I think from the speed he assumes, oh, this is a shock unit like a coyote runner right there and makes him spearmen. But in reality, you just want to keep making those marines or maybe even militia, because these are heavy infantry. These are not shock units. Spearmen will do absolutely nothing versus these. And he's also upgrading. Yep, see, this is why you need to study the tag rework, and you always have to look over a unit's portrait and roll over it, because if you don't know what tag it has, you could really mess up your gameplay. And this is exactly what's happening. He thinks, oh, this is a cavalry unit, I'm going to need spearmen to deal with this. And I think he got smart about it, because I saw he was no longer getting the private upgrade for the Spontoona. So hopefully he realized at that moment, oh, wait a second, that must be a heavy infantry unit. I better keep making the marines at least. Maybe I could add some militia in. Does he have a militia card? No, but he could ship in 6 more marines, keep his numbers up. He could also put towers up to help shoot those down. He just needs to make sure he deals with the swarm of outlaws early, because as you saw from another match with Alucard in Central America, I think it was last week, basically these outlaws for Central America can get brutal really fast. And you also have to keep in mind too that the outlaws for Central America also overall have less of a population cost because of the Livingston code card, which actually makes them more or less on par with regular units in terms of population. Yep, see here it's about 4 population. He's sending Livingston code now. This is going to become a 3 pop unit. So he's going to be able to add more of them into his fold without needing as many houses. Oh, 2 populations. Now that's actually pretty bad for Ivan here, because what he's going to have to deal with now is for every house that Central America has down, they're going to be able to add 5 more of these in. And that could become a pretty deadly mass. Also, something else to keep in mind is the fact that he's starting to get very comfortable and starting to get stagecoach on the trade route. That's a sign that Ivan's going to have some serious trouble here, because what these are going to allow him to do is he's going to be able to keep producing these outlaws, which normally are kind of pricey, pretty easily now with that trade route supporting it. And see here, this is kind of where he gets into trouble, because now you don't have the numbers you need to actually fight these units. You can't kite them effectively. You can't even really choke point them off here. Really, what the best thing you could probably do in this situation is get a wall up around, your base, some area you can wall off, and try to put a bit of a choke point. It's really your best shot, because what you really need to do in this situation is get as much damage as you can into these units without taking much damage in return, because see here, it doesn't take a lot of hand attacks to actually take down one of these marines using one of these Manyosos. And then he's going to be shipping in the Moon Children as well. The Moonchild is an archer that actually deals anti-infantry multipliers. Most archers only deal anti-heavy infantry. These deal full anti-infantry multipliers. So they actually do equal damage to anything it has the infantry tag. So skirmishers, anti-skirmishers, line infantry, halberdiers, doesn't matter. They're going to deal multipliers against it regardless. It's a true anti-infantry unit, other than say marine infantry, which does it a bit differently. Yeah, see, this is not looking good. He doesn't have the numbers, even with that private upgrade, to be able to deal with them. The private upgrade is only like, I think it's like a 10% or a 5% boost to your stats, so it's not a whole lot. And he's just not going to be able to kite at this point, He's doing okay, I mean, his timing's alright, but you just don't have the numbers. You don't have the numbers. Nothing you can do, Now, if I was dealing with this situation, from my experience of seeing these matches, I would want to place them in an area at home where I have some walling, maybe some towers. I would want to get as much maximum shots as I can into these outlaws. Because it's a 120 coin unit, which is a little expensive, or not too expensive. Your best bet is to try to take them out as best as you possibly can early on, so that you can win the numbers game against them. Because if you can't do that, then you're just going to get eaten up by them. And see, this is the other deadly part here about the Caudillo. He is a daimyo, so he can go right up against your town center and keep producing outlaws. For people that like doing outlaw strategies as the Latin American Civ, this makes the Caudillo especially dangerous. Is even if you don't have a forward base, he can keep producing outlaw units to facilitate your siege. It really is a dangerous situation, especially when that faction has some really dangerous outlaws too, like ones that siege good, ones that kill economic, and he's already resigned. Yeah, I think he knows at this point this town center is going down. There's not a lot I can do. Should resign now. Makes total sense. I wonder if we're going to see anyone actually beat this outlaw play on one of the encounters. You know, that'd be interesting. It's always good when you finally find that one person that finds the key to being a strategy, you know. Strategy that has everybody talking, thinking. See, a couple of days ago, when Alucard and Kaiser came up with that Fast Imperial Chile age up that you saw during Liga Week 10, people wanted to get together and see, hey, can we actually beat this thing in 1 versus 1? Now, I didn't participate in that, but I think I actually know a way of dealing with that. I would love to try it out at some point and see if I can actually beat the Chilean Fast Imperial strategy with Patria Vieja. I think the key to doing it is actually to use an Egyptian Fast Industrial, because they're going to be busy trying to get up to Imperial as fast as they can. You can beat them midway with a palace caravan with revolving cannons, firebrands, and go right for that immigrant settlement, because remember, against like a Fast Imperial Chile, you actually don't have to take down the main town, sir. You actually just have to kill their immigrant settlement and make sure there's no Arab workers left. If you do that, you actually kill the entire strategy, which is brutal. You destroy that momentum they can gain from getting XP back for each shipment. And you'll still have to deal with them, but you destroy their whole advantage of going Fast Imperial. Now it's going to be match 2 of Alucard versus Ivan. See what civs they have in mind this time. Probably going to be seeing France from Ivan again. Now he actually goes for Romania, and that's a pretty good civ, you know. I like Romania. Romania to me, pretty well rounded. They actually got a lot more stuff than most of the NS civs do. Like they get some advanced arsenal technologies from Europe. They get falconets, foot artillery. So they actually get a pretty strong anti-infantry gun that isn't the Schwarlo's heavy artillery. And we got Alucard with the Peruvians, so probably some Grenadier gameplay from the Legion Peruana. That'd be my guess. And I can tell you already, based on what I'm seeing here with the livestock pen, we're probably going to see Chinese immigrants being put into play. We're definitely going to be seeing some coolies going after his town center. Because what happens in the initial Chinese immigrant age up is it gives you a group of goats that you can put right onto this livestock pen, and it lets you train goats at your livestock pen afterwards. So basically, he will be able to make cows, pigs, and goats from his livestock pens, 3 different meat sources. which makes livestock herding really effective for the Chinese, especially when you consider that their immigrant houses also act as livestock pens that can fatten animals, similar to the Chinese villages. 3 villagers for Alucard. What has he got here? He has Prosperidad Falaz. This is actually a pretty nifty little card. It makes your villagers gather quicker, it gives your buildings more HP, and it improves your bounty, your XP bounty for an amount of time. I've used that in a couple matches. It's actually quite efficient. I wonder if he'll actually use this. And he also has llama ranching, so 4 different herdables, llamas, goats, cows, and pigs. So we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of livestock gameplay if this goes beyond the early stages. Now, as for Romania, they have the Verdun with 2 villagers coming out now. This is going to give them access to the Roma gypsies. And also remember, with these shipments, for every shipment of Roma villagers you receive, the amount of Roma villages it delivers actually gets deducted from your peasant build limit. Your peasant build limit will go down, but your Roma peasant build limit will go up. So it leads to more Roma and less peasants the more Roma you ship in, which, good and bad. If you can keep them away from the town center and not get raided, you actually make a lot more experience points from that trickle that they have. They actually trickle XP while they're gathering, similar to that of a Mapuche villager. And in terms of other cards, I'm surprised he doesn't have the card that gives a foot artillery and unlocks him at the artillery foundry. It's actually a very solid card for Romania, and he probably should consider getting that in the future. It's quite good. Now he has Kalusari. Does he like trample mode at all? I don't really like trample mode cards a lot of the time. I'd rather have something else. But that's just me. Now he's going to be aging up with, who is this? Manuel Gojdu. And Manuel Gojdu, I believe, let me see to make sure. Which type of building age up is he? I'm trying to look here. Where is his building? The one that he's aging up with. I don't know. I actually don't. So we'll have to see what he... As predicted, Chinese wave for Peru. That should be a pretty good setting of goats for him. And he'll be able to start found those right away with that livestock pen. Oh, it's a stable, alright, so Manuel Gojdu is a stable agent. He's going to start training the Calvaras right away, looking to do some raiding damage. Maybe catch him off guard at his barracks here. His Chinese colony is also coming up. We might see some coolies right away from him if he wants to go for an immediate siege. If not, he'll probably be keeping that in reserve till later to start sending chains and chains of sappers. See, it only takes a certain group of coolies to actually down the town center since they're a siege unit. They're actually really good at sieging things, you know what I mean? It only takes like 20 of them, and then you can do some serious siege damage during the fight and take down the town center, maybe some houses. They get quite annoying to deal with if you don't know how to deal with them. And yep, it looks like the Calvaras trying to get a cut in here doesn't work. They try to run away. Oh yeah, Grenadiers can actually do quite a bit of damage to Calvaras because remember these grenade throws, they deal crush damage. So any of this pierce armor here, 20%, does nothing to protect against them. And also the Calvaras is a low HP cavalry unit as well. It's very similar to, in fact, the Paraguayan cavalry, in many ways. Only difference being they don't get any sort of like lance-based multiplier. They just get a nice charged attack later that does a lot of damage in large numbers, which I think is probably better, but you know, it's up to you to decide what sorts of units you like. If you like the idea of the Lancero, you probably like the Paraguayan one better. If you like nice charge attack abilities in big numbers, you'll probably like the Romanian Kalaras better, the Rosciori, which brings on that charge attack. He's going to be eyeing in Hajusi as well. Good choice, you know. You're going to need some sort of light infantry, some skirmish tag unit to deal with these heavy infantry. If he can kite these down effectively, he should be able to clean them up. But the one thing you do need to keep in mind though is when you're kiting against Peruvian grenadiers is when you kill one of their military units, they speed up for a period of time, which can make kiting kind of dangerous because you're thinking, oh, I'm going to hit and run them, but what you find out is once you kill one of them, they run after you so fast that you can't even really run anymore. It's more or less just hitting at that point. Yeah, now he's going to want to take his focus off of that trading post and start attacking the army that's... Yep, he's giving them a good shot at him too. Yeah, see, grenade throws, they can be harmful. He just took down 2 units without much effort. And he's probably has some, yeah, see, he has some grenades left over as well to hold him over. So, he'll be able to throw those at any time. Just chase down the, yep, up. Ooh, yep, stagger mode. It's good that he's going stagger mode because that's definitely going to reduce the effect of the splash damage of those grenades quite a bit. It's going to give him a bit of a better shot at holding off. And at this point, yeah, oh yeah, see, even with stagger mode, you know what would have been funny is if he ran back to here and he actually got these outlaw riflemen to actually fight for him, because the splash damage would hit the guy units and the treasure guardians would think that they're attacking them and they'd start shooting at him. That would have actually been a solid play and would have forced him back. Now, you don't always think of strategies like that. Oh wait, yep, see, here, this is what I was talking about. That splash damage ends up making the guy attack him. He's actually going to lose one of his grenadiers to... Oh, he actually lost 2 of them. Brutal, that's brutal. See, he should have done that with his cavalry in the vicinity because he could have been engaging with the enemy while having 2 outlaw riflemen shooting at him at the same time. And either would have had to A, retreat, or B, he would have lost a lot of numbers. And that would have put him up in military right away. Yeah, treasure guardians can be pretty deadly to take advantage of at times. But looks like he lost that advantage, so he's gonna have to fight this out the old-fashioned way, I guess. With light infantry and... Oh, Durabanti. I mean, Durabanti? I guess that's alright. I mean, they do a lot of damage, I would say, so it's not a bad idea. And in fact, if he was worried about Machetros or maybe Lanceros coming out, it does give him another option to deal with those as well, so it's more of a flexible choice. Shipping Kalaras would probably be good here. Maybe queue up some Kalaras yourself first. Oh, wait a second, he's going to have a bit of a raiding opportunity, I believe, if he can spot it. Is he going to be able to spot it? Yep, he could actually see it right here, though, but is he going to notice it? Yeah, he's got the hunt in his sight, but he just didn't see it. Now, that would have been a great play for him. Taking out that forward hunt would have... Yeah, but he does notice it now, and he is going to do some work with that. Good. Yeah, he should have done that first, though, before engaging, you know what I mean? But at the same time, having some of his infantry away does make sure that they're not subjected to the grenade throws. that's a good thing, I guess. Oh boy, look at this. These grenadiers actually winning in a hand-to-hand combat. That's pretty brutal. Actually, nope, the sappers are coming in. The coolies, these Chinese immigrant shovels. They're gonna shovel down these buildings pretty quickly. That's about 50 siege damage right there. 50 siege damage. That's a lot of damage, and that's gonna take the stable down here, and then the barracks over here fall by the house in this corner. And then, while that's going on, we got the Romanian offensive in this way towards the trading post. I think they're both going to get success with their goals for now, but in the end, the Peruvians are looking in a better shape just because of these grenadier numbers and the ways in Puana. See, another grenade throw is probably going to take these. Yep, as predicted, when you have that many grenade throws, you can actually kill shock units even. Grenade throws are not to be underestimated under any circumstances. Never underestimate a grenade throw. Yep, and if you can stop wasted grenade throws within a group of units, that's actually quite good for you because you can fight off a large array of units all at the same time. Yeah, see, the sappers, these coolies are going to just keep sieging him down as he's trying to keep him off. And I think that's going to be the thing that kills him in the end here. It's not going to be anything else. It's just going to be the fact that, oh, I could keep shipping in these coolies, which are going to basically guarantee me endless siege potential on his base. And even if he can distract my grenadiers and keep them fighting, the sappers are just going to be able to sneak around and do the damage they need. Well, that's interesting. They get crush damage now, crush armor. It's quite interesting because they used to have like 50 pierce armor instead. I guess that they've thought, it's kind of broken to have like skirmishers and only doing like half damage versus them. So let's make it crush damage so maybe they're more inclined to defend against the things they should be, like late game redoubts or forts or ships, rather than those types of units. I don't think that sappers can actually fight ships unless they're right next to them, because they actually don't get an actual siege attack. They just get like a melee shovel attack that does the multipliers against the units similar to the Iroquois ram. We will be seeing these 4 Bodoquieros being put into play as well. These are basically Colombian. Well, the Colombians also have access to them. They're a native unit that shoots darts from their blowgun that deal anti-shark multipliers, which is quite interesting. They're actually similar to the old Latin American Carbineer unit, more than they are a skirmisher. They'll definitely be doing a lot of damage to his Peleras. They'll actually be dishing out about 36 damage per shot against them individually. And with what little numbers and resources Romania has now, basically every army pops out. Just sending spice trade in now, but what are you going to spend the resources on? Nothing. You don't even have the wood to put a production building up. That's even the point of improving your hunting. Well, you're just going to try to put a barracks up, but, this is way too late. This is way too late. And, yeah, he doesn't have any shipments, but I was going to say, yeah, just make a group of coolies and take that thing down. That's all you'd really need at that point. The coolies, they do love damage against buildings, and they're really good at that. Well, that's the first encounter today. We will move on to encounter number 2. The encounter that I was part of versus Cerbero. Those were some pretty fun games. Alright, so we're going to be going into the recording. Pulling up number 1 here. This is on the Mendocino map. I will be going with Dutch. He will be going with the Danish faction. Alright, so, yep, I got my Dutch here. He's going to be going with the Danish civ. I remember watching this on Troy's live stream when he was showing it to the on his Twitch channel before, because he likes to show the matches on his Twitch as well, but I actually do the full recordings and put them on YouTube for viewing. Yes. Oh, that's actually... Oh, these are XP crates. Alright. I thought for a second, oh, wait a minute, is that food? No, those are the XP crates that Danish start with so they can get that free shipment. Before, what would happen is Danish would start with the free shipment, similar to the Ceylon map. But devs figured out from a mathematics standpoint that's actually kind of broken, because being able to instantly send 2 settlers, get that queue for 2 settlers going, is actually really broken. So it's a little bit more balanced to provide you XP crates, so you have to gather for them over a period of a second or two, instead of getting that instant benefit from it. Also, I find it interesting how he's chopping for wood right now. Maybe he's going to go for some sort of hunting dog to improve his economy. He should try to maybe focus more on this deer here, so he can benefit from his ox cart gather rate. Or, because if he has a settler all the way over here and even this one, he's losing out on potential food for hunting. As for me, I'm going to be playing more of a standard Dutch start for a build order, you know, getting as much food as I can and then aging up. Start out with the bank, get some more wood, get another bank, build a barracks, build a stable. I'm playing pretty traditional Dutch starting out. Then later on, maybe we get some mercenaries too, because that's always something Dutch are always able to do with all that coin, is actually produce various mercenary units. This match in particular had a lot of controversy because people saw a mercenary unit that was making an H2 and they were thinking to themselves, should they really be allowed to make that unit an H2? It really seems like a unit that you should have as a mercenary in H3 maybe. But you can decide for yourself. It's actually that Icelandic sailor unit, skirmish unit that is available as a card to, I think, the Swedish and the Danish, actually. So I'll be using Icelandic sailor infantry alongside my regular units here. Just to sort of show you what cards I go with Dutch now. I have a lot of the standard Dutch cards that you would see in vanilla. I also include these special native and mercenary cards though. I have 13 Adontan. Adontan are really weak native line infantry. They're very weak, but they get shipped in very large numbers. And they don't count against the population being a native unit, so they're just like a big massive meat shield that you can use to make your army bigger. Also I have 6 Ronin Hadamoto Samurai. This is obviously a really signature unit of the Dutch. And it's funny how they actually got their own card in the home city just based on the fact that Dutch players love to mass these things. Also I have the Commandos. These are the Boer Commando. These are a maneuver unit which has a little bit more multipliers than usual. They actually have about 4x against the assault units instead of the usual 3, making them have a pretty powerful shot. I don't think they're necessarily mercenaries, but they're rather, at least for the time being, apparently a consulate unit, since they're part of the Zulu civ that has them being a consulate unit. As for Danish, they're going for the Enlightened Quartermaster. It's the only civ in the game that's probably going to have it be called the Enlightened Quartermaster, because it takes a long time to make new, age-up portraits just for one civilization, and their special bonus of the Golden Ages. He's got his Golden Age active now. He's going to begin They have an extra bounty here from that. In terms of cards, he has infinite readouts for defending. He has volunteers, partisans, and land sold out. Land sold out to her. I guess it's the plural. Now these are basically like Russian musketeers line infantry, but even weaker and even cheaper. You know, they're only like 50 food and about 15 coin. But in terms of stats, you know, they're even weaker than the Russian line infantry that you're used to. And they also get shipped in relatively larger numbers, considering that. The cost distribution. He's going to be building a forward barracks to see, you know, if he can try to push on me at all. Well, I'll tell you something, that's not quite going to happen. Quite the opposite, actually. I'm going to be pushing on him. I'm going to be pushing on his base. I'm going to start out with some grenadiers, you know, just a generically good unit to start out with, since they can kill a wide variety of things. They can fight infantry, they can fight shock units in larger numbers, they can fight artillery. With the grenade throw, obviously. Once the grenade throw is gone, then they, you know, they go back to being basically line infantry without any shock unit benefits. So they gotta take care of those grenade throws, otherwise they're in trouble. Got about 4 of them. I'm building Bank 2 now, in anticipation for Bank 3 to come out with the wagon. Reaching all the hallmarkers of the Dutch 1v1 build so far. Alright, looks like, yeah, he's going for volunteers, yeah. I remember this now. He goes for volunteers and the partisans. So pikeman ranger. Pikeman crossbowman, if you like the Asian diocese. As for me, I'd go mostly Hussar and actually add some skirmishers in as well. Because I don't know, wait a second, is he going to go land soldat? I better get some anti-heavy infantry multiplier skirmish units in, since I may as well take advantage of them as a civ. I'm the only European that gets access to these in Age 2 without having to send a card like the French do. And even then, the French obviously don't get like skirmishers, they get the Chaussier à Cheval, which are skirmish unit on horseback, which is a bit different. But pretty similar. Yep, see, in this situation he's not looking too good because I'm snaring him with those Zars, I'm getting a grenade throw in, so I'm chasing him all the way back home.
Yeah.
It's not looking too good right now. He does get away by distracting my chasing units a bit, but then I have to worry about these partisans, because these guys can pose a bit of a risk to me. Yep, see, I try to fish them a little bit in, but I don't think it's really, yeah, see, it's not the best idea, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I really shouldn't have fished them in like that right then at least. Should have had some skirmishers behind them, but so far I only have like 1 skirmisher. I don't know what I was thinking there. I should have had like maybe 2 or 3. Just to have a bit of long range attack in that grouping, even if I wanted to stick with Grenadier mostly. I mean, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to get another grenade throw in, which is pretty successful. But now I'm sort of sandwiched in between, trying to chase down the volunteers, but getting stabbed in the back by these pikemen here. It's not good to get sandwiched like that, because it certainly leaves you susceptible to more anti-shock unit damage. But in this situation, because I have a better economy than he does, let's see what he's got economically. So he only, how many? Yeah, see, he has about 22 settlers, not a whole lot. I'm pretty ahead of him economically right now. But what is funny is I'm actually going to catch his frontier wagons building the redoubts here, and I'm actually going to get to take some of these out. Very good indeed. It basically ruins his forward base idea right away. Yep, and I'm going to take out this barracks. I'm really ahead at this point in the match. Yeah. There's no lot you can do. You can try to make these land soldados here. And see, you know, oh, maybe I can use heavy infantry with a nice Norse Viking voice up. But, problem is, stats are really bad. I mean, they really have as much HP as like a ranger here, which is not good. Not good at all. I also ship my own partisans in at this point from the home city just so I can get some extra siege, take out buildings. Yeah, see, this is not a good situation to land in because now Danish are on the back pedal economically, and they're going to lose their forward base. Now they have to sort of set up a defense at home and hope that they can survive it. It's not a situation you want to find yourself in a 1-versus-1. Definitely not good. Now, whether he's able to get out of it or not, that's going to determine if he can take the win or not. But I don't feel too confident in that. Because, oh, interesting, he has the nice range attack from the advanced training post that he sent earlier. Yeah, that's always a nice card to have, because it lets you really take over that trade road easily, and defend it a bit easier. See, I'm already starting to run out of meat at home, so I'm already starting to move up here and get some meat up here. As for him, he's just seeing, alright, let's get as many land soldados as I can, so that I can try to defend home and push out. But against Grenadiers, that's not an easy game to do, because you can obviously down these things quite easily. I also started shipping out the Adauntans now. Have a nice little unit to add to my mass. I have a Hussar here as well, just guarding the hunts and warding me. You know what I mean? In Age of Empires 4, you obviously have the Scout Cavalry that does a little whistle when you see something in their line of sight, but here you don't get that luxury. The only little whistle you get is that sound when it finds something it starts cutting at it. It's the only sort of alert you get. Yep, that one. That's your whistle in AoE 3. See, this is in normal circumstances when it was like an even economy. This would be a little bit worrying because you know, he's between my base and my forward hunt, so he could either go towards my base and cause issues, or he could go up north and attack my food economy. And these are the Herfian Kingdoms. These are the Icelandic naval infantry that I use here. They actually deal about 40 range damage and crush damage. So really, just 3 of these can actually one-shot a land soldat with heavy volley. Quite significant, actually. And people were like, oh, is this really worth having as an Age 2 mercenary unit? And in theory it is, because it is a sailor, and sailors are Age 2 units, so maybe the mercenary should be available in Age 2. I guess that's up for, you know, players to decide. Is it nice to have mercenary sailors available in Age 2 to be able to make from your tea house, or your saloon, your tavern, or whatever they call it? Still has the teacup icon, iconography on it. See, you have to see here, he does get to kill one of my suppliers with the Hussars. But his Dutch, with all those banks working, I have about 3 of the banks out right now. Doesn't really matter a whole lot because, you know, Dutch can make up the economy really fast. At this point, I'm just looking to defend and push out eventually. Oh, and you know he's coming here too. Yeah, he's looking at his fog of war and thinking, yeah, I better get some raiding done, or else I might not last too long here. But at the same time, he's sort of leaving home undefended. This is going to make his main base vulnerable. He's going to have to definitely think about defending home real soon. And then soon I'm going to be thinking about going up the Capital Age with the Ashanti Prince and getting some nice Wart Hollanders from my Egypt, which are those nice consulate style musketeers that replaces the stadholders and the Dutch roster.
Commando?
Yep, see the Ashanti Prince, get some nice line infantry. Because Dutch are the only, like one of the only Europeans without a line infantry unit. They just got skirmishers. Oh, it looks like Danish aged up as well. So, will it help is the question. He's going to be shipping grenadiers in. Is that really going to help? Maybe, maybe not. Definitely have a lot of skirmishers here. And with a couple of partisans, he's going to have to retreat from any sort of raiding ambitions he had over here. How many of these Icelandic units do I still have? Still have 3 of them, yeah. Pretty good unit. Also 450 HP. Pretty solid overall. And they can survive kind of... Actually, they get plus damage in melee as well, so they can actually even deal with shock units to an extent on their own. Yeah, Grenadiers trying to make up for lost unit count. Just not going to do it. He is on the one now. Running for his life. Lost his town center, lost his hussars. What has he got left? Who knows? I don't think he has anything left. But I don't know, you ask me. Does this man have left? Here comes the Wart Hollanders, and then I'm going to be shipping in the Ronin Samurai, train some Cuirassiers as well. So really just more elite units than he has right now. He could definitely train his own Cuirassiers, but in this shambles state, he doesn't have the resources without using a market to trade to actually make those Cuirassiers. Not that it make a difference anyways, because, well, when you have a mass unit this large of really anything, assault units are not going to do well. You need to at least have like a group of infantry, maybe some artillery combined with them before you can actually do anything of use. Yeah, all these houses are going down now. Yep. I guess they're going to be a done deal for him. As he got left, like these villagers here, these settlers. Here comes the Ronin Samurai. These 58 hand attack with crush because of that katana. It's actually quite good. Quite a brutal unit to deal with. I like how they kept the katana's crush damage bonus with them, so that they can actually kill a wide variety of things. They can actually deal with assault units as well. Also going to be shipping in the Reiters as well. Some maneuver units in case he makes any sort of assault or maybe hussars. Also just good at chasing down villagers as well. I wonder if Raiders are going to still be in the Dutch roster when I think they're going to be reworked for the Great War patch coming up, you know. Because apparently the Machazi which is one of the Dutch units, is actually become an ultimate infantry unit, I believe, for the Civ. I think it's going to be like a Machetro instead of a Dragoon like this. It's actually going to probably do some splash damage, maybe. Would be nice. Also, Dutch are going to be losing banks. They're going to look more or less economically like the Dutch marriage for the British Civ. Right, they're going to have 3 different villages. They're going to have a wood one, a food one, and a coin one. And they're going to be able to build their own special economic buildings that gathers one resource. Like, one's going to be able to build a special mill with special properties. One's going to be able to build a special plantation with special properties. And then the wood village is going to be able to build a wood gathering building that has its own special properties. So they're going to be not the same Civ anymore. The whole bank concept is actually going to go to the Swiss civilization whenever it's implemented, if it's implemented. So it'll be a while before you can see that style of Dutch mercenary play again for a while. And hopefully when that time comes, they'll have some nice new cards for the Swiss. See, I'm actually going up to industrial age now because I can, and because I can GG too. Yep, GG. GG. Good gameplay on both sides there. Definitely impressed. You know, it doesn't matter if you win these things or you get defeated, as long as you try your best Civ and you put it forward. That's always what matters most. You know, we're very lucky to have such a good competitive scene for a mod like this that's so old. You know, even after the big ESO bigwigs stopped streaming this mod, they still had me around to help record tournaments for this mod in its later years. So we're gonna see match 2 now, where I you know, I don't do the unpredictable, I do the predictable. And then by predictable I mean, well, I think you know what I mean, Haiti on Hudson Bay. Yeah, I always do that. Haiti on Hudson Bay. Sabero, he's gonna go with Japanese again. He likes the Japanese Civ. I mean, Japanese Civ is very fun to play in both vanilla and in Wars of Liberty, so I give him that. They got nice shrines, they got nice wonders, they got strong units, they're very defensible, they got good navy. Really nothing to complain about when you're playing Japan. Definitely a strong Civ. But Haiti just happens to be a stronger Civ, because, you know, Haiti is insane in this mod. Haiti can do all sorts of things. They're like Zulu that beats the Zulu. That beats the Zulu. I'm going to be doing a little scout work. I'm going for the standard, you know, Arab immigrants with the Lego rushing, with escopeteros and machetros. That's what I always do. Seems to do the job most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Does the job just fine. Here goes. One explorer fighting 2 polar bears at the same time. Gotta love that splash attack. I'm curious though, what sort of, like, when it's my gameplay, I kind of a little more concerned with what the opponent does, because I certainly remember what I did for my deck, but what he did for his deck, that's the question. Alright, and I think he's done with his scouting right now, since I see that he wants to get Cherry Orchard number 2 up. He's going to be going for the Portuguese Wonder Age up, most likely, because what Portuguese consulate does, it lets your wonders become cheaper, because the main bonus of the Portuguese consulate is making buildings cheaper, and since wonders are buildings, yeah, you get cheaper age ups as a side effect. And that exists in Definitive Edition as well, by the way. If you want to play Japanese there and do a Tangiro Shrine Asia, you can actually get it much cheaper by using the Portuguese consulate in your build order. He's actually going to be focusing a bit on fishing, it looks like, though. Yeah, he's shipping out some fishing ships. Maybe get some economy out there that's not directly threatened by my raiding potential. Very smart. You know how I am with Haiti. If you can have like 3, maybe 6 or more fishing ships out there getting your food, constantly without the threat of getting sliced up by machetes and other various blades, that's probably good. It's good for your economy. It's about time for me to age up now for my Arab immigrants. The first Arab wave. I think I just hold off on a ship in here and I just bank it for later. Yeah, and another thing too, once I reach that age up, I'm going to be able to take over this trade socket right away with the trading post rickshaw you get with the Arab immigrants for your first age up. As them, right? And clearly that carries over as well. Like, if I want to wait to do the first Arab wave till later, I would get 2 rickshaws instead of 1, and more coin crates as well from it. But I'm going to go for it for the first one here, because I really want Consulate Janissaries to be the unit that I push with. Because I know Shiguma Musketeers are a very tanky line infantry. So I need another tanky line infantry from my side to compete with them. As for him, just like I thought, he's gonna go for probably... Oh, he's going for a Tory Gate Rush. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I would do the same thing probably if you were dealing with the Arab immigrants, because, you know, the Tory Gate kind of does what the Arab immigrants do. You know, they improve your XP bounty. Right, you get a bit of a build back from XP from having it on the field, which means more unit shipments that you can use to defend or attack with, as well as other cards you might want to send. Yep, it's not going to build a barracks, I guarantee. Yep, good decision, because if I ever did want to go like full Escapatero, well, the good thing is with the barracks you can defend better against Machetro and the Zinglins. Yeah, the Zinglins can be a serious threat to you. Yep, I actually shipped in my Escapateros in pretty early here, it looks like, as I train more and queue in the Arab immigrant Galegos as well. I'm just gonna sort of try to start attacking now, because I don't want to deal with Japan later. Japan later can be a real pain. The Kanyano cannons are pretty annoying. Their Gensui spamming is pretty awful as well. If we can win this now, that'll probably be better. Be a lot better. Yeah, see, he did a counter water deck, because I can see he has the 2 of the Akabunes in there. So yeah, he was definitely doing a counter water deck, it looks like. Oh yeah, look at this nasty samurai. Nasty samurai too. Yeah, it's always funny how you get like one samurai with the Torii Gate age up. Sometimes people just end up losing it without any return value, but it looks like here he actually did do a bit of damage to me. Five Shigumas shipping out. Also, Kie's coming behind them. Kie's being a nice skirmisher unit to replace the Yumi Archer for the Civ. Yeah, I'm going to be going Gallegos, and training Escopateros where I can. So I know unless he does heavy Gunto Rider, that would be perfect because, you know, Gallego being the line infantry would do a lot of damage versus a Gunto Rider defense. Really, Japan, once you get a big, massive, like, Haitian units going, there's really not a lot they can do, really. It's kind of a tricky situation for them. Also going to gradually keep adding houses in as well, so I can keep villager production up, which is important. Also keep military production up. I also stick to make some pickets here, you know, a bit of a picket fence to get that siege, because I know I'm going to have to start sieging his base soon. It's definitely something I want to do. If I could siege, that'd be really good for me. Yep, I'm going to start out on the Torii Gate because, you know, if I could take this down, this would be a lot of bounty for me. And I would also deny him his own XP bounty as well for building units and buildings and defeating. Yep, his bounty would be reduced. Just help that solo samurai there, that Ronin. And doing a lot of shotgun damage versus these Japanese infantry. You know, they're forced to back themselves up now. Get back towards that base. Also should take a shot at these Kies as well, which I do. Yeah, I take those ones out as well. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, you know. It's a lot of damage. A shrine, yeah, see, he's gonna keep doing those shrines on the map. That's what keeps Japan sustained is their shrine numbers. Right, the more shrines you got, the better off you are as Japan. And they have the added bonus of giving you pop as well. So you definitely don't have to worry about houses as a separate issue with Japan. If you're building shrines, you're all good. You're not going to get housed, and you're going to be able to keep popping units with all that population. As for me, yep, this is my first batch of pickets here. I'm trying to remember when I actually engaged with these shrines here. I think it's right about now, because I figure, you know, yeah, see, I go in with the picket after the Explorer, because I want to deny them those shrines if I can. If I can keep them off shrines, keep them housed up as much as possible, that's great for me. A lot less work for me in the end. Also, when I got the coin, I like to add in more Arab merchants, since they trickle food, wood, and coin as they work. So it's economically good even if I just put them on the mine. Build up my coin slowly. Coin is only useful to Haiti in Age 2 if you want to go conscripto artistic cannon, or when you raid Asia. Or if you want steel traps, I guess, too. But in general, coin is not a very vital resource to Haiti until a little bit later. And even then, it's only as useful as you need for Navy and artillery mostly. Or if you somehow needed some sort of shock unit like the Escolta unit. Their strong assault Royal Battlement does not cost any coin. It's actually a faith costing unit. Which I don't know what they're going to do when religion is removed for the next Great War Pact. What will it cost then if it doesn't have that faith bonus anymore, right? A lot of big gifts. A lot of big gifts indeed. In most cases, removing religion was pretty harmless, but some civs, though, that had some reliance on faith and religion, I think You know, devs are gonna have to think of a way of dealing with that. Yeah, or at least let them keep their religion for now, I guess. Those particular civs, so they don't completely crumble design-wise. Yeah, at this point though, that Tory gate is likely coming down because now I got the siege from the pickets. You know, this nice picket fence is 48 siege. It's not gonna, yep, that thing is not gonna last, yep. Now you can go towards the town center. And at that point, yeah, now what you can do, because the logos are just gonna shoot down the skirmishers. And the picket fence is just gonna burn down that town center. That's where high HP unit like the Liga really does well. Yep. It's funny how I don't play the armaments but I still benefit from Janissaries just because I like the Arab immigrants so much. I like the Janissary gameplay without actually making real Janissaries. Yep, slowly shoot down these settlers. Well, actually just plain old villagers. It's not Europe we're talking about. How are we doing economically, Japan? It doesn't look like they were doing too well after that point. Not too well at all. That's GG to Sabero. That was a good series. Had a lot of fun with it. Definitely, you know, we'll be able to face them again at some point. Try some different civs. I can say one thing for sure, and that week 12 was not good to me, that's for sure. Definitely chemo that with way too much confidence. Well, I picked a civ that I thought was going to be a good civ in 1v1, but turns out they're probably one of the worst 1v1 civs out there right now. You'll find out what that is on week 12, and if I do end up doing one of those live stream tier list things, they're not going to get a good rating after what I saw. Put it that way. Now it's the Kazan versus Fufi encounter. See how they do. Kazan is a very seasoned player, so I think he has the advantage here. Definitely think he's got a real advantage here. Oh, yep, he's going Lakota. Where's he going on the other side? We got Maori, whatever you want to call it. I think Dave Lewis used to call them Maoris, so let's go with that. Should be an interesting matchup, you know. Maori, pretty strong. They get some fairly good infantry units early on. Later on, they have some pretty cheap and spammable siege units as well. And you can really take advantage of that nice shipment system they got with the age up. You know, that's what makes them really brutal to deal with sometimes. In addition to the pretty decent mercenary units they can ship in. One thing though I noticed was their Highlander unit, because of the unit rework, is kind of wonky right now. It didn't look quite normal to me when I looked at the Highlander. It looked more or less like a halberdier, honestly. The way it performed. Funny, Maliska was actually supposed to be a Civil Wars celebrity until they got all historical accuracy on it and decided to drop them from the planned civs. Yeah, I would have loved to see a Maliska Civil Wars celebrity though. You know, all the Eldorado and gold themes in them. You go back into ModDB, I think a number of years, you'll actually see the Maliska, you know, the Maliska imagery in there from when that was the planned civ. And I think way back in the server you can even see some of the unit portraits that they had planned in some of their buildings. Yeah, they were going to be a pretty good civ, I think. If they ever decide to pick them up again later and add them, that would be kind of nice. But if not, that's alright too. what sort of deck does Lakota have? So they have really pretty standard deck. You know, Wood Coin, War Club, Axe Rider. They also get the Evening Star, so that they can turn their Axe Riders into the Rifle Riders. Also, Infinite Buffalo is pretty essential for this hunting base civ. As for Maori, what is Maori gonna do? 2 Trading Post Traveler. Interesting, so he's going for trade early on. This is about 400 wood right here. Is it 400 wood? Wait a second, it's only about 100 wood actually. That's actually a pretty good steal, honestly. That's true. If it really is a 100 wood unit, then he's really saving a lot then on that. Oh, that's what he did. He did one with the New Zealand company to make him cheaper by about half. That's actually better than Advanced Trading Posts in terms of cheapening the cost. Yeah, that's what it was. I thought they actually for a second made them like 100 wood to make a train post travel. That would actually be really insane because that means you could literally take up like half the trade route instantly. Oh, lucky they didn't do that. Yeah. That'd be insane. Now, what sort of voyages he's going for? He's going for a voyage to the South Island. So this is going to be a pretty boring, dull age-up. It's going to get no benefit from it whatsoever, but it is the fastest age-up. It's going to be super, super duper speedy for him. Right? Now, I don't know what might benefit him from going for the South Island voyage. I prefer to go either for the Fiji one or the New South Wales one because you at least get something for it. I just bank up for the Fiji one because the Fiji one grants you a shipment. And with that shipment, you can either get one of their super duper powerful 2 shipping cards, which he doesn't have, by the way, so I think he doesn't like to go for those greedy age-ups. Or you could obviously send like mercenaries as well and go for a mercenary rush deck with Maori, which they can actually do since they're one of the few civs that gets a decent array of H2 mercenary shipments. I found this funny how some of the dirt actually piled up into the water. Yeah, it did again. As for Kazan, he is going for the Chief, which I think will grant him some sort of crates. Because I remember the Wise Woman gives you Buffalo, the Messenger makes you age up fast, so I think it's going to be food or wood for him. In terms of age up, we'll see though. I'll play enough Lakota. Definitely like them. Yep, yeah, so it's like a quartermaster, basically. 400 wood. So what does he do here? He goes for the Pakar Hayadzes. This gives you all the wood chopping upgrades from the one you get in age 1 all the way to the one you get in age 3 actually. So wood wise he's not going to have to worry about having no woody at all, which is good. They have a nice long woody. So now he's gonna be training some what is he gonna train? Is he gonna train anything in H2 or is he gonna go up to the next age? I see him getting his Onewa Pa here, which is gonna grab him a bit of map control, a bit of defense. Oh, bird snares, yeah. Good. So that's gonna give him some, that's like his hunting dogs, basically. It's gonna be, it's looking pretty good economically right now to make whatever he needs. I mean, my guess would be, oh, he's going for a war hut. So he's looking to do war clubs. So probably get some marksmen, slingers, or some spearmen out if you're Maori. That would be the way to go. Oh, he's also going for a Waikalaf Iron Club. He's going for the Iron Club Mapuche natives as well. Oh, that's deadly. Yeah, that's not good. He's going like for like a literal pike rush here. So a complete spearman style raid here. Well, at least he's making the right response. He says, alright, I'm going to go for marksman. Now, the thing that worries me about him here is the fact that he's not adjusting his macro to change his unit. See, what he needs to do is he needs to get these guys off of wood ASAP, get them onto mining, maybe get the first mining upgrade, maybe not actually, because it doesn't have a lot of food. You don't need any more wood now. You need to get off of wood right now. You're floating way too much wood for a situation where you're not going to need them. If you're fighting against a full spearman style rush here, you gotta get off of wood because you're floating a resource that you're never going to need. You need coin, you need food. Because what's the one thing you can do with this marksman? Lots and lots of them. But and you know what? If you want to put a couple of spearmen in front of the marksman, great. It will at least meat shield and maybe snare him down a bit, which I get 100%, but you need to do something. You need to be producing a lot quicker than this. And you can see here he's still floating a lot of wood and not using it. And even if he was using it, the spearman that he would make from that wood is probably not the best thing to have. Okay, so it looks like pretty small army. I don't think he's going to last too long here. I can tell from the timer here already that, oh, this thing, he has no special tricks up his sleeve. This looks like the end of the road for him. Just not enough production quick enough, you know. When you see a full spearman rush like this, which, for one, I guess it's fair to say you wouldn't expect this from Lakota since they're a stable corral siege with lots of cavalry, lots of horses. But still, you need to be prepared for anything because, you know me, I love going with war hut strategies with the Lakota in Definitive Edition. They're very strong. Now, I usually don't go full war club. I usually do a mix of Seatan bowmen since they get some pretty good siege range on their Seatan bowmen later. You know, they're pretty good at sieging things. But you just need to be prepared for any unit comp that you might deal with. And when you get a bit of a hint that war clubs are coming, you need to adjust the coin rate for that. He's going to get Palisade upgrade for his PA. It's going to grant him a bit of HP to make it a little bit closer to a town center in HP. A town center has about 6.5k HP. Now he has about 6k. Just a little bit under that. And you got these two training grounds here, but you got no proper... Oh, he's working on his PA right now. Never mind. No, what he could have had here is, which not everybody gets, the Maori get a nice little card that grants them about, I think it's like 35 to 40 population that doesn't go away, just to your overall count of population, so that even if he lost a PA, he would still be able to keep training things. But I could understand too why you want to save up for maybe some more other of these other useful cards. Now, I don't know why he got Geological Survey, because to me at least, it seems a little bit weird that he's thinking about mining upgrades this phase of the map. I would rather honestly have cards related to basically the Sandalwood Tree, because I'm thinking more or less mid to late game in terms of coin than I am the early. Right, I mean, the axe card is pretty good, but gemstone mining, when are you ever going to run into gemstone? I mean, the only way the Maori actually gets gemstone mines during a match is through their market, through their big bun market technology. The big bun market technology actually grants them some resources from their homeland, so they get some kiwi birds, they get some New Zealand trees, and they get a gemstone mine, or 2 or 3, depending on how late in the match you send it. So a card like Geological Survey won't get its full 40% gather rate benefit till far later. In fact, right at that point you're about to maybe not getting a mining card at all, or getting the age 1 shipment instead. So that maybe we can put some more unit shipments in here, because clearly he didn't have a lot of unit shipments to work with. He could definitely defended this if he had maybe a spearman shipment. He had Kuparas in here and Fida. So those mercenaries. Also he has the this card here. This one actually, yep, the Pakeha Maori. This gives you convict laborers at each pa. Extra villagers to work with. And I don't know, when would that really become valuable? In age 3 maybe, or 4, when you can have up to 4 or 5 pa? That'd be 15 free gatherers, maybe. I'm not really concerned as much about fell numbers as Maori, because, you have to wait anyways to even get their late game coin resource. So it's really not too much of a big deal early on of having that many gatherers on the field. You more or less just want to take advantage of larger military numbers as Maori. At least to me anyways. That's the end of Maori for the match 1 for Fufi versus Kazan. We'll see the match 2 now. Should be a pretty exciting matchup. I mean, they're both pretty well at playing, but I think Kazan just has a little bit more XP behind him. And then we can start getting in all these sort of tiebreaker encounters after that, which we got a lot of. Kazan with Japan, he likes Japan a lot as well. Fufi with the Serbs, he will be removing kebabs or whatever else he wants to remove. So, yeah. Kebab removal is upon us. Serbia is a pretty strong civilization. What way you look at it, Their Hajusi light infantry is actually quite similar to the old multipliers of the Kie of Japan before they got bumped up to 2x against infantry. At the time, the Kie only had 1.5 against heavy infantry, making them quite similar to the Hajusi. Kind of an interesting interaction. Actually, the Hajusi had the same movement and shooting animation as the Kie. It's almost as if they're like 2 peas in a pod, really, in terms of unit design. Oh, he's going for a hunting lodge. Interesting. See, when I'm the Serbs and I got my landowner investment wagon, I always go for the barracks, so I can get some free Hajusi, about 3 of them. So that way I always have something out of the gate to deal with whatever the enemy has cooking for me. Now, what would be really annoying actually is Serbs is if I want to see it in a NS versus Hards match. If the Hards managed to use Town Destroyer by getting up early. No. In age up time and actually deleted their building before it aged them up. That would be so bad. I definitely would want to try that against somebody, potentially. That would be really painful to deal with. Because it actually happens to me in week 12 account. I have to do a Town Destroyer. It's not fun. Not fun at all, and I end up losing a lot of wood. A lot of wood wasted. So Kazan with his Japan, he goes for the Heavenly Kami. he's gonna wait off on shrines until that's sent out, and that way when he gets his shrines out, they can only cost about 94 wood. So definitely a very cheap production then, compared to before when they're actually more expensive than the average house. Right here we see the Serbs trying to herd in their hunts a bit. Also going to want to check out their deck as well, so we understand sort of what their game plan is. See, they got peasants. This is actually a semi-naval deck because we got Sagja combat to benefit their light ship, the Sagja. They got also got some whale gathering here. They got some fishing here. They got rendering plants. So, you know, I'm surprised I haven't seen a deck yet from the Serbs because this seems like a fishing deck where having a dock here would be really nice. And have fish being queued up on one side, the peasants. But he is aging up now with Pavle Nanadovic, who will give him some geese, I believe. Yep, should be a pretty good benefit to his food. He's already starting to fan up the sheep with the hunting lodge. So hopefully when he gets into combat, he'll be able to really take advantage of that meat early on. Not be starving up too much. And interesting, he also has his bloodhounds technologies poised for when that age up happens too. So he's going to be getting that nice hunting dog style card, or technology rather, right away to benefit his hunting gathering rate. So he's definitely looking at eating a lot of meat today, which is the Serb is pretty good. Hajusi actually don't cost a lot of food. Same thing with the Marauders. They're actually more of a concern if you want to go for maybe your artillery or Scytheman. But we do see the dock coming up now. This really question is he gonna attack into his dock at all for his home city, or is he gonna mostly focus on crate shipments early on? Because the thing I would worry about is you invest in the fishing too early, but you don't focus on your defenses at all, and you end up getting destroyed. That would be my fear for the Serbs. And you can tell already this is going to be a pretty lengthy match as well. You can see the time of it. It's not quite pushed over that much, and it's already like minute 5. So we're going to see some nice warfare today with this one. I always like to see good warfare. I don't like to see matches end too quickly. I think it's going to be our first match today where it's like a really nice long fight, really nice long war. Maybe. That's why and I think we're going to see a lot more of those today too in the tiebreakers especially. So what's Japan's combat plan? So they actually went with, they got 3 Kies here with the Golden Pavilion. Because actually the barracks age up for the Serbs is actually quite similar to the age up for the Golden Pavilion for Japanese, because they delivered 3 of their skirmish units. The Serbs being the Hajusi, with Japan being the Kie. Making the way that they work for their respective civs quite similar. I think the Hajusi was really well designed off of the former Kie stats and functionality, but the Kie do have a lot more HP though and multipliers now than these guys do. But they are cheaper though. They are cheaper in both food and wood. Yeah. It's also going to add in a Scytheman as well. Maybe doesn't want to run the risk of getting destroyed by Guntos. You know, Guntovires would completely slice down those Hajusi quite easily. He's also going heavily into his dock as well, getting those fishing ships out. Now, question: does Kazan have any counter water here? Nah, it looks like he didn't go for any sort of naval investment in this match, so I think for the most part, Fufu's going to have pretty full reign of the water. You know what I mean? He didn't have to sort of scout out around here to realize, yeah, he's going fishing. Maybe make a light ship to deal with that. He's going to be looking to be going more aggro with his Iago Takamori Gensui here, who will keep being able to train these Kies. And also, he'll be able to receive this Kie shipment directly to him as well, because you could set the home city gather point right at the right on top of the Gensui, or the Diamyo as they're called in vanilla. It's also going Marketex as well. You can see his berry technology here. You can see the mining, the wood. Oh, but he does see the dock finally. I believe. No, he actually doesn't see the dock yet, which is kind of. Yep, now he sees the dock. Alright. Yeah, he's going to go for the dock now. He's not going to let him get that resource gathering for free. Question is, what Serb's going to do about it? Are they going to try to counter that at all? They're going to try to get him off of the... Yes, he is going to try to get him off of that dock. This will go good or bad for Japan. If he went to get some Gunter Rise out, and if he had Gunter Rise in the queue and chased down the Hajushi with him, and yeah, he could probably destroy his army and take out the dock. But he's actually going for Shiguma. I don't know how I feel about Shiguma right now, because your biggest threat's going to be light infantry, skirmishers. You know, your threat's not going to be marauders. If he saw a stable with marauders, then yeah, going for the Shiguma would be pretty appropriate there. But since I don't see that, I'm just wondering what's his thinking going to be. But now, one thing he does have to be careful of is making sure Iago Takamori to get out of there. Oh, yeah, he ended up getting shot and killed right there. He ended up taking a death right there. Yeah, he got the dock down and he stopped his fishing production for now. But he did lose a key part of his attacking army. In that's having a Gensui is basically what pushes you forward offensive. If you lose the Gensui, now you have to pull back. Because now you lose that added aura of HP and attack that he provided, and you lose the ability to train more units on the field and ship units onto the field. As for Serbs, doing pretty good economically right now. At least for the time being, they seem to be performing quite well. Can't say for certain if they win the match or not, but at least for now, they seem to be on the upper end, taking advantage of a lot of combat here. Going full Hajushi right now is pretty appropriate, I'd say. Then you always have the risk of Shiguma coming out. Yeah, he hasn't really teched into fishing at all. I mean, if he gets any sort of like spare shipments by taking out these trading posts, he could use those extra shipments to maybe tech into fishing more instead of making more fishing ships. That could actually be an alternative. Right, keep your population open to more peasants and more military, but still get equatable food economy from the fishing just by adding rendering plant in or fish market, yeah. Yeah, looks like there's a bit of a war for this hunt here. Serbs want to hunt here. At the same time, Japan wants to have their shrines here too. So that point's going to be a slight of a bit of a conflict. At least for now, it looks like Serbs have won out and they'll be able to claim this hunting area for themselves, where the tower house stands. With the tower house being a combination of the arsenal, the outpost, the redoubt, and of the house. They give you population, they defend the area, and they can, they can research, arsenal technologies. Quite a versatile building. He is going to get Paternoster now to benefit his fishing gather rate. It's basically the same as the gill nets, like the first fishing upgrade. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, seems like Serbs right now are on the upper end of the match. And unless Japan does some crazy canal cannon stuff later on, I don't see him coming back at all. Oh, interesting. So Serbs are also going to be looking to dominate on the water and maybe go in sailors. Now, does he... Yes, he has Danube in combat, so that would actually benefit a Sakja's sailor push, actually. So we might actually see Serbian naval infantry for the first time in the Liga, I think, being employed. That would be pretty fun. See, what I think he's going to do, he's going to dock the light ships. Yep, he's going for Sajkas. I actually think that Serbs actually have a better navy than the Greeks do. Because their light ship, the Sajkas, has a lot more range compared to the light ships of the Greeks and the other nation states with the torpedo boats, which only have like 2 range. Really bad. Basically not different than fire ships, really. In AoE 2, honestly. Or the hammer ships in Asian mythology. But Kazan's up in age, though. That's the one thing that Kazan definitely can look forward to. And how's his resources? Yeah, he's got a fair amount of resources, too, so... he's definitely pretty safe at home. I can't say he is too safe on the front, though, because the Hajusi with that death bonus just gained a lot more attack as more of them fall. He's pulling back to let the Sajjas get involved, and once they do... Oh, dojo gameplay. We're going to see a dojo strategy from Japan. These dojos are going to be pretty useful for him. See, what the dojos do if you play Japanese a lot is they produce units over time for free. You know what I mean? They're like factories, but instead of making heavy cannons, they make like any infantry or cavalry you want. And actually, Latin Americans can make them as well with Japanese immigrants. Only thing for them, though, is they only make the Japanese immigrant units. They don't make anything else, really. Yeah, not a lot. But it's still pretty useful bonus to have, since the Japanese immigrant units are quite good. Now, what I'm wondering is, what is he going to go for with these dojos? Is he going to go with a forward dojo, or is he going to go for a back-at-home dojo? Back-at-home dojo, so he's going to be making free Kies with them. Good choice, I would say, in this situation. I mean, you could also go technically Gunto Riders, since it's twice a unit. You're normally not going to train right now. That can definitely help against this. One thing to note is this is a skirmish unit army, so Gunto Riders with their multipliers could actually do quite a bit of damage here if you decide to switch into them. But, yeah, and especially now since the Sancho sailors with their crush damage are crushing his infantry. And he needs something else. He either needs artillery or he needs gunter riders to form an advantage against these sailors. these naval infantry are gonna basically propel him a bit. Yeah, see this here? This is, no, this just comes to show you that, yeah, sailors are graded with their crush armor, but in numbers still wins out against them, right? If you can get some towers up in some numbers, well, this actually isn't Japan's tower, this is actually the Serbs' tower, helping them out. Oh, and he's sending Leia the Marksman as well, so he's actually going to perfect the range of his Kies to about 20 range, putting him on par with actual skirmishers. With the way the marksman will be able to shoot these naval units a lot more effectively. Now, I don't know, like, what the Serbs got planned right now. Are they, see, yeah, he's starting to really tech into fishing right now. Right, he started out with, whale oil, rendering plant, and now finally fish market. So, yeah, he's going to be looking to really tech into his fishing right now. He has about enough fishing ships, I would say, though, because the thing you gotta keep in mind is that Serbs are not the Greeks. They don't get fishing traps that they can put them on when there's no more fish in the sea. The only fishing ships you'll be able to really utilize are the ones you can put on the whales. Right, so you'll probably just have to end up doing a lot of them anyways, once you're done with the water. So going peasants now when single queue is probably appropriate. Yeah, I think the problem for Serbs now is the fact that they're lacking text. Right, it's just lacking technology to deal with these units. It has the right Unicomp, has the right economy, but he just doesn't have the right text. Technology is key here. Now having that Jed's hero with the statue is going to help him shoot a bit quicker. Maybe clean up these units a bit. Seeing that it's only about not even halfway through the match, so I think he will probably defend this pretty easily. Could be wrong. Yeah, what does he do here to get this army out of his base? Right, he's got a lot of time on the clock here, right? Yeah, so is Hajusi with like the proof rate of fire from the hero statue what gets him out? Oh yeah, he sends another, so he's gonna... Now this is interesting, I don't know, like do the hero statues stack at all? That's actually a good question that we have. Oh, interesting. So maybe, in fact, the statue actually benefits the boy in his shooting rate. Well, the boy got one down before he got killed. So he's aging up with Hadjuk Vajko, or whatever Slavic tongue that is. Yeah, I just don't know here because he's got the weapon and Ronin shipment. He shipped those in. Yeah, yep, he only sent one. He could actually ship another one in. That's kind of brutal. Wait a minute, did he deny Serbs their age up? Holy crap! Yeah, he denied them an age up because he killed the barracks. I don't get it though. What happened here to give, you know, the Serbs that much time on the clock? I don't see him defending this right now. Maybe he just gets lazy and doesn't defend the Ronin or something. Oh yeah, the Ronin can definitely win right now. Oh, he did have it aging up out of a different barracks. Alright. That's good. Definitely puts him back ahead. If I recall, precision walk actually benefits the attack of his side jabs. So that's actually a unit upgrade for these guys here. Also, Ray needs to set his home city gather point to one of these tower houses and start shipping some stuff in as well. What does he got though? He only has like mounted artillery, not too good. Normally I have border patrolman as an infinite card in here, so I can always rely on that. This would do pretty good here. Oh, he's just going for wood. He's also going to be going for the Royal Barracks upgrade as well, too. This will benefit both his barracks infantry and it will benefit his naval infantry, so his Sajkas. The Sajkas will also gain HP and attack boost from that, which will be really good. Very good indeed. Yep, very good indeed. Yep, he has a pretty good mass here as well. What he's probably going to want to do is slowly pick up these infantry with him. Now that he's going to have them at like the veteran upgrade level with this barracks. Guess he ended up losing the barracks he had before. Once he gets these up to veteran level, then he can really start to push these infantry out. Maybe thinking about an offensive of some kind with honor guards, maybe, or marauders. I think honor guard Sanchez could be his ticket to winning here, maybe, because the honor guard would be able to tank both the Kie shots and the melee of the samurai. You just have to be sure that he focuses down the samurai priority, though. See, the only thing keeping Serbs alive right now and keeping them growing is actually their fishing operation. All those fishing ships with how many cards he tucked into them is actually keeping them alive right now. You didn't have all those, if you didn't have rendering plant and fish market, he could very well be dead right now. So in a way, pecking into the fish actually kept him alive. Is allowing him an opportunity of clawing back here, which he really needs right now. Exactly what he needs right now. Right now he has about 43 subjects. He's also going to be getting some of his tower house arsenal upgrades as well. I actually don't know if any of these actually benefit his rangers though. I think this one does. I think Flintlock Holsters will benefit his sailors somewhat. Let's see. Yep, they do give him 2 extra range, so that definitely put him on just under the range of the Kies. And then he's also going to be making some border patrolmen maybe at some point as well. I saw that in the queue. If he made one of them. Will he make other ones? Who knows? Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to beat up his PAs though. He just needs to make sure he watches his town center here. Definitely needs to make sure his town center stays safe from these skirmishers. And then, too, he's going to have to make sure he retreats himself down behind his tower house here to defend himself. Because if he doesn't, these samurai... Oh, he actually has the Hanamoto samurai as well. These Hanamoto... This is the same thing as the Ronin, except that they're from the consulate, see. They get their own sort of iconography now and their own textures. But same concept, they deal plus damage, they got splash, and they're anti-shock. Now the fact that he doesn't have any shock unit in play is still very dangerous because 66 total damage inflicted on an infantry unit is actually kind of dangerous. They actually do a lot of damage to him. Yeah, at this point, I don't know what he's going to do to defend because, get this Hanamata down and he's going to be fine for now, I think. As long as he can take these samurai out. Yeah, these samurai are just doing a lot of damage to him. And the Hanamatas are especially dangerous because they got more splash than the regular samurai do. Yeah, this is... I don't think Phillips are going to be necessarily dead, but they're not looking too good either. You know what I mean? They definitely don't look like they're in a good shape right now. I would have liked it better if he had like a town center and he had some artillery maybe. Like some mules or some army guards and he was able to keep them off a bit easier. The fact that he's sort of struggling to keep them away from his defenses is kind of troublesome in this situation. Well, does he still have fish to work with or did he kill off all the fish? See, the issue here is that he has run out of, well, he has a little bit of salmon left here, and does he have any fish anywhere else? No, so now he is stuck on the beluga whales, and he really won't be able to get much food anymore, so he's going to be pulling a lot of coin from that whaling, from the whale oil, as well as the other cards that he kept into the fish with. Also, he's going to have to put the star fort down as well. Or is he going to have to put the star fort? He's going to have to put it right about here. But unfortunately, he's standing on it. Yeah, now he's not standing on it anymore. If he can get the star fort up in time, now he's going to be able to keep building this up. These are tower houses, so he's just trying to build like a wall of defensive buildings to say, you're not getting through here. You need to go back home and give me some time to rebuild here. Oh, this is Entrepreneur's Market Level 2. So he's actually going to get some XP from this as well. Because, as you know, the Balkan civs don't actually get any sort of mercantilism style tech at their market. They gain it little bits over time by upgrading their market to get to the new market technology. Oh, it looks like the Sarg drivers are going to make pretty quick work of these weapon and Ronin samurai. Yeah. That's quite good, because now he's not going to have to worry about any more of those samurai coming in for a while. It's going to... Well, did he... Yeah, he doesn't have the later Ronin samurai shipments, so once he takes those ones out, he's good for now. Unless he reaches superior weights at some point. Now we finally start to sort of see Japan move towards the Gunther Riders to deal with these skirmish units. I just don't know how effective that's going to be because of the fact that Fupi's actually doing a really nice job with building up choke points with his tower houses. See, if he can get him into a choke point, he's only going to be able to attack the skirmish army with just only a handful of these scout units in his army. Right, it's not a direct charge that he can swarm them with. He's going to be blocked off by these tower houses in between and the town center, and the fort, Star Fort. So if he's standing right in this center area here, that really cuts out a lot of his opportunities of swarming you. And a lot of, idle movement speed going around the buildings so you can just shoot them off. That's exactly what you want in this situation. Oh, nice! Look, the Sajka actually managed to shoot down one of the villagers for free. You can always use full benefits like that. He wanted to go for this train post, but he's not quite ready to push on it yet. Industrial Age. Oh, nice. One wonder. He's got the Torii Gate, the Golden Pavilion. Now he has the Shogunate to make gem suites. Gets a free Nagioka Gaishi. One from this one. Nice. He's also going to be shipping in his Gensui Yamagata Aritimo. So he'll have about 2 oars working at once. Also 2 forward, basically forward barracks and stables, since the Gensui can train both infantry and cavalry. No, I don't recall. Do Japan, like they did in Vanilla, get a daimyo Gensui that can produce artillery? That's a good question. If not, that's really just going to be like a barracks and a stable put together into one. Now what he is going to have to be careful of here is that, oh look, he's rolling. Very good. It's good that he's rolling because his most vulnerable point in his base would actually be this flank here. If he can roll that off and give himself a bit of delay time in defending it, it's great. Also, he doesn't have any canal artillery yet, but if he did, mountain artillery would probably take this apart pretty easily. That does seem like the samurai are breaking through though and hit him. Yeah, it definitely looks like the samurai again, they're pushing to him. Stealth Ward's definitely helping out though and doing some gradual damage on these infantry. That's when having defensive villains is quite beneficial to you. You know, if he's not focused on taking down the fort, that means a lot of extra free damage to his army that can give you more favorable outcomes. Yep, Ford is going to be firing back onto the infantry. Yep. Oh nice, he's within range now that the light ships can actually do a bit of fire back onto the light infantry. He does still have a Hamao Samurai though. That could 174 siege. That's actually a really dangerous risk to these ships. Oh, that actually is a lot of siege though. At least it looks like he was able to take it down time though. It doesn't matter though, if you got that much skirmish units, you're gonna lose those light ships. So what is Serbia's endgame here? What are they planning? What does he have? You could go for Sakabulai later. Is he gonna go stable in the Honor Guards? Like, I mean, I would go Honor Guards right now, just to deal with the skirmisher mass, and also have like a decent solution against heavy infantry. Since it doesn't seem like firepower is your friend right now, you definitely need tanks. You need to tank something. Oh, we'll take his gauge. His gauge up. He's got George Wayford. Now, what George Wayford does from the market is he makes your economic units and buildings cheaper by about 30%. So your wheat fields, your strawberry fields, your market, your houses, your town center, your peasants, and your hunting lodge, I guess, would all become cheaper. I think it also would apply to fishing ships as well. Right, but I don't think that matters anymore since he already has complete control of the whales at this point. He just needs to make sure this market doesn't get knocked out. Where is he producing, oh yeah, remember, a force can actually make naval infantry. So even if he loses his dock, he loses his light ship, Zadja, the Star Fort will be able to keep training those naval infantry that he's relying on throughout this match. Now, what awaits him in Industrial Age, I don't know. Like, what's his game plan of dealing with this clearly more economically dominant Japan coming in. Yep, George Wayford will get in there on time though. I don't think these Kia are going to cause much of an upset in that regard. Oh, yep, like I said, honor guards, good choice. This is definitely what he needs. But they are pricey. So maybe one stable Marauder, one stable honor guard for now, and then you can go full honor later. That's what I'm thinking. The honor guard is a wonderful assault unit. It's unlike any other assault unit where it doesn't emphasize as much on damage output as it emphasizes on tankiness. It's got high HP, similar to a Hussar. It's got both pierce and hack armor, so it can deal with melee units and range units just as effectively. And they came just in time for the arrival of these honored Gunther riders too. Now, I don't think these honor guards are going to be able to be upgraded for some time, because I don't really think they even got the veteran upgrade for the stable yet, if you ask me. And you need both, you need that royal veteran stable as a prereq again to the patriotic stable. So it's possible. Yeah, in this circumstance, the Guntos are actually takier than his honor guards because he hasn't reached that patriotic upgrade yet. Yeah, he's starting to get the royal upgrade now, and then he'll have to go with patriotic. Or you might want to get the patriotic upgrade for the infantry instead for the Sakjas. So that's good. Whatever that called. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting situation to find yourself in. And funnily enough, it's kind of like this unit come from Serbia that actually denies him any sort of artillery advantage, right? Like if he wanted to go with the Moratoru or the Kanao artillery, that'd actually be put on ice because that much crush damage and risk getting charged by the honor guards would kind of make... You won't try to go with the Moratoru though. If you could keep them out of harm's way, the Morataru should be able to take down the Star Fort. And if you can do that, no more side guns without light ships being made again. Definitely good for him. Yep, here comes the Morataru, making them attack on the Star Fort. This will force him to leave and go for the attack. Now he's going to be fighting him with upgrades. Well, his the Gumas are actually on upgrade par with the honor guard, so that should be actually a pretty fair fight. But his PA and his scout unit of chef is at the guard level, so it isn't fully upgraded at that point in the match. Yeah, he's got to defend that fort now, though. I just don't know, though, at this point what you're supposed to do anymore, because, clearly, yeah, he likes the wood, and well, he will attempt to go for the, patriotic barracks, actually. So he could actually upgrade these Sakjas. You might want to save him then, though, because if he loses that fort, he's not going to be able to make... Yeah, so he's kind of just wasted. I think he idled there a little too long. Because he's not going to get much more of those once that building goes. Oh, wait a second. I think he was actually just shooting one of the more towers that was left over. Now I'll be able to keep this fort alive for a little longer. And then he's going to ship in some... This is called the River Flotilla. The River Flotilla basically ships 2 white ships through the Sajkas, with 4 of the Sajka sailors in each one. Well, there goes the fort. perfect timing, so now we'll finally be able to train more of the sailors from the sea again. Oh god, this isn't good. He's got the Windbat Mamlets from the Windbat natives. These are going to be very tanky and make it hard for him to deal with any sort of other units, as he keeps trying to kill out more of these guard sailors, or these guard naval infantry. And now the honor guards are making an attempt on the infantry, but they just don't have the numbers right now to do so, or the upgrades. Right, if you had patriotic and have more HP, maybe it would be more favorable to go for a charge in with the honor guards now, but you have to move on over here to get any sort of success with them. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's about the end for him, I believe. There's the form of Sundays and we go on any minute at this point. Let's see, probably... Yep, looks like it. Oh yeah, look at that. Looks like he's about done right now. Looks like he's out of commission. Yeah, looks like he's out of commission. Yep. Send the honor guard in from the side. Help flank these. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it actually took a lot of time to take down just one of those mamlets. Nothing much more to say here, but the fact that the more towers are just gonna gradually siege down whenever things he has left in his base. All we can really do is just try to queue up more of the Sajka sailors from these light ships, See, eventually what he could actually do is just move some of the more tower over here just to take down these light ships, and then he's dead. And he loses the leftover production that he has. Where's he got then? Like 4 patrolmen? Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's just not gonna do anything. Yep, the Sajka guys are definitely gone now. Yep, there goes the Sajkas. Defeated. Oh, now he's on the fucking Valiant. Can't say what they're going to do with this phase in the match, but I guess he could try to go Sakavali. Will they even alive by the time the match ends, though? That's the question. Good question to ask yourself. They're a pretty good unit because they're a mercenary scout unit that actually deals splash damage. So they're like the Hussar version of a Cuirassier. They don't have the assault tag, so they actually don't take any range multipliers from most maneuver units. And every time you send the Sakavali division card, the attack goes up. So it's like a growth card, really. There's very few such growth cards in the Marne right now. That's one of them. Would have wished to see him use more of it. Maybe could have dealt some more favorable skirmishes against his opponent. But anyways, GG on Fufi versus Kazan. That was actually a very impressive encounter. Very lengthy warfare, what we always like to see. And now we will move on to the fourth one. Fourth encounter. Let's see what that is. Now the I believe we're going to see the tiebreaker ones now. The encounters that go into 3 matches instead of 2. Yep, these should be pretty good matches overall. Looking forward to them. First we have Gene P, not Gene P, Gene P versus the Chorizo. Start off with match 1 of them. See how they do. Oh, wait a sec. Is this the right order? Let's see them in right order, because it's obvious these guys. I'm going to have to look again and make sure I didn't pick the wrong match. Sometimes I mix up the order of these matches, these encounters, and it's really tricky. And when I see it from left to right, like from, oh, it looks like for some reason they pushed over into the left. That it shouldn't have done that though, because that's because the alpha, the misspelling. Oh god. All right, so let's start this off from match 1 to 3 like normal. Just because he used an M char instead of an N, he queued it up before that. All right, so we got Chorizo with the Zulu. And we got Gene P with his event ornaments. GSAs versus MP. Yay. I always like to see Zulu being used. I've never used it myself yet for this Liga. I've used it for the last Liga like 2-3 years ago. But yeah, when you see somebody go with the Zulu, you know it's going to be a very tough aggro game for their opponent to deal with. It'll just be fun to see what sort of... Oh, he actually has quite a few decks for the almonds. And Black Prussian. I'm guessing he's going to go for this one, I would guess. Could be... Well, actually, no. He has all the unit shipments in here, so I'm thinking he's going to go this route instead. Yeah, I don't know which deck that Armin's are going to use, though. They have quite a few of them. Yep, 3 settlers, as expected. Got 3 settlers shipping in as well. What's the deck? You got wood, you got coin, you got Janissaries and delis. He actually has quite a few gold shipments here, which is interesting. Got the Kevzar, this nice swordsman, and he has the Kulo, please, or whatever they call them, the Grenadier natives. Bombardier natives, rather. And he also has Spahi, he has foot artillery, so he's definitely got a lot of nice unit shipments to utilize. Also has Royal Mint to help pay for him as well. Also has Cavalry Combat, nice. I think it's a pretty impressive deck. Well, let's see what, so he's going for Sentry Towers. This means that I think Chorizo is doing the double blue Library Age instead of the balanced one. And then he's going to add red in later for the King's Weaponry to get his military unlocked, yeah. So expect the Shaka Egypt any second. Don't expect youth military production to begin a second after that. 2 is Library Red Tech 1 horizon. You need at least 1 red to make military as Africans. If you only have you got 0 reds, you get 0 military units without shipments. Also be interested to see where he places his Akonda as well. Right, at this phase of the game you would definitely want to use the Akondas when you're using your porters. Alright, so the porter is gonna go oh, right in front. Okay, that's good. He's already gonna start shipping out his spearmen. First he's gonna start with the spearmen, and then he's gonna ship in the MP after that. This is gonna give him a pretty good push right away on the Ottomans. But we'll have to see though, because looking at this timer, it's actually a pretty long match, actually, quite comparable to the last one we saw. Can't guarantee how long our matches are going to be today. It could be pretty lengthy. Which is great, we like that. We like lengthy matches. And Spearman first, MP next. Got more MP. Now, what are Armins going to do here? Armins are going to just decide to turtle, looks like. Which, in this case, pretty good idea. You know, if you got redoubts up, it's going to be really hard for Zulu to rush so easily. Also, he's going to be able to queue up Janissaries now, as well as ship his own as well. Yeah, right now it looks like Armin's just going to play the defensive game against their opponent right now. Because he knows if I have about 10 Janissaries when he arrives, as well as 2 towers, the town center fire, maybe even Minutemen, I should definitely be able to defend against that. That's definitely a safe situation for me, absolutely. Now, if he doesn't have all those towers and stuff, then that can get a little tricky. But with the towers distracting him, I think he's got enough to defend right now. It's also great about being Armins because you don't need any food to make bills. The bills just train for free. So a perfect situation for him right now in just turtling this. Oh, he killed his tradesman. Oh, that stinks. Because the tradesman is actually a gatherer, who later can actually be used to be put onto the spice stalls to gather export. So unfortunately he's going to have to pay up some food and wood later to get some tradesmen to do that work. Bowmen also being added to the Zulu army, as well as the firebrands, and the Numpakades clubmen as well. So really the whole rainbow of Zulu infantry are seen right here. A little bit of everything. Smorgasbord of Zulu. So, and what I was going to do with that smorgasbord of Zulu infantry right now, with more readouts, he just has to make sure that they don't ship right into him, otherwise he's going to get those wagons destroyed before they even get put down. Soccer going for a shield bash on those Janissaries. Yeah, these towers are definitely doing their job here at inflicting extra harm and distracting a bit. You should put those more towards the sides of the front, so that way you can get maximum damage in this situation. Oh, he shipped it out of one of the readouts, so he's going to put one here and he's going to put another one down here. Yep. Unfortunately, he sees where those are going though, so he's going to have to improvise a bit to deal with. I think this readout will go up though in time, I think so. No, it won't, because he's just able to run there too quickly. Yep, that one's going. But what it did do was it offered a decent distraction to the forces needed, so that he had to run all the way through this area of towers here and take on all that damage, just dealing with the defensive buildings. Now we're going to see a shipment of delis coming in. These are scout units, so those will be ideally better against more of his clubmen as well as his bowmen, not so much the spearmen or the impy. But it's clear to say that he's defended this attack. He's definitely not taking down a town center with 4 infantry units, though. Right, especially with 2 towers defending it. So defensive-wise, GP did his job perfectly, and now we can come out and start gathering again. And climbing can continue. And funny enough, these deli actually counter this batch of bowmen quite easily. So when they make contact, he's going to have an easy time taking... Yep, just engage with them. You can do it. You can snare them and... Yep. Easy shipping counter, I would say. The deli card absolutely slaughtered the bowman card of 8 bowmen. Now, I wonder if the spearman will get here in time to keep him off, but, yeah, now he has to sort of run away now, because these spearmen are going to deny him the push that he wanted. Let's see how Zulu's doing economically. They're not doing too well economically. They got, like, 200... Well, now they're doing alright, but, it was because he sent the stage... Yeah, see, the chorizo has the advantage of the trade route right now, and he's going to be able to go double stagecoach if he wants to. It's going to grant him a lot of resources to, yeah, start going with the yellow library text for his market. And eventually maybe claw his way up to capital H with the more balanced library distribution. Yep, he's going to have to key in some more janissaries to do this. Yeah, right now, I mean, I think GMP's doing perfect right now. Yep, he's going to try to scale around a bit with the delis. I mean, he could probably do some raiding work up here if he wants to, you know. Definitely in good shape to do some raiding. While you're hanging out by the trading post here, man, you should... No, here's the thing, actually. This is actually pretty intelligent on the Ottomans' part. Ottomans can actually gain coin by sieging with torches or flaming arrows. So, sieging infantry and cavalry, they will actually get coin. See how his coin number's going up here? That's actually from sieging this trading post. He's actually gaining coin from sieging, from the siege animation. It's an Ottoman symbol of pillaging, where they actually get coin from sieging. It's going to help him age up just a little bit quicker, I think, and then actually be able to keep up with his janissary queue as well, which he really needs to do. Because if the chorizo Zulu get too much military than you're in trouble. But if you can keep up like a steady flow of line infantry like janissaries, you generally have a pretty safe time against the Zulu in the long run, until they start spamming artillery later. Yeah, he's gonna get some nice coin here as well from this trading post going down. Oh, he's just going for infantry mobility now. This is Zulu Library Tech Level 2, which will grant him some free NP and make his foot units a lot quicker. It'll make his military faster, particularly his infantry. And after that, he'll have to get Library Tech number 3 for red if he wants to upgrade these to the veteran level with the hardwood spear, leather shield, and so forth, and leather bow. Oh, Armin's raging up with the gunsmith, so he's going to get some nice free Abbas gunners with that, since the gunsmith is the War's the equivalent of the marksman in vanilla. So I think right now he's in pretty good shape. He's got some Abyss Gunners, some Janissaries. And one thing to not look forward to his armaments is the fact that you don't get any ability to upgrade your units until Imperial Age. Yeah, that's the downturn of armaments, right? They got a nice strong push at the start, but you really don't get any sort of like real unit improvements that much. The only sort of unit improvements you see are access to artillery in Age 3, the ability to upgrade your artillery, the access to Darnell's guns or great bombards in Age 4 from the factories, and also the Nizam Al-Sassid infantry that it's like the guard level of the Janissary, right? It's like an improved Janissary in terms of stats. Oh, the Abyss gunners are going to make some pretty quick work of the infantry there, yeah. Yep, took those ones down. Good. Foot artillery's coming out next. Yeah, I think Armins are doing pretty good. Now, one thing Armins can do now, which would be beneficial, is start building an additional town center. If you could build an additional town center, you would actually be able to get double free villager queues working at once, putting you economically ahead of your Zulu opponent. You're still... When is the Chorizo going to actually plan on going to Age 3? Oh, he's going for the library blue tech number 3 now, so it's totally possible he could be going to capital Age at any moment now. Assuming he got library yellow 3 and red 3, yeah. It's hard to tell though, we'll have to see. Because unless you're watching them 24/7, you're not going to know when those library texts are coming in. Unlike with other civs, when you have a big nice yellow age up sign to let you know that they're going up. Or some other weird variant like the Balkans or Maori. Okay, so yeah, he's unfortunately going to get his settlers caught up in this mess here because he didn't scout it out enough. Hopefully he gets home with at least like one supper, maybe. I don't know. Well, he'll get home because when these foot artillery get deployed and they're ready to fire, should he engage here? Yep, he should just to scare him off a bit. Yeah, won't do a lot of damage, but at least scare him off for a second or two. Once he gets a larger, substantial army of these clubmen, then yeah, he will be able to charge at the artillery. I was actually going for those bombardier-based natives, the Kuhoes, that you also get from one of the revolutions. Quite a good unit. Yeah, see, they do about 12 damage with crush damage and also 2 splash, so they're pretty good. Pretty good unit. Be interesting to see what happens next though. Yeah, well, this is a large army of clubmen. It's probably going to be looking to see, you know, if I tab this army of Packety here, like, where can I swing him in to do some damage? He's going to probably try to go around the trade route, go underneath the native settlement, maybe attack around the mill here. Thing is, if he does that, then he just goes into his redoubt here protected. So maybe not too worth doing. I mean, as Zulu, you could definitely sit back and try to build up your own economy. Right, he has 2 stagecoach trading posts still. Oh, this is ivory coins. This would actually be library yellow number 2, actually. So he has at least a little bit more library researching to do before he can actually get capital H like his opponent. Right, so yeah, that'll take a while. It'll probably employ Shaka's military reforms for doing any sort of like military upgrades, because he'll probably want to save a little bit on one coin and maybe even. Wait a second. Funnily enough, Shaka's military reforms does not remove any of the export costs from the Imperial Age upgrades for Zulu. See, unfortunately for Zulu, since they do have a spear-based palace unit, the normally steel spear, which would normally not cost any export, actually has to cost export, since it's a palace unit or plated upgrade, as a rule. Armin's got a wall here, and Chorizo's also going to build a dueling wall to it as well. Looks like any sort of army action is probably going to go north towards the trade route then, and not a lot of flanking, since both sides are clearly walling each other off on that little passageway here. Also, Zulu are going to be walling off their trade route side as well. He could put the wall on here maybe to protect this area. And now it seems like Shaka has the serious map control right now. Because effectively what Zulu have done is they've effectively tried, or at least attempting to wall off 2 quadrants of hunting and mining. This hunting mine here, sort of this one here, maybe, depending on walling, and also these down here. So if Zulu can maintain this, they'll have a longer period of hunting and mining, which will save a lot of time on when he has to switch over to the lots and the rock mining, saving a lot of resources in the process, since the African economy is generally better, but it's also more expensive to get going and to maintain. Economic maintenance is something you don't do with the lawsuits and Wars of Liberty anymore. Right, only Maori and Africans really have to worry about maintaining their economy, right? Because they're more closely to AoE2, where you replant things, you rebuild things, right? You don't get infinite buildings. Now this is an interesting skirmish here, because the Jersey scimitars are, at least for the time being, keeping the foot artillery safe from harm. Well, oh geez, yeah, well, looks like actually the firepower of these MP and Bowman actually did manage to take down the foot artillery. I still think that the Jersey's can clean up here with the leftover Kululis left, I think. Has about only like one of them left for torches. Yeah, I think just the HP of the Janissaries right now is going to keep them viable in this matchup here. Yep, looks like it. Very nice. Oh no, elements are committing racism now. It's not good. Killing those little kids. Well, not good. Not good at all. Save the children. Save the children. time to save the children now or forever hold your peace. Looks like the kid's growing up pretty quickly in this war-torn world. He went from being a little boy to becoming a fully fledged spear-chucking impy. Very, very harsh world to live in, you know, when you have to really mature within 5 seconds of being a little kid. And do the little bunny hop into a spearman. Oh, I'm going to be doing a forward fort right now? No. This is the wrong time to do it. It's just going to lose the fort for free. Oh, this is what the chorizo really wants, you know, he's going to get a nice shipping for this too. Yeah, chorizo was definitely sobering that Dado situation. Chorizo is definitely rocking that. He just got himself almost like another shipping from that. Well, almost anyways. It's a lot of XP to take down a fort. Oh, he's going to sneak his arm and settlers onto the other side of the wall here. I just don't know whether that's safe or not. I guess it's sort of alright because he does have, you know, 3 town centers working now to make the settlers. He also needs to keep up with his mosque upgrades as well for his settlers so that he can increase his build limit beyond what it is right now, since it seems like the kind of locked right now with. So how many? So here we got, I think, like the first build limit improvement from his mosque. He's gonna need the second one to keep up production here. So what's going on here? Like, it seems like we got a couple of abbas, a couple of groceries, doing some shooting work here. Also a foot artillery, which I'm not too sure should be coming out right now until he secures the area. Yeah, if he feels like that area's going to get taken, he needs to not be building artillery there. It's a lot of resource. Well, he's doubling down on it. Is this foundry here? Oh yeah, he needs to make sure he doubles down on his defense before he starts making pricey artillery hits like that. Otherwise you're going to lose him way too quickly than what you can recover with. Yeah. Well, now he has the foot artillery. Now he can start pushing in. Oh, good. Shoot the children, it looks like. Yep. Oh, nice. Now, what we got here is a very nasty situation where Chorizo's map control is really starting to take hold here. See, he tried to get some hunts over here, he tried to get the hunts over here, but because Chorizo has line of sight and pretty good map control with these walls there, he's able to just kill any settlers that come over there, right? The only thing sort of keeping GMP from that being a total loss is the fact that the settlers are free to train anyways, and the fact that because he hasn't really gotten his next mosque upgrade yet, from what I see, it's actually at least keeping the town centers working and doing something, I guess, right? Which is always good, a bit of optimization of something. Now, what's this? This is barracks number 2 here. Like, what is this build limit right now? Is it like, yeah, it's like 45. Man, you need to get your second mosque build limit upgrade ASAP. Keep up with what your enemy's doing. They're already in capital age, shipping in MP. They also shipped in some Ascari as well. That was a shipment. Yeah, that was an Ascari shipment. I just wanted to make sure he didn't train those. Yeah, he doesn't have a gunpowder claw at all, so definitely ship those in. It's got the lever shield and the hardwood spear on his MP as well, you can tell. Well, I don't know, does he have hardwood spear? He definitely has the lever shield. I can see the shield on the MP units. But, I just don't know what you do from here as Ottomans, because you're clearly economically behind. You're not saving up at all to get the mosque upgrade you really need. Well, what you could do is save your coin for the mosque upgrade, and in the meantime ship in some Spahi. Unit. Yep, see, now he's finally getting Sanjak to get his build limit up on the settlers. Same time, he's queuing up Janissaries, he's queuing up Abasketters, so he's looking to probably defend the... Oh, you just don't have the numbers though, buddy, and you're not microing that well. You should have just halted those units so that they'd be able to slice into the clubman easier. Yeah, waste of artillery, man. Not good. Not good at all for you. Yeah, I just don't know what's going to happen from here though for him. Doesn't look too good for him. That's honest. Being real honest right now. Oh, here comes the Spahi swooping it around. They're gonna do anything there? Yeah, let's get them onto those bowmen. Get them onto the... Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, that's great. He didn't even get really a good shot into him. Now he's running right into his enemy too, which is really bad. That's a horrible waste of a good unit. And you know you can't actually train more of, right? You'll have to ship these in. Fortunately, you can only ship those in. Now in Risk Europe, yeah, you get as many of these as you'd like, but you can only make... Why isn't he stopping to fight him at least? Like, why is he even running? This is so unoptimal to do. You threw the units that are, and you're not even... Well, he probably doesn't know... What is he thinking? He's going to somehow get around this whole entire circumference of the map? Yeah, that's not good, man. See, the problem is he's getting snared by the clubman, and he's just getting chased around the area there. I think the Ottomans have kind of screwed themselves at this point of the victory, I believe, because, yeah, that should have happened a lot sooner too, by the way. He should have been fighting him when he had two of them back over here, and then he could have maybe snuck his way back around after that. But unfortunately, he ended up losing both units for nothing, really. With about half a match or so to go left, I don't know what he's got planned to maybe claw back here. As Ottomans, you lose your steam after age 2. I mean, his next best, like, major improvement would be to get, like, Darnellus gun factories and maybe some Nizam Assids from his barracks in age 4. The Nizams might be able to do something, but I don't know what else you got. I don't know what else you can expect to do here. Really, his best asset is having all these town centers just defending himself. Sending seed drill in now for economy. That's good. Keep his food economy up at least. Yep, that's good. Yep, and then, yeah, I just don't know what to do at this point. If you're Ottomans, you're kind of in a nasty situation. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess just try to defend it out and hope that he blunders in his attacks. Oh, a bit of raiding here from the clubman. One thing keeping his plantation gatherers safe is that tower. You know, the benefit of having a tower is that they deal multipliers against shock units. And statistically, he would be doing about 60 damage per shot with that tower, which is pretty much good enough to kill these Impacity quite easily. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's going to try to wall, it looks like, too, in this corner. Maybe stall him a bit. Oh, it does stall him a little bit of time. Get some shots in, yeah. So the walling did do a little bit of work for him, which is good. Yeah, he's going to... I also know, because it seems like kind of just proceeding little by little now. Yeah, now he's trying to recede a bit from what we see here. Yeah, he's receding now. It's not looking too good for him. Yeah, not looking too good at all. Yeah. Yeah, basically it's starting to look sort of like the end for you now. If you're, oh yeah, look at that. Oh, GG, I would say for him. Yeah, that's... Yep. I think he might actually be able to defend this if he can use the Minutemen pretty well, though. I mean, did he send his Minutemen out of this town there yet? He could technically stall him out long enough to maybe beat this army of his. The only thing you'd have to worry about is the firebrands coming this way. But this wall's going to give him a bit of a stall time they can use to... Yeah, see, this is where having these redoubts and these town cells close together is pretty good. He was actually able to defend that attack and stall out his enemy further. And now what he can do now is that the Minutemen will actually deal about 52 damage per shot to these firebrands, and now the firebrands are actually forced to retreat now. Because now he can't actually use them, while still maintaining his wall here. And also he's going to be able to finish this wall here, and give himself a little bit of breathing room finally that he was looking for. Well, breathing wall at least in terms of his base, right? Now he's not going to be able to venture into this area anymore because that's going to be a serious risk to his defenses. So he could only really build, I guess, sort of north from here in terms of plantation and mill space. So not really going to be able to sweep out over here anymore. It would certainly be risky for him. Yeah, I just don't know at this point, like, what he has in mind anymore for defenses, like. Yeah, well, he has this wall here to be a bit of a warning to him of impending enemies. He's also going to put some frontier, yep, some redoubts up here, great. Yeah, the other suppler who is stalling his survival of his wall, yeah. Yeah, he can defend that pretty easily. That's not too much of a concern. Now, if he decides to Yep, if he yeah, he'll kill them in one shot since they've lost their HP. I don't know what sort of wacky defense DP has in mind now. He could actually afford the Frontier readout next, which would grant them more HP and damage to help defend them. That'd probably be a nice next step. And let's check on what the Chorizo is doing. We haven't seen him in a while, what he's got. So he's going to probably be looking to get some more library upgrades now. He's just added in 1k food. Definitely looking at more library text coming in. Yeah, all he can really do is just try to tease him a little bit and make him waste his units. You know, if you could shoot down his firebrands, make him waste his firebrands, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's quite good actually. Yeah, assuming you can get everybody in the town center in time to defend. Certainly good that he's making them engage now, and you know, when he doesn't have as many upgrades. Just has to watch his units so he can not idle them too long, you know. Get into that melee with the quadmen. Maybe take some of them out. Yeah, well, he's gonna, well, he got these men and men out in time. He's gonna be able to utilize them a bit. But, yeah, he's doing alright. I mean, he's not dead by any means. But I wouldn't call that a good position to be in. A good position would be to have this quadrant of map covered so that you can maintain your hunting and your mining operations still. Where is he hunting out, by the way? Is the chorizo eating meat anywhere? Do you know? Is he having any carne anywhere? I can't tell. Where's he eating meat out? Or is he? Yeah, he's went to agriculture, but really, he could actually still keep eating meat right now to save on the wood if he wanted to, and that's why he can gather faster right now. I think he's kind of poised right now to, you know, eventually get a safari, which will be the third hunting upgrade of the Africans, which would gather them even better. Oh yeah, these town centers though are gonna basically keep them alive from this attack as well. How are the resources of Armin's doing, by the way? I mean, food-wise, yeah, they're doing pretty good. Put that on there, I guess. I could definitely see Chorizo maybe settling down a bit and focusing more on his economy since he's already ahead. You know, all he really has to do is just sit back, make some mountain guns, like 20 mountain guns, and Armin's are completely demolished, you know. He doesn't even really need to keep playing this pressure game anymore. So he has the economic... No, it doesn't look like he has any more, actually. It looks like Armin's is starting to claw back a bit in economics, but we'll see. Well, now you're going to probably see Sicil cultivation come out soon. That way he can get free farming upgrades. He'll research all the farming upgrades from the Capital Age 1 all the way to the Imperial Age 1 for free. Grant them really good food economy. At that stage of the game, even better than a lot of Europeans probably on their farms. Just the way that's how it seems. Also starting to see actually the first wooden mining upgrade, slope mining, actually coming out all the way now in the match. Interesting. More readouts. Also natives. Which one of these? These are the Zapotecs, yeah. Zapotecs or Mapuche, either way. That'll definitely deal with clubmen, for sure. Now, your biggest challenge is going to be making sure I'm making enough food so I can actually take advantage of those natives. Right? Exactly. Because if you can't train the natives because of lack of food, then having a train post is kind of a waste. Waste for you for now. Now, do we see Industrial Age gameplay from Armins? That's what we're going to find out. Well, I'm pretty certain Chorizo is going to win this just based on the map control, right? Or really any other metric, really. And the fact that he can upgrade his army and Armins can't till Imperial Age. And Imperial Age for now just seems like a very non-viable idea right now, right? It would take quite a bit of time for him to acquire those resources while still defending and attacking. Yeah, and all Zulu have to do is just take larger armies and more upgraded shielded infantry. And then he's going to get the Black Hide shield next, I can imagine. And then they're going to become really tanky to deal with. Yeah, he's just losing out in numbers to these Zulu warriors. Oh, he's going for the railroad now. Trains, that's really good. Those trains are going to give him a lot of resources. Lots and lots of resources. Oh boy, yeah, that's not good. Not good at all. Oh, here's the Isakulu. These are really tanky infantry. 150 attack and about 1.2k HP. They got more HP than the honor guards from the Serbian game, you know? That's a lot of HP. And that's a lot of damage too. Both in terms of siege and in melee. Really against all units. I mean, it's just a generically high hack attack without any multipliers included. Now, and these ball players like Turks against Shock, yeah, they'd be unbeatable. Well, like any sort of Mamluk or Sculptor would just get jousted, man. Jousted. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know what else Greenpeak could really ship right. Well, he could. Yeah, it's not really. He should be shipping in coin right now and getting to Industrial Age. You know, get some bombards, because if you had a lot of Donau's guns shooting into these clouds, then you could probably do a lot better, and you would have stronger heavy infantry and the Nizam Sasids as well. But that's just me. I mean, but you might also be thinking, hey, if I keep losing my plantations, I might need some wood, cheaper wood costs to do that. Right? So yeah, he's probably thinking about the long game as well. So yeah, I just don't know what he's got in mind here exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's really anyone's game, I guess, but as see the silver coming on top here, more likely. Yeah, I don't really see armaments coming back from this because we're talking about Wars of Liberty armaments and not say vanilla armaments. If it was vanilla armaments, right, they'd at least be able to go to veteran now, get the answer combat, and have the fit though competitive stats at this phase. But the fact that he's really unable to industrialize properly is sending him back really hard. Like, seriously, far back. To the point that it's going to GG him with 90% certainty, I would say. Yeah, see, he's starting to slowly lose that defensive edge that he had throughout the match that was keeping him going. Yeah. If he went through all these town centers and also those redoubts, he probably would have died a lot sooner, I would say. A lot sooner. And he is going to try to get the Frontier upgrade on the redoubts now. Trade Monopoly. What is this man playing Monopoly? Man, this man should get a go to jail card doing stuff like that, trolling. Yeah, man, if you're gonna be using trade Monopoly, man, you gotta go to jail card for that. My book. I mean, always try to kill him for real, man. Don't use this stupid trade Monopoly. Fight like a man, not like a Grizo Pequeño or whatever, you know. Yeah. Don't be a chorizo pequeño, just fight it out, man. Do the siege work. Fight his Zapotex in his adversaries like a man. Non-by fact. Yeah. Okay, so, well, it'll be curious to see if he does last the entire Monopoly or the Monopoly actually comes out, because this might actually be the first time a trade Monopoly won somebody a game in the Liga so far. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I've ever seen anyone go for a trade Monopoly before in the Liga match. This will basically be a first for me and probably everyone else. You know, it'll be interesting to see if it ends up going down like that though. Definitely very interesting. Well, Isakuro's coming. Isakuro's, whatever they're called. The super tanky soldiers here. Yeah, I just don't know what you can do if he's doing a trade monopoly. Like, if one for the trade monopoly, I would just say try to hold out as long as you can. See what you can pull off. The fact that he's doing the trade monopoly definitely puts you on thin ice, probably. At the last certainty. I think we have it. We got the first ever trade monopoly victory in the Wars of Liberty game. First time trade monopoly was the win condition. I think so. Plus we can, I'm looking at the timer and thinking, yeah, unless he resigns early and chickens out, I think we're going to have our first successful trade monopoly ever in our Liga game. I think so. Have to wait and see. Does he wait it out for the entirety of the trade monopoly? It'll be worth seeing. Yep, guess we'll have to wait and see if that happens. Also, for whatever reason, if this ends up becoming a lengthy... Oh, cool! I just noticed they have their own unique paint on the Frontier redoubts. Never noticed that. It's nice that they have that nice stone, nice white granite, the nice roofing on them. But yeah, for whatever reason, if we do get a stream that goes over 12 hours, I would have to make sure, not that I think it's going to happen, I would have to separate the 12-hour stream from the one next so it could actually get uploaded into YouTube properly as VODs, right? I don't think that's going to happen here. Just something that came across my mind as I was looking at this, because, you know, we're only in the Encounter 4 and we're looking at like 50 minute, almost an hour matches, so you never know. Oh, here we go. I hope he lets it like proceed, but lets it just happen. First trade monopoly in the Liga game. Definitely exciting milestone for this tournament, I guess. The first ever trade monopoly done by the very own host of the tournament, the Chorizo himself. Yep. Yep, let that jingle play out. He's gonna try one more time with like one falconet, foot artillery, and a group of janissaries. Is he even gonna reach the enemy in time to even put a shot into that building? We'll see. Oh! Nice. We got our first ever trade monopoly. GG. Well played. Good trade monopoly, I guess. Now take your go to jail card for using the trade monopoly. To find it out. Well, I understand why he did that, though. I think he didn't want this to become an hour and 20-minute long match. His Ottomans were clearly poised to just keep reproducing settlers at a constant rate without dying. He did that to preserve his time, right? He may have been busy and thought, you know, I need to finish this quickly. I can't afford to hold out any longer with it. Now, I didn't notice this till now. He actually did a 3-layer wall here, which is interesting. And he finally, no, he actually didn't end up going to any of his other meats at all. Could have definitely started to eat this meat everywhere. Probably would have been more economical in the end, but, you know, people pick their own strategies as they will. But, it's always something to keep in mind as your Zulu, because, to be honest, as the Zulu player, you generally do pretty good if you're just hunting. Right, hunting is a lot more beneficial to you as a Zulu than farming, until you reach industrial age and you can get that production card that I showed you that researches their farming upgrades for free, because then you're just ahead of everybody else in food economy from farming. Well, here we are. We're at still on the Chorizo versus GP encounter, and we're going to be moving on to match number 2. Match number 2. Here we go. Let's go. See what they got. And you can see match 3, which was out of order. Now, this is the moment that we didn't get last week. Remember, we were going to see a Chorizo Greek gameplay, but for some reason it out of sync when we did that. Now we will get to see the Chorizo going with the Greeks finally. And to combat them, we will have the Russians on the left side with GP. This is going to be a pretty interesting one. This could go very quickly, or this could be a drawn-out process. We'll see. This will be a pretty interesting situation to uncover. So, we're gonna have to. It's moving along pretty quickly. So, yeah, I think we are gonna probably have a pretty quick match here. Now, the ones that typically go pretty long are the Jebel Musa tiebreaker matches. Those go pretty long because, well, it's a gigantic map that can be walled pretty easily. So, it makes total sense if they end up finishing this up one off quicker here. We'll have to look at their decks though to see what factors into who winning. And you know, just because it says match 3, oh wait a minute, never mind, because I already accidentally clicked on it. We know the GP's gonna win this somehow, but how? We'll find out, right? Because a little bit I say you never know, because people rename maps the wrong way and submit extra ones sometimes. But now we know for certain here we will get a third tiebreaker match, because you've already sort of seen it with somebody playing Paraguay, I think. So yeah, so yeah, we will get to see a third match here for this encounter. Wrong circumstances to find that out, but it's alright. So what they got? They got Plastuni, Kazakh, Cantonese, Kedza. It's a counter water deck with 2 Avisos and later 1 battleship. So yeah, this is really a perfect deck for this map, right? It's actually a perfect counter Greek deck, because remember, Greeks are the pro-stigma fishing ships, right? Free fishing ships from their dock when they build it right away at the start of the match, like Chorizo did, right? And what are they going to be defending with? They got Charfilex, pretty similar to what I would do, other than the fact that I wouldn't have these frontier defenses at all. I usually wouldn't do that, because here's the thing, unfortunately, the effectiveness of having an infinite frontier defenses card is greatly influenced by this advanced tower house card here, because this is an advanced arsenal for Balkans. It gives you access to some more arsenal of techs, but it also increases your build limit of the towers to about 3. By about 3, so the build limit becomes like, I don't know, like, I believe like 8. Right, so it's actually better than the standard build limit for tower houses. And it becomes a little bit higher, in fact, than what the Europeans can do without any cards. So, I guess maybe what went wrong for Chorizo here might have been that he maybe didn't defend him quickly enough or something. He's definitely going with Las Carina Bobolina, the politician I go for. Gives you 2 fishing boats. And being a dark politician also improves your build limit of fishing ships to about 15 from 10. Yep, so you can add another nice 5 fishing boats in there. See, this is how I think Russians are going to pull this off. They have their blockhouse already in play by this hunt and this mine, and then he's going to do some insane pressure on the Greeks here to finish them off quite quickly. That's what I think he's going to do. Quite a contrast to play from the last match, though, because last match was a long, drawn-out stalemate for a while. It could have actually gone longer if it went for the trade monopoly. Wait a minute, he's going for the Boyar now? Is that right? Why did he make the Boyar now? That's a little bit strange. Now, Jinpi is going to do is he's going to start shipping in Cossacks, like to start the Russian process in the raiding. And then after he does that, he can start training some line infantry. Nice. And then from there he'll start being able to pressure back Greek settlement. Yep, here comes the Cossacks going in for the charge. Plus those peasants. Just have to watch out for the tower house though, defending. It won't make too much of a difference as line infantry are coming up behind to help shoot down any settlers or peasants rather defending the area. Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably take that tower house down in time, I believe, if you can thrust it. Yeah, he didn't get downtime, but really doesn't matter too much as it's low enough in HP that the line infantry should be able to handle it on their own pretty easily. And give the Cossacks some time to look around for additional kills where they can. Yeah, see, this is where Russians did really well, because he was able to get that build bounty from taking down the tower house. And then, as Siphon arriving out, he's got the line infantry right there to shoot them down. Yeah, this is a really good map and situation for the Russians. Perfect one, actually. Yep. This goes to show you, sometimes it comes down to civ matchups, Doesn't matter how good or bad you are, it just matters, what civs you pick on which maps. Like normally, Chorizo being the Greeks on this map would be a guaranteed GG for him and he'd pull off a 2-0, but then you got GP with the 200 IQ move of going, hey, let's go Russians because I know he's going to be delayed as Greeks. So let's go for a Russian counter water deck. Won't that do some damage, huh? And yeah, indeed it does. Indeed it does. It's kind of funny though how his explorer is really doing so much damage here that he actually had the research great coat just to get their HP up. That I found pretty interesting. Now that he has these cantonists left behind here with his line infantry, he'll be able to probably go in for another quick push again, likely. Yeah, he's going to double up on his blockhouse as well, just so he can defend that area should he have a strong counterattack. Which, at this stage, is probably unlikely. The one thing you do gotta keep in mind though is your Greeks and you're popping out fishing ships still for free, so at least in terms of food production, he's not really going to be struggling for some time. He does ship in the Churl Phylax company though. His line infantry get a lot of range, about 16 range, which is actually more than his cantonists. He can actually kite these skirmishers with these heavy infantry, which is kind of rare, except for cases like the Black Watts of the Canadians, which you really don't see anymore because they were nerfed for their cost and population several times. But they're still effective if you can deploy them properly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, this is looking like the end for you. Probably. Most likely. Yeah, definitely. That looks like the end for you. Absolutely, it looks like the end for you. Yep, here comes the Pastudi as well. Yeah, this is really just about the end for him, pretty much. It's a good run, it was nice knowing you, but it's GG. You can have all the little fishes you want to eat, all the pescados in the sea, but you don't have a way of producing units, so then your home city, then what use is it? Yep, make some clicks, maybe kill a couple line infantry on your way out. But other than that, I really don't see what else you're going to get out of it, you know? Kind of a done deal, I would say. Yeah, pretty much. Kind of a done deal for you. Yep, that's for sure. I think it's about GG for him at this point. Yeah, there you go. I think it's kind of the end of you at this point. Really see what else they're going to accomplish here with this situation. Nope. Certainly GG at this point. Marauders, normally an awesome unit, but yeah, you're just following the inevitable at this point because, yeah, and you don't even get a mountain town either. Yeah, what you could do if you had some buildings, you had some military, is you could swipe the Marauders around and maybe cut off some of the Pastunis, some of the Raidavoy, even the Cossacks, and then maybe you could target blind infantry one by one in ways where you know you wouldn't take any damage back received from them. That's really the only real solution you have to that. So in general, this was played very intelligently by GP. He knew. Well, here's the thing. I don't know. Well, this is the tricky part because now we have a system of picking SIDS where it's not biased anymore and you can't counterpick anyone anymore. I think it's just the fact that he wanted to go Russians. And he just happened to face upon the Greeks and he happened to have a counter water deck for it. Which he didn't have to fully tap into, by the way, because he never actually got to the point in his shipments where he had the availability of getting the visas out. So if it did last a little bit longer than that, then maybe, yeah, we probably would have seen some fish and chips being put into play. But yeah, that's the way it goes, I guess. So what can you do? Good match either way, though. Definitely impressed. They impressed quite a bit. So we can move on into that third encounter now that accidentally popped up before. Now we can see it for real this time. Now that we're doing everything in order properly. Just checking on the timer as well. So in about let me see. So right now we're at about 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Alright. Just checking because you know you never know because oh wait a minute, wrong area. Alright. You always want to make sure you're checking on the timer in case wherever you're going over the time for the thing and just give me a sketch of where we are because right now we have about one match to do from Macau 4. We got 3 more tiebreakers to do and this one to do. So yeah. So here's the tiebreaker from Jebel Musa with Paraguay. I don't know who the other person was. We'll see. We'll see what they bring to the table, and I'll also have to make sure I watch when I'm doing the recordings that we do it from left to right, like from match 1 to match 3, and we don't end up like this. So. Chori, Paraguay, GP with the Hadansi, or the Iroquois, however you want to call them. Let's see here. I mean, Chorizo only has like 1 deck for the Paraguayans, but in general, this is a pretty standard Paraguayan deck, I would say. You got the heavy works, you got the infinite work shipments, you got the gathering shipments for the works, Escopetero, artisanal cannon. My only peeve would be to swap out cryo cannon with 20 Escopeteros. My reason being, it's a one-time artillery piece that you're bound to lose at some point. Now, what's better is to have, you know, the age 4 Escopeteros so you can keep utilizing your home city effectively and keeping your population above the 200 possibly. But from what I can see at the timer here, yeah, they're not going for a long game here by any stretch. They're going right for the blood, looks like. And that's all predicated on the fact that he went Iroquois here, or Huds, or whatever you want to call them. Because they're a very aggressive civilization, and also Paraguay can be a very mid to late aggressive civilization as well. Like, after the first initial building stages, then they can get super aggressive. Yeah, that's what I would have done. In general, I probably would have went more of a defensive civ on this map, because I know that there's always the chance that somebody else goes with the defensive civ on this map and you need to out-eco them. Right, like if they go Portuguese or something, then you're kind of screwed. Because like if let's say one of them, the Paraguay or the Iroquois, went against the Portuguese, they'd have to deal with multiple town centers, they'd have to deal with all those shenanigans, and that could very well cost them the match, right? It's a little bit less serious for Paraguay because they actually can get a chance to build up to age 3 and get their heavy works up with their Cohete rocket pieces, which would be quite beneficial. I also find it interesting how he decides to put the longhouse all the way over here. Like, this is something I would think more of doing if you were dealing with like a naval opponent. Right? Like, he has it right near the native areas. Unless he plans on, like, you know, shipping some villagers out here or something to build native sites. I can't really understand why he would put them out there. He's going for the messenger, right? It's pretty standard Iroquois fast Egypt. And for the Paraguayans, we're gonna see French wave. Alright, so French immigrants. Pretty standard. Question is, are we gonna see Hemeroteca? Because if we see Hemeroteca, we know he's gonna go for a double food works. Right out of the gate, probably. But not necessarily. I mean, at this stage, because he only built one food works, he could actually go for the bakery technology of the French immigrants without really adding in another one into the build limit. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, here comes the traveler of the Iroquois moving, you know, onto this cliffside here. Now what this is going to do is it's going to prevent his opponent from walling this off, for one. Number two, it's going to put him within fighting range of the Paraguayan army. Like, he's not going to have to worry about giving the Paraguayans way too much time to recover their free unit loss, right? If you build too far away, Paraguay is just going to make up those numbers really quickly. Because remember, you got units you train, and you got units you get for free. You get the free Primo de Line and the free Acebote. And later Cohete rockets as well. I'm just sort of watching what the Paraguayans do here, because, you know, the Iroquois builds are pretty standard, I would say. I just know what they're going to do. Oh, he went with the Town Destroyer. Oh god, that's going to be nasty. And there's some gnarly, nasty stuff to him today. Oh! Yep, see that? That's the power of the Town Destroyer. It gives him a siege of about 232. Brutal. Brutal siege. Brutal siege. Brutal siege. Oh wow, look at that massive tomahawks too. Oh, that's a good build up of tomahawks. Yeah, I guess you just keep proceeding back and forth until you can get the final push in, I guess. Yeah, probably. And then you can send the Kanya horsemen as well. I think that'll be it. That'll be it. They got the Paraguayans cornered at this point, you know. Guy's got no free barracks. Guy has no stables of barracks, you know. No free units for you. That's the way it is, you know. You got pressed in like that. And also, even if he does come up, you know, town destroyers could very well just siege them before they even go up. It's absolutely brutal and painful. Quite a way to end this too, because this happens to me in week 12. Hint, hint. No, I didn't go down within minutes like this. I was able to do a lot better and actually fight my opponent, but I had to deal with Town Destroyer in my week 12 encounter. Earthquake stuff. Just look at this hit point bar, how much it goes down for each It's absolutely devastating. Yeah, it's absolutely devastating what it can do. Yeah, the Town Destroyer. Can't get his wood crates, can't really do anything. You can just sort of keep popping up these frontier wagons and hope they do something. Every moment I live is agony. Yeah, wait, how do you think it makes Chorizo feel that you're using that card? And every moment of his life is an agony. Yeah, it's just a sad situation to watch and witness. You know, quite the way to crumble, I guess. The way I should put it. Oh my God! Look at this. And yeah, at least he's getting his. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do with that? Yeah, I mean, you can look at the math. Like, I'll look at the math after I see what happens here. I'll just show you the sheer power of that card. Town Destroyer, the airport. Exactly the same card as it is in, you know, vanilla, by the way, too. Yeah, just see how quickly that settlement goes down, just because of the Town Destroyer. 250 something attack, just from that explorer, from that war chief. Yeah, it went down the second he resigned too. Yeah, now to get on to the perspective, 1,400%. That is damaging. Damaging. That is absolutely. Now imagine if they gave that sort of a card to Shaka. that you could get upon aging up as a Zulu, that would actually be really good. Even better, I would argue. Because Shock can actually fight some units. Right, he could fight off some defending infantry and shock units and keep it up. Now that's something we should probably get to see at some point, is a Shaka with the Town Destroyer card being put into play. That might be a very interesting dilemma to put players against. Oh yeah. Quite the strategy, I would say, you know. Wait a second, I'm just getting the stream link to somebody. Here you go. Alright, so we can pick up with the next tiebreaker encounter now. That was the first one, and we're going to see the second one. I just don't know, like, what sorts of shenanigans are we going to see now? Well, looks like we're going to see Darkus versus Thalian. See there, but wait a second, I have to pick something up potentially. Yep, 1 second. 1 second. Alright then, we're back. Okay, so let's get on with this. So I was smart enough this time to make sure I didn't fall in the trap of picking the layer matches before the first ones. Alright, so let's see match 1. Match 1 of Delian versus Darkus. This is one match I did see. Wait a minute. Why are these people high as a kite? Yeah, I thought... Talk about messing up your naming conventions. That's kind of cringe, bro. Make sure you, have the right, matches in order. So what words is this going? Is it like top to bottom? On the top? Gotta be one of those then. Oh, so this is match number 2. Alright, I'm just trying to make sure we do this in order. I'd like to do an order if ideal, you know what I mean, so we can keep it organized. Yeah, I usually don't want to just have to sit around and check these before I do the stream. If we run into these little blips, it's better to just fix it as we go on. Alright, so this is probably going to be match 1. If not, if this is match 1, then we're probably going to get oh, this is match 1, good. This is the match I saw. It's going to be Egypt versus Romania. Yeah, Darka's trying to use Egypt for the first time. And we got Delian trying to use Romania. For me, I'm not 100% sure what Darkus has in mind for his Egypt play here. In essence, I think he was going to try to use them more aggressively. Like with an sort of an H2 play. Whereas Dwayne, he's going to go more standard Dor Banty Hajusi play with his Oh, also look at the home city decks again because I can't recall what sword decks they went with again. Because this is when Tori was showing it on his live stream. Oh, so Egypt only has like one deck here. What does he have? He has one harbor ship. This card is utterly useless here. Kind of a cringe card. I don't like this card because it doesn't benefit export. But Egypt does get a separate card called Unix, which actually does castrate the export cost. Yeah. Anyways, got Bashi Bajouks. Got Oasis, Malflood. This is an alright card. Ali Bay's a good one. But unit shipments, at least for me, I would be focusing on the fast industrial aspect of Egypt. Right, I would have revolving cannons, I'd have Nafatoons, I'd have probably some of the French consulate shipments. Where I'd like gendarmes with horse artillery. And probably even the Armin one with 2 Fancy Corp and Darnell's guns. Egypt is just going to sit around trying to scout the map with their Bedouin. Let's see the fog. Yeah, it gets a pretty good line of sight. Romania, their deck, they're not going to be playing the Kaiser way or the new me way. They're going to be playing more traditionally with them. They got Kalaras, Dorbanti, the Hajusi, and the Artilleries. Yeah, so pretty standard. You should be actually going for an artillery foundry Asia. You get the Gregory the Fourth Giko. I can't recall what the artillery foundry politician does for Romania. I only ever see the barracks or the stable or the market being used. I mean, by and large, going for a landowner's investment at the foundry is the best, because it's a 300 wood building, so it's the most efficient in that regard. In terms of age up, what you get for it, we'll have to see. Now, Egypt is already aged up, so what are we going to see? We're going to see a fast industrial, or are we going to see aggression? Really, I don't see this deck really going either way. Library of Alexandria. This card's kind of wacky. I don't know why you use this one. Really should do something else, like make the library text cheaper or something. Yeah, I just don't know, like, what's Egypt actually plan on doing here just to be efficient. They got their spearmanship in here with a couple of Fellahin raiders. These being mostly a raiding-based heavy infantry with the multiplier against bills. Now, what I think the Fellahin would probably be better as is probably a light infantry, like the Zinglin. Imagine having a faction that produces free Zinglin. I could actually do a lot of damage. Could actually encourage people to go more aggressive with them. Right now, yeah, that's the thing, like nowadays having like a shock unit, like a scout unit that's a raider is actually quite good, because really only a handful of units have multipliers against them. Like mainly the, I would say probably mainly the, Dragon Rojo of the Central Americans, the Canal Police of the Grand Colombians, a few other prime examples. So yeah, if you have like a, this Fellahin is like a light infantry, like a scout shock unit, it's going to survive a lot quicker. Survive a lot longer. Might actually complete some of those raids. Like, what's the speed on like your bounty? The speed of them. The 5 and 4. Oh yeah. So yeah, my suggestion, make these into singlets. Hence leaving in the same cost as the singlet. Not that Egypt's staying the same, because they're definitely going to be reworked into something more realistic. You know, this whole raider marauding synthesizer is actually going to go to the Saudi ship. We're going to have Wahhabist aspects added to their ship design. Egypt is going to be more structured, like they should be. You know what I mean? Because Egypt really wasn't a Bedouin civ ever. Had Bedouins living in Egypt, particularly in the Sinai and stuff, but as far as like a civ itself, they weren't really a desert civ in the same sense that the Saudis were or other Nomad Bedouin civs. Oh, powerhouse. These are pretty good. I mean, in general, it looks like here Romania just has the bare military. What they're going to try to do is basically squeeze Egypt out of what little forces they have left. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Egypt's kind of screwed. If they were going the industrial raids route, going for Mamluks and artillery and stuff, way different story. As it stands right now, they really don't have a lot to do. Yeah, I just don't know, like, what Darkus had in mind here with Egypt. Because what I would have thought the Darkus would have done is he would have watched some of me and Alucard's previous matches. Or matches that showed other Egypt users doing the fast industrial, and would have tried to copy that. It's more standard to do with Egypt in a competitive situation. No, okay, he didn't do that. I had to play him out like a normal civ. I didn't know how to macro him well. As you see here, now he just doesn't have anything to fight with. He just has like Bowman and Spearman. Now what? I mean, the Spearmen are doing well when they're distracted on the garrison. Other than that, they're just falling really quickly. Just a brutal way to die, I guess. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you could facilitate this sort of like aggression with the garrison caravan a little bit easier, you might be able to get some more success with it, but in this case, you just weren't able to do much with it. Just playing Ring Around the Rosie with his caravans and hopefully stalling out as best as he can. That's what it looks like to me. What's this one doing? It's like going back and forth, back and forth. I don't know where to go. GG, well played on that one. Well, for Romania anyways. Egypt was doing something on playing their own game, I guess. Playing Farmville or something. Hopefully not as much rigor in that. Alright, so we will begin match 2 of their encounter. And then we can do match 3. We got the Belgians on the left, and on the right we got the Belgians. Is this Belgian Day? Belgian Waffle Day or something? Looks about right. We got Belgians everywhere. Lots and lots of waffles and french fries. Should be an interesting one. I'm gonna have to look at the decks though, because I think this match is probably gonna come down to the decks they use and how they match their units. Clearly, they're gonna be working off of the same sort of strategy. Now I don't know what. Oh, Darkest went for the natives. Interesting. Because on this map, you can either go for the natives or you can go for the trading post. Whichever one you feel like is going to get you the most luck. But it's great taking the northern trading post here and compared over this trade route. Might have had some additional benefits, but I guess he's thinking more about why don't we get natives instead. Right, if we can get one of these 3 trackers. That's one additional native unit that my opponent might not have if he focuses on this trade route that I can use to beat him with. Now let's look at the decks. Let's see what the decks have to show us. So Belgium for Darkest, he has advanced trading post, good choice. Fortified trading post, this is a good one. He has battlefield engineering. I don't know too much about this one because how many of these you actually get over the duration of the match? It's really not that worthwhile to me. But he does have counter fishing with 2 Avisos. Has Palais de Justice. This will basically make your capitals more of a defensive building, but boost the HP of nearby buildings, similar to the Lion of Judah for the Ethiopians. Also cheaper natives. Has the Frost Imperial, about 400 food, used to be 500 food or something. No, it's 4. I think it's always been 400 food. Used to be cheaper than that, if I recall. And they bumped it up. And Maxim guns. As for our opponent, let's see what he has for his deck. Well, first let's look at the politicians. So, Look up the Ozone. This is a Core Master 400 wood. Ozone on this side as well. Now, DeLeon, he's got distributivism, he has crates, more units. He has the Civil and Industrial. Actually has some late game gathering as well. Also some combat cards for infantry and cavalry. I always like how the team went out of their way to make sure, oh yeah, every technology does not affect police elephants. As if they were scared of them getting too much HP or something. No Brabicon though, that's interesting. Now some Brabicon would be interesting for combat. So what's he going to do with this frontier wagon is the question. Is he going to go defensively or is he going to just grab for that whole trade route? He's actually going for the light ships, the Avisos. Avisos. Well, he probably got Mac can confirm this. He knows that he has a dark. He actually does not know that he has a dark, but he somehow predicted that fishing would be coming out right now. Boy, is that some good predicting skills. Has to do with scout around here and knows that he's doing fishing ships. And he denies him that fishing economy. But his opponent also gets 2 of these O's. We're going to have to see who wins this engagement. Yep, see that? Oh, this is the meme that they put on the Discord of these ships going this way, these ones going this way. There's a meme about this. Somebody made a Wars of Liberty meme about that. This is the match that they did that. Like these speculative ships to fight each other and they just take off on the opposing side. Now for Darkus that's kind of bad because now he put his fishing ships in harm's way. And now what is he doing now? Is he idling? Yeah, he's idling hard. This man is idling. Idling his navy. Hopefully he can get some shots in to make up for that. Remember, light ships don't actually get broadside attacks, so you know it all comes down to who gets shots into who first, really. That's all it really comes down to at the end of the day is who gets shots into who first. Brutal. Zero blood slated stuff. I mean, in general, it seems like Darkus manages maybe a bit better. Because if DeLeon managed to, like, I don't know, swoop around these islands and trick him into following him and get him extra can shot, he would have actually won that ship engagement a lot easier. Could have actually beaten him out, taking on his fishing ships. And this is probably where Darkus ends up winning this out. How he's able to manage a fishing economy now without any sort of pressures at all. he successfully beat out those Abizos, light ships. Now he can fully control that water and slowly gain up on resources above his opponent. Which, according to these metrics, he already is. Already able to safely get pre-Korea to BS already. Oh, he actually built Redoubt with his Frontier Wagon. That makes me feel very uneasy because you should have really went for this trade route, since you already controlled the bomb half, and then you could potentially get the stagecoach later from it. You know, stagecoach is sort of out of the question, and you have to rely more on your bill economy to get your stuff. Because see, what put in a duality where your opponent has the fishing and you have the trade. Now you can't get the trade and he has the fishing, so you put yourself at a disadvantage. Darkus will effectively be able to go double barrels Grenadier with that. See, this is where Belgians are going to do really well. They're going to be able to go double barracks Grenadier against these line infantry. Once he does that, he's going to wipe out this army probably in the grenade throw. I can guarantee you that. See this right here? Yep. Took about 3 of them out right there. It's really left Belgium's game to lose now because Blue is definitely on the disadvantage at this point. Now he does not have Grenadiers and he's also down on economy as well. And see, instead what well actually for in case of Darkus, he made the wise choice of going advanced trading post. So he could really use his Frontier Wagon for whatever he wanted. And then he could, if he wanted to make a Frontier Wagon, make a Redoubt with his Frontier Wagon, he'd actually be saving wood post-card because the Redoubt would be 250 wood. The new cost of the trading post is 120 wood. So now he can build natives as he wants and still use those wagons to build defenses for himself. From the looks of it, he could age up at any time he wants, anytime soon. Because he's got placer mines right now. His fish is still coming out. This map is basically controlled. Well, I mean, mathematically, it controls about half the map, I would say. And the entire water. Actually kind of huge. And you can also get free native villagers as well. Which are going to grant him a lot of resources. Lots and lots of resources. What's he going with? He's going with the Ivory Trader. Ivory Trader will get him elephants that he can hunt and eat. I think about 3 elephants. And that would be about 3k food in total that he can hunt over time. And he can definitely benefit from his hunting dogs and steel traps upgrades to gather from. Whereas the Belgians on the right who've already reached the capital age are going to rely more on going with some early military aggression with the force publiques, the militaries, machine guns, and as well as line infantry. You could also ship in more publiques, or he's going to ship in the town center, that's nice. That's one way he could catch up on the fishing boom of his opponent, is actually with 2 TCs queuing together. And basically, if he doesn't throw his artillery to these grenade throws, he could actually beat these grenadiers quite easily and land a good shot in them. Yeah, I think that's his next best play, I would say. And mind you, DeLeon does have the upgrades advantage as well on his units. That's another big piece you gotta keep in mind as well. So he does have the stats advantage in the long term over his mirrored opponent. Yep, no Toulouse firing down. Lands some good shots in. Move right in for the redoubts. At the same time, Darkus is prepared with his own force publiques that he's going to be able to defend with. Really up to DeLeon to really mess up if he doesn't watch his army effectively. Because if he doesn't watch his army effectively, he can take free grenade throws from the Grenadiers without much counterattack. Right, yeah. And also we're seeing veteran Grenadier coming, I believe, on the... Now this is for DeLeon, veteran line infantry. So I think what he's going to be going for is like a large mass of like line infantry, and maybe some force public support behind it. So mostly a barracks composition. Whereas Darkus, once he gets the wood to do so, he's going to go more of a native push. He's going to go more of the Wendat Mablets as well as the Crete tractors, supported by his infantry, like his Grenadiers. Upgrade his towers as well, so attacking is going to be a lot harder for his opponent, followed by a fort, which he can indeed train Marines from if he wanted to. Yep, and now the Wendats are coming out like predicted. These are going to serve as really hard tanks against all this ranged attacks, and even distract the Hussars a bit. Let's just hope they get there in time, though. Because unfortunately, he has this one parked right over here by his... No, you know what he can do, though, to screw with them? Start attacking these settlers. Yeah, he will. May as well. Because you know your opponent is going to come back here to save his settlers. Yeah, he's going to go for a scouting expedition of his base. Alright. I like how we noticed that he was popping all the way over here in the sides. Let's change our queue over to this side if we can. Well, what's the highlight of Darkus's army? It's gotta be these natives and these publics probably. You will want to get veteran and the Grenadiers as well at some point. Oh, these Malwats are going unchallenged. That could be problematic though. Is he queuing them out of here? Or out of the protective one? Yeah, he could go up here and do some raiding trouble for his opponent. That would definitely be a good strategy to consider. Okay, wood coming out. Now he's going to do his own sword line infantry to defend against his hussars. These frontier outposts, or redoubts if you will, are going to do a lot of damage. Yeah, they're definitely taking a lot of, the hussars are going to fall pretty quickly to those towers, just because of that multiplier add on them. Quite brutal. Quite brutal indeed.
J'ai repris des forces. Toi, Kono.
Yeah, I wonder why he hasn't really struck yet at this area.
Toi, Kono.
Oh, he's getting engaged with us. Caught him off guard, it looks like. One that's just trying to retreat out of there, it looks like. Hussar's causing a bit of trouble up here for his stables. Now it'll be interesting to see what the next steps are in this match. Because really, it looks like Darkus is 50 score points ahead in economy. Mainly due to economy. Clear, at least for now, that Delian has a bit of a stronger military presence. So it's gotta be pure economy that's keeping Darkus ahead due to his fish booming. And for Delian, is he double queuing his town centers like he should? No, he's not. That's an area where he has to work on. Because if he doesn't do that, then he's just giving up free score points he could be ahead of his opponent in combat. That's an area where he's struggling in right now, is just keeping up with his macro here. Two good town centers put the waste, not being realized. Especially when you're behind in gathering population due to the fishing. And if you have to give up a bit of your queue of line infantry to do it, it's still worth doing. No, I'm curious actually, where, oh yeah, Darkus actually does go for Marines. You can put him right back into the ship if he attacks him though. Yeah. Yeah, I think, Delian knows that too. Like, I may as well just leave him alone since, you know, worst case comes to shove, he'll just jump him back in the ship and go back to his base area. It's kind of a pointless venture. No veteran upgrades on his Marines nor his line infantry. That's strange. These manblets haven't been touched really for a while. Native treaties. We can get like a bunch of free units from that probably, right? Yeah, so he's gonna get some trackers. He's gonna get some mablets as well. It's gonna be a pretty good shipment for him. Would be nice to see Veteran Marine come out soon, though. That'd be quite helpful. Oh, these are using the Belgian dialect. Interesting. Wonder what's gonna happen next. It looks like Delenn, for the most part, is keeping up with his upgrades. Just starting to focus more on his economy now with refrigeration. 38 settlers. Darkness is on 39 settlers, plus all these fishing ships. That totally explains the score difference. By far. Also, Veteran Marines is coming out, so these naval infantry are going to be useful pretty soon in terms of stats. As long as he hugs the coast like that, you know, he doesn't really have to worry about getting taken out. Yeah, he needs to keep his ship in lockstep with them though. Because that is a strategy of actually hugging the coast and raiding out and then just jumping back into Aviso to retreat. But he is raiding directly at him though. I don't know. Was he... No, I'd move the mablets back to help what you're doing over there. Yeah, I don't know though. I think it's... Yeah, the mammals are just kind of soaking up a lot of damage, it looks like. But the fact that they're veteran, though, should mean that they should be able to deal with the Hussars if they focus on it. Which he's not doing until now. Yeah, these Marines should be able to generally handle these Hussars pretty well. Yep. I think he's gonna get them all down and make a time. Yeah, yes, I think so. Good. Very good. That last Hussar done. Taken out effectively. Well, that was a pretty good attack, I would say. Yeah, I don't know, like, I think that could have been managed a little bit better, honestly, but you might have said. Veteran line infantry, and he's also doing volunteers at the same time. Interesting. Definitely more work into the yeah, that's the thing, like I don't see him really going into industrial age anytime soon because they're both spending a lot of resources. Looks like Darkus is going to do some sort of a marine offensive on his coastline. So I see 3 of Vizos parked out in front of that beach. Yeah, I wonder when. Yep, I can already see Q coming out, 2 of them already. He's going to be doing some sort of marine double offensive on his coastline. Finally getting veteran line infantry, and taking out that last machine gun with his culverin. Yeah, I mean, he's just going to defend that just because he has so many frontier redoubts out there. If you don't have those redoubts, it would be a very different situation, but the fact that he has towers there gives him enough in advance to hold off a push into his base. And now he has to worry about the sort of marine situation brewing at home. These Marines could cause him some real trouble if he doesn't deal with them right away. Oh, so double grenadier here. Now quadruple volunteer queue here. Alright. It's really just going full barracks, it looks like. With a lot of rangers, a lot of grenadiers, and a lot of line infantry. And then doing this sort of double naval offense on the other side of the map. He's finally getting veteran volunteers now, so the volunteers will have veteran level status on their upgrades. A battleship is really looking to protect that front, it looks like. So if we do see any sort of push on those light ships by his land army, that battleship is definitely going to keep him at bay. Battleship can deal a lot of damage. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is a stronger attack. With a bit of splash add to it as well. How many Marines does he have so far? About 23? And what's the opponent even doing?
Hello?
Opponent's just building out, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, overall the opponent just has more settlers and fishing ships than you do. So they're going to win out economically in that regard. Oh, more than one that mantlets. Nice. He's still popping out of the enemy side settlement. No elite upgrade on the mantlets, so it's pretty shocking. Probably want to tech that at some point. Now he's shipping his town center wagon, his covered wagon. Interesting choice. Now seems like sort of the weird time to do it because, you know, you already got most of your settlers down. Probably don't want too many more if you're going to have a lot of, like 20 on Wales. So I'll have to scan refrigeration or royal mint to get your food or coin gathering up. Yeah, I think that trading post is done for. Pretty sure of it. Still about 25 Marines. Aging up with the artillerists. That'll be more militaries for him. Well, actually not more. That'll be the first sort of machine guns we see on the darkest Belgian side. The Leon, on the other hand, is training his cannons himself without the agent. Starting to upgrade the plantation. We'll send Royal Mint. Both sides just really built up right now, and you know, I'm sure we'll just find out really soon who ends up winning the final skirmish. Could be an interesting fight to witness. Go halfway through the age up to the left side Belgians. Oh, we'll also be seeing the Kree trackers coming out as well. The Kree are elite upgrade, but the Windbat's not yet, which is a little surprise. Oh, now he's doing it, man. Frontier Wagon, probably going to become another redoubt, I would guess. Unless he gets somewhere else. No. This trading post wouldn't work because the town center is still within a mortar's range of it, and it would deny him the ability to build in that vicinity. Yeah, once he sieges that town center, though, then he can build there. But at that point, once you lose that area, you're basically dead at that point. It's kind of a clear idea at this point that Darkness is just from there because he has really good map control. Basically has a sort of a pincer claw on the land's position. He has all the navy to the north of his position, and he has native control to the south. And in that way he pinches this fort and the town center to the right of it pretty well. Well, he can attack on multiple sides if he wanted to, causing pain down here, causing pain up here, and go for a frontal assault on the fort. Or he could even just sneak into both fronts here, catch him off guard and get him away from his fort. He will actually be making mortars, it looks like, for the siege. Actual howitzers, assuming he upgraded them. And how's he looking on marine numbers? Like, 42 marines? That's a decent sized front. And adding in Maxim guns. These are mercenary Gatling guns. So they are Gatling guns. Well, in comparison to these militaries, that's a lot of firepower. It's like the Imperial upgrade for the US, plus and then some in terms of stats, I think. Petards. Is Julian really thinking about getting a siege in there? Let's see what happens. Kind of want to see how they do it. So what happens here? Does he see like the Maxim gun just quit or something?
Commando.
Are we gonna see a fight actually, or is he just gonna resign instantly? Well, by the time he arrives, he's gonna have like guard grenadiers. He only has champion on his natives, except for these ones. Alright, he's going for it. He's going for the Petard siege. Pulling the Petards here, and he's going to have his army above him doing the fighting. Oh, he sees the Maxim guns. Ugh. Oh, the fort's going down though. We got the fort down. What about the Maxim guns? Oh god, yeah, that's demoralizing. Oh boy, you know. And then it, oh, this is why. This is the analysis I had before that proves it. He was going for a pincer attack on it. He knew that. He knew he has the when that Mamblets coming out of here, get an offense right into his plantations. He's got the Marines attacking to the north, where his population is, in his houses. And he just knows that he just lost the army offensive dead center. While he's dealing with the pincer style of raid on his base, he's going to be dealing with the frontal force pushing straight east to the fort and then beyond. That's a good pincer play from Darkus. Really good tactic. It's done kind of slowly, kind of weakly, but you know, the fact that he planned this sort of tactic out, going for a triple assault, actually quite skillful and admirable, honestly, from a military standpoint. Yeah. I like that he did a perfect pincer attack like that and pulled it off. Well, GG for Darkus on that one. That was definitely a very satisfying match too. I mean, match 1 had a lot to be desired. Match 2 made up for that and compensated. Match 2 certainly helped make that encounter look a lot better, I would say. Now, the next question is how match 3 on Jebel Musa will go, the tiebreaker match. Will it be something worthwhile, or will it be Not worthwhile. Alright. It says match 1, but it's actually match 3. We will see what sort of competition they can produce out of this. So we got a Brazil from Darkest Brazil. It's not a common Civ to see in the Liga. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more, but believe it or not, this is actually a really good Civ for this map. It's actually a really good Civ for this map because they got a lot of time to do their slave booming. Yeah, but it gives them a really easy peasy time. Yeah, and for the opponent is going to be going with the Danish, right? The cheese Danish Civ, right? They already got their first shipment on the go because of those nice XP crates that the Danish start with. They will be getting Colbertism for a nice food trickle to start. From there, they can either go for another Ox card for map control, they can go for 2 settlers, or they could even go for early artillery to do an early falconet attack. That's another option. That's the wonderful part about the Danishes. They actually have some very good Age 2 combat because they're the only Civ, or if they're allied to somebody else and they send the card, they can actually send anti-infantry artillery as powerful as a falconet or a foot artillery in H2, when you normally can't get that till Age 3. And the spooky part about that is 90% of the Civs don't actually get culverins at that stage in the match. Right? They don't get that early in the game. They don't get culverins. They don't get those lovely culverins to defend themselves with, so it's really anyone's guess of how this is going to go if he does go for early artillery. He might not go early artillery, he might decide to go for later and use his infantry combat. This is not cavalry combat, mind you, this is vanguard combat, so this benefits actually the volunteers instead of the dragoons, making it a lot weaker. So yeah, we'll have to see what he does. As for Brazil, we got 5 sailors, we got them Mercado de Abastos to benefit his market technologies and his market trade rate. Lots of crate cards, horse grenadiers, volunteer fervor. Really, it's really a toss-up to see what he actually goes with this. I mean, if a slave boom in general would just be really good for him, regardless of what his deck looks like. Right, and the fact that he has that many crates and the Redoubt and Voluntario de Patria options available means that he might be going for a slave boom, because he could defend that with this amount of distance and size of the map. Yeah, he might actually be able to utilize that to his advantage. So he will be aiding up with the Italian immigrants. So we might be seeing a slave boom into Italian house using the Agricolas later. So that would be a maneuver unit. Very powerful, because those could definitely put a damper on any sort of cuirassier or hussar gameplay from the Danish. And that would basically force him on to mostly infantry. Which Danish actually do a little bit better now, because before they didn't have skirmishers. They had to rely on ranger units that they only got a guard upgrade for, at best. Now they have fully fledged skirmishers they can rely on with actually really good upgrades. Right, Danish really excels in the skirmisher area now, since they get really all the combat cards you could ever want, including double counter infantry rifling. So they get 4x against heavy infantry. making him similar to the Jaeger unit. That's currently a bit out of commission, but that'll be back soon when they're added to a lot of the German civilizations, like the Austro-Hungarians, the Germans, the Danish, the Swedes, and etc. The Dutch. He's going for a hacienda with his agricultural wagon. The Italian colony is coming up along with an Italian house. Comes the town hall. I can imagine he's probably going to wait a little while to send some of those abolition technologies. Oh, he goes for the Voluntario de Patrias. Oh, so he's going to go for a bit of rating maybe, perhaps? Potentially. It's totally possible. We'll have to wait and see though if that's done. Definitely have to wait and see if that's what they end up doing in the end. Followed by 5 sailors. Certainly pretty aggressive here. Also has his Italian farmers working at that Italian house, picking tomato plants or whatever they get. Just gonna give them some nice extra food. $700 food. Oh, this is a way more aggressive build than I thought he was going to go for. And indeed, DeLeon does go for early artillery. Very interesting. I don't think we often see this enough in 1 versus 1. But the early artillery card is a very powerful option. And to boot, the new Lance Soldat heavy infantry is actually pretty well tailored towards using this strategy. Because remember, a Lance Soldat only costs about 15 coin, so you can get pretty big batches of those units to help defend these, if you're careful. You still have to be pretty manageful of your economy and your distribution of heavy infantry to artillery. But it makes it a lot easier when your Lance Soldaters only cost 15 coin. When you have to pay for these hefty 400 coin artillery units. Looks like he's going to add some partisans as well for a bit of an extra edge and anti-shock defense. I think he can... Yeah, he's already getting the farmer's sickle, so he's definitely looking to stick to mostly farming. With the farmer's sickle being replacement to hunting dogs and steel traps for the Brazilians. They don't actually get any hunting cards or hunting market text. Rather, they benefit their mills instead. And then the steel plow, right? Or just the plow, rather. As the second one, like the steel traps variant, that only affects mills. Oh, he's going to be trying some macheteros as well. Macheteros are definitely going to be a pretty good offensive weapon for him alongside his Voluntarios and his sailors. Where are his sailors anyways? Whatever happened to his sailors? I don't know. I was looking mostly at what the Danish are doing here. I wondered, what exactly happened to those, Oh, we actually canceled the shipment when I was looking at, the land. Ah, that makes sense. They probably somehow lost those units. I was like, really? Really, man? That's a pretty big loss. Now, he could probably actually take on his opponent at any time now. If he went to go push right now with these early foot artilleries. With the support and land sold that power and the partisans. Yep. It's really up to him at this point, though, when he feels comfortable going for the push. Definitely has the resources, I think, to do it, though. Yep. Here comes the push. Gonna be shipping some other volunteers in, and he's gonna be turning some hussars as well. Wide variety of units. About 5 different units in general. And by the way, just so you know, they do these foot artillery do gain a negative bonus, at least for this age, until they reach the capital age, right? Because once they reach the capital age, then they get the veteran upgrade again on their cannons, and they gain that 25% HP and attack back, just so they're not too powerful to deal with this early on. Oh, but you gotta defend them though, buddy. That's really stinker. Ooh. Oh, he got one shot in there. He got a couple shots in, but yeah, he could have definitely defended that a lot better. No, if he defended that a lot better, this could have actually been the end right here for him. But the fact that he was able to, that he wasn't defending the artillery properly, sort of pushed him into a situation where, now he's probably not going to be able to go for the full siege at this moment. But considering that he only has Voluntarios de Patria, anything's possible, right? Yeah. At least from the time, it looks like we are going to be seeing a lot more action today. From a quantitative side, I think. Probably could do like a 40-minute match, maybe, or something. Potentially. So what is he going to do is follow-up. Well, not really a follow-up because he's still fighting, but looks like he's doing land soldars. He's also queuing up one foot artillery. I don't understand here what Darkus does to actually get him to leave. Does he like blunder really hard, or he's not even anywhere near halfway the match yet, and time is still ticking. Does he like take like a 5-hour nap or something in his base? I mean, if he's got like a foot artillery, I definitely don't see why he would ever have to stop his offensive. Unless the sailors got real lucky and shot down, which is totally possible. Oh, interesting. So yeah, it looks like the infantry was caught isolated without their foot artillery and had to retreat. That's how it's again prolonged. And Yeah, he's sending another infinite shipment of 8 volunteers in as well to back up his army. Now he doesn't have any more wood, so he's going to have to pick up another unit to get maybe Conscripto or Pardo if he needs any more defense. But for now, he should be alright. As for Delian, what's his bill count? It's about 27. The darkest, it's about 28, so it's actually not too far off. Definitely a lot better matches than I thought I was going to see today. You know, that Egypt match was really scary. Pretty, not a lot of eye action. But here, now we get to actually see some pretty evenly mapped stuff taking place. Oh, 2 more foot artillery. Let's see if we're going to help him out. Oh, so he's not even going for a slave boom at all. He's just sticking to abolition. You know, freeing the slaves. He's not going for anything else, it looks like. I don't know, like, what's going to be, like, sort of his next strategy from here, probably. Is getting, oh, he's whipping his slaves. Racism. Committing racism right now. Discrimination. Whipped his people. And then he's probably going to send the abolition tech afterwards that improves your slaves' HP. It basically undoes what the whipping of the slaves does, and no longer allows you to whip your slaves. So it's like you whip your slaves, but you didn't whip them. If that makes any sense. It's like getting a cut and then having a magic band-aid that gets rid of the cut for you instantly. That's sort of how that abolition tech works. You whip everybody's backs until they're screaming and crying, and they lose their HP and attack, and then magically this wonderful abolition tech will make all the boo-boos go away. That's the way it works. Yeah, what I would have done though is I would have went for the slave boom and then went for the abolition afterwards. Potentially. Or at least up until the one that gives you like 4 free slaves with it. Because then that way it doesn't matter that you've disabled the slave trade because you've already used it up. That's a lot of land soldats though. Let's have some hussars as well. Couple rangers and what now the foot artillery needs to survive if he's gonna win on that push. That's where the land soldats get pretty dangerous is their numbers. And but those Masetras do have a shot at taking them out. Yeah, it looks like the hussars are going down. Good. Will those Masetras do the job though with getting the foot artillery? No. I would probably target the redoubt on the cannon. Slowly wither it away. Well, it probably doesn't have to. You could probably just clean up these land soul bars and eventually reach the cannon. That's what I think you can do, probably. Oh, he's grinding him down though. You know, the land seems to be doing better though. Striker seems to be getting really grinded down in the powder basically with his resources. Yeah, well now he's lost the artillery, so he's going to have to retreat for a little bit, I think. Unless he can keep it up. Yeah, he's probably going to have to retreat for a little bit. So he can get some more foot artillery. For Darkus, what's he got for like economy left? 32. Delian has 30. It's important to pay attention to those gather counts. See if there's much of a difference in them. Somebody that has more gathers might actually end up taking the lead here and winning. So you gotta definitely pay attention to those. Also find interesting he's doing a tower wall of redoubts here to defend his base. Also gonna add some hussars in. They did pretty well last time, even without any upgrades. And he's gonna have to rely on keeping his foot artillery in the game if he hopes to make any big pushes. Oh yeah, so we're gonna see some redoubts from the Brazil side. Now what's interesting is that the Brazilians actually get about 6 shock units, like 6 cavalry units. They get 4 that are mounted and they get 2 that are dismounted. They get the Machetro, they get the Kalin, not the Kalinda, I forget what it's forget what the other one is called. Basically like a coyote runner that can go into stealth. You got the Lancero, the Yanet, the Escolta, and the Cacador Montado. So about 6 in total.
Sì.
And well, I was gonna wait to see if Darkus would attempt to capitalize anytime soon. It's actually going well. Yeah, it looks like he's probably going to go for a capitulate soon. Go for Lanceros maybe, or maybe a Sculptas. Sculpta is actually a pretty solid unit for this suit. First Japanese wave. Definitely defensive because he's going to get access to some cherry orchards from that. If he didn't get the first one, he's going to get cherry orchards. And he's going to get some nice Japanese foragers that can actually get him decent food from him. And he'll also be able to get some decent crates. He can build the Engenho to get access to his ultimate unit. Also has Costrombrissimo to get a nice town sale wagon that builds quicker than normal. Yeah, considering the fact that he has 2 fork wagons and the ultimate build wagon, this Costrombrissimo card is actually pretty good. Can actually do quite a bit of good for him. But we'll have to see. Silversmith. How much? Well, he does have a fair amount of mining left. He has. These are mostly used up, but he also has this mine. He has this one. He could also take the forward ones because of map controls. Yeah, actually has 3 mines, so silversmith is actually not a bad idea now. In terms of shipment, you could do quite a bit of mining left. Oh, here's the 2 cherry orchards that he could put in the back and put some forges on them. Deliver quite a bit of food. Now what we're going to have to see is what sort of units is to use to defend here. I mean, if I was going to ship any unit, I would probably get to send the Powder Millions in. Powder Millions are pretty solid. Inspired volunteers that he's trained the ship range. I don't know about that. I mean, if I wanted an assault unit at this phase, I would probably go for the Escoltas because they just do better against these land soldados, and they can actually probably instantly kill them at some point. Especially get so many upgrades, they can actually instantly kill these units. But yeah, you need to think about either doing those or Cacador Montados. Cacador Montados would be the other option. But he does have the Campagna di Cordillera, which you can use to get their multipliers up. That'd be a pretty effective option. It looks like he's sending both Italian farmers and his Japanese foragers. He's going to be going heavy on food production as he tries to pick apart these land soldados a bit. In the meantime, yeah, I just don't know what Darkus has in mind to clinch this back. He has the resources to clinch it back. It's just a question of what he's going to use his resources on. And he could certainly send 10 million cavalry in here, which would also be a really good. See, now he knows, yeah, he has 4-foot artillery. So I have to be careful of that. And the advantage of, well, Darkus is going to have to make the most of the fact that he's an age ahead. He's going to go with units. That's actually, it's not the worst idea, because what you can do with units is you can actually counter the foot artillery from range. And also consider the fact that the foot artillery are behind in, in HP, because they're age 2 foot artillery. The units might actually be just enough that he needs to take out his foot artillery with little risk. And also land soldados, they don't do a lot of damage, so these veteran level maneuver units are a little bit more competent than they normally are in this situation. Let's see how they perform. He's got them forward right now with the rest of his army. He's also going to be shipping in horse grenadiers as well. In this case, they could do quite a bit of damage because, the land soldados are pretty weak. We'll have to see though how he deploys them, how he sends them in. Ooh, good. Yeah, that was actually a decent grenade throw. Yeah. And they also have, well, they're both comparable to a Hussar, so I mean, definitely not lacking in any sort of stats. Do we get all these scout units out though? Yep. Looks like he will. This didn't do a lot of damage, we probably wanted to though. Yeah, I would have won a Skolta in this case. The Skolta is a lot more reliable since it counters all 3 of those things. The lesser leveled Hussars, the lesser leveled foot artillery, and the lesser leveled land soldats. And soldatos. Still isn't out yet. He still has Italian workers that he can deploy and rebuild if he has to, that settlement. If he wants those units. Yeah, Tower Millions would have been also been pretty good here as well. It would have probably one-shot killed these infantry, which you really need right now to be doing. The thing I don't like that he's doing is he's trying to come up with H2 solutions for an H2 problem when he could just use an H3 solution to an H2 problem. Right, he's dealing with an H2 army, he can handle it in an H3 sort of way, but it's not. It's kind of squandering a great advantage that he has to build units that he could have just sticked an H2 to produce, right? If he wanted to, he could have built 200 population H2 with these types of units that he's producing right now. He's not swapping anything, right? It's not, he has access to better assault, he has access to skirmish, like full-on mounted skirmish, and he's not deploying those units. Makes me think, you know, he's not managing his military very well, and what he could do with it if he wanted to. Yeah, he could do a lot more with that if he wanted to. He's just not doing it. Lanceros, a little late for Lanceros. He could have done that earlier potentially, but he's like has blinders on or something. Like he's not focusing on the real solution. He's just looking off to the sidelines like a horse with blinders on, doing everything the opposite of what he should do, like he's finding an alternative solution and the correct one to do it. Correct solution for you would be Sculptors, which you're going to lack a lot of now because of how you squandered your resources. And even though DeLeon is, well, actually he's ahead economically right now because he's just been building up over, that's either, what's his economy at right now? 34. Darkest is at 43, plus all the immigrant workers, so yeah. He's behind economically, but because he's managing his military a lot better and making better military decisions, he's actually doing really well here. He's employing early artillery and he's employing large groups of these cheap, spammable heavy infantry to protect them. Well, it seems like Darkness is sort of, you know, he doesn't have a real game plan of how to win or how to beat anyone. Just sorts of spam something because of, oh nice, it's a nice fast range unit, great. Not thinking of any of the risks associated with going all infantry against the anti-infantry artillery weapon. Now this is a peaceful utopia up here. You got all these settlers just standing around when the enemy is there to gobble up all the gold from that gold mine. Yeah, you don't see that every day. That's pretty peaceful. Peace on Earth. All this bloodshed's up and down here, you're just hanging out up there, grabbing gold together. Yeah, but and this is the cringy part too. He keeps producing macheteros. Unupgraded, non-veteran macheteros. He's not even upgrading the unit. He's building age 2 units in age 3, and he could have just stayed in age 2 and had, like, what is it, 12,000, like, 100,000, 200 more food to make macheteros without upgrades. Even though that would be a bad idea too, at least you'd have numbers to do it. Now you're building horrible units, but not, you know what I mean, it's not clicking in my brain like tactics-wise what you're trying to pull off here. What do you think you're going to accomplish with that? Nothing. He's building trash units against artillery, and that's just so bad. I feel bad for that situation, but, you know, you can't be building trash units against artillery, even if it's behind. Yeah, You know, it's not the worst solution here, but, you know, Escolta's counter both the land soldat problem and the other problem. That's why he's missing the mark. That's what missing the mark literally entails, you know? Just missing the mark of what he has to do, and how he has to do it. It's costing him heavily. Oh yeah, I mean, I wish he was doing better. I like the fact that he went Brazil and he was doing good with his economy and stuff and making good choices, but he's just giving up a game that he could have won easily. This game could have been his quite easily. He always has an opportunity of winning a game and then losing it right afterwards. Like, he wins the game and then he manages to lose it and screw it up right afterwards. It's always so funny, you know. All he had to do was go with Scolpa. He had about 20, 30, 40 of Scolpas. That would have wiped out this entire army of land soldats and killed the artillery. And he would be shaking in his boots in an age behind with you with an army of assault units and no maneuver units to shoot them down. And that would have put him in a real bind. And then what you do is you make tattered millions from the immigrant settlement. That way you could kill all of his infantry and all of his artillery. And you have to literally force him to age up and use up all his extra resources and slowly rate him down. It's a big recipe, but it works. Yeah, I mean, he can age up at any time right now because you've already given him that opportunity. Right, he could age up, he could get crates, he could go to factories and make espingles if he really wanted to, and there's really not much he could do about that, right? Now these large masses of crappy weak and soldat arms is actually deadly for you now because now you're just not producing the units you need to. I mean, in terms of firepower, these and soldat arms are actually outperforming your voluntarians because they're dishing out more damage with their upgrade cards. It's a pretty nasty situation to find yourself in when the land soldat are actually doing better than your skirmish units in terms of value. Look here, the skirmish is just idling, getting shot at. And then he just builds like a little... Now what's this that he's concocted? Is he gonna go for the special ultimate unit? It's potential, we could potentially see it. Let's see, does he go for the ultimate unit up here? Like, see, he already has the resources to go, like, industrial age if he wanted to. But he just doesn't. Yeah, this is just really bad. It's just really bad in general. Like, Darks, I just don't know what's going on. Like, statistically, he's just not making a cohesive, efforted, like, strategy. He's just sticking stuff together and trying to make it work after he's already did the economic work to get to age 3 and defend. He did well in the first half and then he's just giving it up, I guess. Let's look at Delenn real quick. Was he even in route to age 3? Yeah, he was. Yeah, I mean, when you have like almost 2k food and then you have that much coin, he could easily take this market, trade the resources he needs, and actually push his way into the capital age. It's definitely possible to do that. But because of the fact that you're not doing anything right, you're basically setting yourself up to fail in a spectacular way, which is doesn't look so clean. GG to both parties though, you know. There were some good plays in there. Yep, I'm actually pretty impressed with how he handled the fish boom in game 2. That was a pretty good tactic, I think. Definitely got the job done. But anyways, I'm just checking to see if there's any messages I have to pay attention to. Nope, looks like we're good. Alright, so we'll just move on to the next match, next encounter, I should say then. But we actually got about like one regular encounter left, and we got like 2 tiebreaker encounters. So actually got like a good solid 8 matches to go here total. Assuming none of them are less or anything. Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna, hit our record at all. But before I do any of that, I just wanna take a little restroom break momentarily, because we're gonna be here a while, and you don't want to end up in a awkward situation where you end up pulling the mic out at the wrong time or whatever, accidentally. So I'll just wait for about 1 to 2 seconds and be right back. Well, actually, I'll probably be like this, just hang tight. Just hang tight right now. Just gotta take. As soon as I get back, there's not a lot of them left. Just got about 8 of them left. If you can see there. While you wait. What do you think? Okay. Audio is in good, so we can get back to work now in terms of getting these matches, right? It's a bit longer than I expected, but still pretty good. Alright. Everyone had a good little rest. We can get back to Jeff versus MCMR. Match 1 through 3. This will be a tiebreaker one. Looking forward to this. These are actually two of our best players in the league, so what they'll be able to produce in combat will be pretty good. You know, whatever they produce. Alright, so we got Russians on the left here with the Marcos, and on the right we got Jeff with the Australians. So probably Cantonese versus Boomerangs, or Plastuni versus Boomerang, something like that. That's what my guess would be. Overall, Australia has two options. They can go for more of a native-based build with fire sticks and boomerangs, or they can opt for more of a colonial build with more traditional units, like the Bush Ranger is a line infantry and the Rum Horseman is more of a skirmisher. But keep in mind, they're not your traditional skirmisher and musket. They're closer to that of outlaws, similar to their convict labor. The Australian colonial units are outlaw versions of their regular cells, so they cost a different distribution of food and coin than is normal. And in terms of their infantry, they do cost a little more population to produce. Yeah. Just something to keep in mind. We'll have to look at their decks to see what sort of things they produce. Because if you see certain cards in the Australian deck, it'll be a bit of a hint if they're going natives or not. Okay, so what do they got? They got fur traders, they got the natives, or the bush ranger, depending on what they want. They got spontooners. Yeah, I'm thinking this is probably going to be a native build for them, at least partially, because I see warrior combat and empowering, which benefits the boomerang and the fire stick. Well, I also see some light cavalry in there, some Brummer German immigrants in there. Yeah, good mix of things. As for the Russians, pretty standard Liga deck, I would say. I'm surprised to not see any Plastuni in there, though, because Plastuni are actually one of their more swarmable units, you know what I mean? They're a decent assault infantry that could swarm your enemy pretty quickly. We'll have to see how the Russians do against the Australians then. Yep. We'll have to see what politicians they go for, etc., etc. We know for certain, though, that the one that Australia will be going for is one of the native ones, based on the fact that they have the native combat card and not that of the colonial combat card. Russians, I would be guessing, would be the artisan. Maybe it's the scout. The scout is a politician that lets you gain 3 free Cossacks from the first stable that you build. Oh, the artisan, alright, so this is more or less a pretty traditional option. Now, to me anyways, it seems like the scout would be more cost efficient, because you're gaining about if I do the math correctly, it'd be like 225 food and 225 coins. So you're actually making slightly more quantity of resources by going with 3 free Kazakhs than you do by getting 400 wood. Right, 400 wood is closer to that of a Chilean H1 wood shipment, whereas 3 Kazakhs is just under one of the Kazakh shipments to again H2, so slightly less optimal in terms of what you get for it. And you could get astronomically cheaper than your first card available in the match, and you can actually combine it with the home city to get 8 Kazakhs immediately upon the start of reaching H2. Almost, right? Which leads to some pretty good rating potential. Then you can follow up with 4 more Kazakhs if you want, and train more from that stable you built. So yeah, helps guide a really hardcore rating strategy. Yep, this is one of the good parts of being in Australia, is you can generally get treasures pretty easily, as you got 3 explorers working together, similar to the Brazilians and their special feature of their explorers, coming in more numerous numbers than usual. He's going to be training 10 Cantonists from his blockhouse, and shipping about 13 Cantonists from his blockhouse as well. So mostly a skirmish army to start with. He's going to be fighting off against the Boomerangs. Now the Boomerangs, they got the advantage of dealing hack damage to these of these Cantonists. Used to be called Reservoirs, now they're Cantonists. And well, actually they changed names about like twice over the production of the patch. Used to be Reservoirs, then they became Strelocks, and now they're Cantonists. Yeah. But anyways, these Boomerangs are gonna deal a total of 10 damage per shot to these Cantonists. So about this group here could actually one-shot and kill one of these every time they attacked. Not to mention the fact that these dogs could actually do quite a bit of damage and kill a couple of them as well. That's sort of the downside of the Cantonists. They're great for swarming, but if you micro really well and know how to kill them quickly, they can become a real detriment to your army. So now he's got Kazakhs. With these Kazakhs, he'll be able to scout around the peripheries of his base and see what sort of raids he can pull off. Just paying attention to the boomerang numbers here, because I want to sort of see if they're actually going to be able to take on these Cantonists pretty easily. Yeah, it seems like they'll be able to handle the Cantonists, but the thing he's going to have to worry about is the Cossacks swooping around, causing them issues. Maybe he's willing to sacrifice a couple of convict laborers to keep them in there. Yeah, he got 2 of them now, but he still has 3 to worry about for now. He will be shipping in some redoubts, though, to provide a bit of a better defense against those going forward. Which makes me think, yeah, Russians are definitely going to be thinking more artillery going forward, and more infantry as well. Steel traps coming out now on the Russian side. Effective technology that keeps their blockhouse booming. Yeah, I'm just curious if we'll see any Pastunis being used, since I didn't see any on the deck. Yeah, he doesn't have the proper card to upgrade him either, so maybe not. One thing that Australia does bring to the table is lots of livestock. Every convict labor you train will also provide a sheep with them that you can put onto one of the barns to fan up. With the barn being a very large livestock pen that can handle a lot of animals. Compared to a regular livestock pen. Canadians get them and Australians get them. For some reason the USA is stuck with the regular livestock pen. I don't know why. Beats me. We'll see here what they're able to accomplish, these boomerangs. Place your mines, and Grey Coat coming out after that as well. So he's hitting the periphery of the lower level market technologies.
Ready.
Oh, Spontooners were able to intercept that raid like pretty fast.
Commandment.
Yep. Gotta love your Spontooners, and they're there on time. Oh yeah, the definitely siege a lot better than the boomerangs. The boomerangs only got like 10 siege. It's gonna be curious here to see which one of these units actually comes out on top here. Now, does he have Mary? Yep, Mary is important. What Mary does once you hit age 3 is it actually adds a 2x anti-infantry multiplier to the boomerangs, since they're also considered a hand infantry. Granting them double damage against all infantry that they come across, whether it's light or heavy. As long as they have that infantry tag, it will do bonus damage against it. It propels it into the late game a lot more. Got though 2 readouts here. I'm just curious what he's going to do with these things. What's the game plan? He is actually going to upgrade his second market technology for wood as well. These readouts get out in time, they'll definitely aid in his defensive abilities. He's going to engage with the Cossacks first. Ooh, nice throw. Just has to get those down and they'll be good. I mean, it depends on how well he kites. If he can kite well with the boomerangs, I think he generally has a better advantage against both the infantry units that he's producing as of now. Yep, certainly. Oh, yep, retreat, get your kiting in. Yep, didn't get any shots. Happens. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tight skirmish here. If Australia somehow beats him off, that gives him a much better shot of pushing forward at him. That's for sure. Yep, definitely. Absolutely loop. Yep, and then he's also going to be adding 2 more readouts in as well, which is also going to aid in his defensive ability. But at the same time, Russian explorers getting the field hospital open, which for Russians also improves their stats nearby the hospital. So really, both sides are really just clamping down right now and trying to build a defensive for themselves. They're going to be able to utilize to eventually push at each other. Economically, it's sort of neck and neck right now, so I'm not quite too sure how it's going to unfold in the end. I mean, as long as the yeah, exactly. Like as long as he tries to be careful around his field possible, I think Russians will probably do better in their quadrant. But if he tries to do any sort of push here and isn't ready, he'll definitely take a lot of heavy losses to these towers and the boomerangs behind him. Somehow, if Australia gets up and gets to get the Mary technology from the home city, that would be a game changer, and that'll probably signal a loss to the Russians. We'll see though if he manages to pull that off though. If he does, that'd be a pretty clear GG, I would say. Pretty good condition of one. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, see, I find it interesting he's using that formation to be like an arrowhead, charging it for his units. It's actually a pretty deadly looking formation. It's like an arrow, you know what I mean, like an arrowhead. Because you got the corners and then you got the front, like a spear point. Yeah, see, this is the situation that Russia doesn't want to be in. Once he gets that Mary card, things are gonna go really sour for Russia really fast. Now, what's Russia planning? Are they? Yep, they're going up with the Cornad, so he's gonna get some free Cossack from that engagement. And he's also adding a periphery field hospital from his center base here as well, to just keep that ore going throughout his base. And if he has to... Oh, nice. Got some XP from that, yeah. Even more XP. Now, I don't understand why he's engaging though now. Like, I would have engaged when I got the Mary technology, just... Well, he will be able to retreat though because of these lovely readouts that he put on the field. Yeah, these readouts will secure him some time. He needs to get that technology. And also get the veteran upgrade on the boomerangs as well. Or elite as they're called for the native faction. Yep, Mary, yep, called it. It's actually a Maori weapon and not an Aboriginal one, but they got it for the time being. Also fire sticks too. Yeah, that's going to be actually a pretty brutal combination. So he's going for fire sticks and the boomerangs. Fire sticks are the same thing as like the Wars of Liberty African firebrands, right? They're good against buildings, but with these nice technologies that they get at, because of this lovely splash that they get, and the Mary technology, they actually become great against infantry as well. See, they actually become as good as like assault units almost. They're actually considered an assault unit. Yeah, interesting. It's great because now skirmishers won't actually deal too much multiplier against them anymore. In fact, they'll face a bit of a malice against assault. So the fire sticks actually have a lot more survivability now, as long as they're not fighting against maneuver units like the dragoons anymore, or against pikemen. That's a nice little change I didn't notice. because I didn't use the Australia Civ a lot in the patch preview when I was testing it. I didn't trick the Australians much, but it's nice to see that they're an assault unit now. Benefits them a lot. It's also going to be shipping some Whitworth artillery in as well. They got a pretty nice range, and they'll be able to deal with these foot artillery quite effectively. But also you gotta consider that since the fire stick is now an assault unit, it also means they don't have to deal with this anti-3x against infantry that doesn't apply to them anymore since they're shocked. Actually, the biggest threat is actually just going into melee with the line infantry, probably. Well, we'll see here. We'll see which side comes on top in this one. Interesting. Yeah, it seems like the Cossacks are going to cause a bit of a disruption, but the assault fire sticks are going to snare them up enough to avoid them from causing any real harm. He will lose the fire sticks, I think, though, to the Cossacks, unfortunately. He also going to need a way to deal with this artillery, which the fire sticks should be able to do. He really should be watching his... Yeah, he's got to watch his cannons as well. Yeah, he's got to watch those cannons, man. Those cannons need to be watched like a hawk. And the boomerangs, too, can do full damage to the foot artillery as well. That's his other risk. Yep, he's got to build a backwards barracks to deal with that. Could also ship in about 5 light cavalry. Also has to micro these down. Oh god, yeah, that's kind of painful. At the same time, he's really doing pretty good at targeting those cans now as well. Well, if he gets the foot artillery back, it should be good for now. Yeah, and then he just has to push in with the fire sticks and distract him a bit. Back here. Best you can do at this point and hope for. Yeah, he just has a lot of units. It's gonna make it hard for him. I don't know, maybe he fights this army off, but maybe he has something cooking as well that we don't know about. All depends, really. All depends. Yeah, but we should probably try to stop the, like... Well, I mean, it's good that they're moving forward and distracting the infantry onslaught a bit. Also gives the fire sticks a bit of time to engage properly as well. I mean, he's honestly handling this pretty well in terms of dishing out kills, I would say. Really holding out as best as he possibly can against this onslaught. And Australia is a wacky simple play, so I mean, the fact that he's performing this well against a large Russian artillery and infantry army with some Cossacks mixed in that's nothing, that is just a sign of skill more than anything. Yep. And Russians are also doing very well as well at pushing. Certainly the type of offense we like to see. Lots of artillery and big groups of infantry and cav charging in. It's definitely the type of gameplay you want to see in tournaments. He's probably going to try to maybe flank with these light cavalry a little bit. Maybe not. We'll see. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, he's definitely doing his very best to defend here, which I admire, you know what I mean? Oh wow, even the dogs get anti-infantry from that card. That's actually kind of good. The dogs actually become decent, like, you know, assault units. It's actually quite nice. Never noticed that the dogs actually benefit from it. Actually something to keep in mind if I ever use the Australians in the 1v1. Now you can actually use the dogs to kill their skirmishers, it seems like. Quite effectively. If you swarm them. It's then them a bit of a problem. Yeah, the boomerang's making them work hard for it looks like. Oh, a fort. Nice. Fort will definitely keep you safe for a while. Definitely keep you moving for a bit. Yeah, Cossacks. Nasty bit from Cossacks. So there goes a bit of a Rico. How's Russia doing, by the way? How's Vlad doing? Vlad's got quite a bit of resources, looks like. Oh. Ooh. Fire sticks. Fire sticks. Fire sticks. Ooh. Ooh. The fort's actually acting like a small little cove in here. Sniper. Oh, yeah. Jeez. That fort is doing some work. Yeah. And then the dogs are coming and oh my god. Making them work for this thing. I love it. I love how he's making them work for. And then Russia just moves their settlers onto his silver mine so he can't get any more. Unfortunately, my friend, boomerangs and fire sticks don't cost coins, so your little trick there isn't going to work. You're going to have to trap his trees probably and maybe eat his last remaining elk over here if you hope to even get rid of that. Unfortunately, it's not going to get the ship in the spearmen though, because well, they can get shipped into the wrist readout though. So yeah, that's pretty fortunate for them. Now the spearmen are actually going to do somewhat decent against the infantry. They're going to do like 16 instead of usual 8, making them somewhat comparable to like veteran pikemen in terms of anti-infantry, which is a bit better, I guess. Not totally useless. Oh yeah, I think this is going to be a 30-minute game. Yeah. Oh, I just like how he's making them work for this win though. Like if this was somebody else doing this, they might have actually had a good chance of losing an 8 point there to him, just from losing sheer numbers of infantry and artillery. It only takes someone like the Stink of the Terrible. Yeah, only someone like MCMR can basically hold out that long and just keep the offense going. Anybody else that doesn't macro as good or micro as good would probably actually end up losing to this level of boomerang gameplay. Yep, it will be a defeat though for Jeff, it looks like. Looks like Jeff's gonna go down any moment. 3-minute mark, let's go. Oh yeah, and he's also putting a mill down in front of his base. That's brutal. Brutal efficiency. Ransack, yes, and now he's going into Ransack because he's thinking, yeah, it's about time he starts sieging some stuff down. But then he's going to lose his bills to the boomerangs, though. Well, actually, boomerangs are some of the worst raiding units against settlers because the settlers have melee armor. They're actually impervious to children's toys in terms of getting thrown down. Who knew? Who knew, man, that children's toys could actually not work against the working man and woman, but the soldiers seem to fall like dominoes to them. Oh yeah, that was actually a very spicy gameplay. I was quite impressed with that. What did Russia have left? Like wood shipments, cav combat, and what did like Jeff have? Yeah, he actually had a fair amount of shipments left. He had some woods and food to use under other circumstances where his opponent wasn't as fierce against him in that match. I could definitely see him coming back with 1k food and 1k wood and 700 food. Could even have shipped in the Brummers, which would add another dynamic to the anti-infantry mix. Absolutely. Yeah, so overall that was a very good game. GG. I definitely enjoyed that one. I absolutely really liked that one a lot. I hope to see what the other two are going to be like in this encounter, because that's definitely the type of impressive gameplay we like to see here, for sure. It's always wonderful to see brutal competition like that. for sure. Alrighty then, so now, just give me 1 second. I wanted to make sure I just sweeped up a couple more extra video MP3s so we have enough space to keep recording. You never know. I mean, I think we have enough, but it's better to be safe than sorry when you're doing a large stream like this. Alright then, let's get into match 2. Gonna boot it up and we can move into match 2. Still got like actually 7 more matches to go total. Quite a lot. It's like about 5:30 in the afternoon here and we're still going. Quite impressive. Impressive set of games today. Alright, so match 2. What's match 2 have to offer? Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I find kind of weird about these multiplayer games recordings is they actually don't show the lag. Yeah, apparently Jeff is a big lagger in a lot of games, but here it doesn't actually show. It shows it in full. It shows it in pretty decent speed, right? You don't have to deal with the lag at all. It just shows the gameplay itself without too much lag. Alright, so we got another hard game with MCMR looking to keep up and do a swift victory. Jeff is going to go Paraguayans though. Alrighty then, so we're going to see hyper-aggressive civs. Yeah, should be interesting. Always like to see hyper-aggressive civs doing with each other. Now this is actually this is the exact same matchup we just saw between Troy and GP, right? Oh yeah, that's right. We just saw this. We just saw Paraguayans versus the Hods. Will Paraguay prove themselves more worthy to deal with the Iroquois Civ? Let's see. Let's see if they are. But before we do that, I have to pick up a phone call first, and then we can continue. Let me find out here. Okay, is that good? We in action again? Alright, nice. Yeah, let's resume. I think we're good to keep going now. Could be wrong, but hopefully I'm not. Let's resume. So we're going to be seeing 6 Coiguas come in on the Paraguayan side, and while we're at that, let's look at their deck. So he has Guerra Guazu. Pretty good card. It actually gives their Coiguas more damage and the town centers. It also gives you a second batch of the Sereno emergency spearmen that you can make at each town center. That combined with their he doesn't have the other Coigua card apparently, but the R1 actually gives Coiguas 2x against heavy infantry, like almost like a counter infantry rifle into their shotguns. Pretty good overall. But let's see what the Hards have to offer today. Now the Hards, they have a pretty standard hard deck. Surprised you have no white cannon age 4. That's always a pretty good thing to have. Now what they should do is they should move Hard's woodworking to age 2. Be as good as the Maori card. That'll give Hard some pretty good efficiency in a 1v1 that they can really see right away. It's only really good if you're going FF, I guess, for this civ. Should be interesting to see if, Paraguay can actually defend the Hards this time. Because we saw last time the Town Destroyer gives that Explorer way too much siege for those works and houses and so forth to stay up to do anything. I have a feeling this time Jeff can do it though. He's very defensive. When he has to defend, he can defend pretty well. You saw what happened last game. How long it took Russia to even pull an offense. Yeah, those boomerangs. Imagine fighting the whole Russian army with a bunch of kids' toys, that you throw, and they come back to you, boomerangs. Yeah, that's something that the Ukrainian army could probably learn from. Just throw boomerangs at the Russian soldiers and they'll just keep toppling over. Good to learn new tactics. So he'll be going with the messenger. Quick Egypt. Probably wants to get Town Destroyer like ASAP. Paraguay's going to begin the first French wave. Pretty standard. Some people like the Croatians for the 300 wood, but it's arguable French are usually the better way to go. I think one of the safest civs to deal with, like the Hards, is probably the Italians. Like, don't they get like a politician that gives them like a spy? Yeah, that spy must be a really good boon against him because they'll get the Explorer like a fish just about and deny him everything. Town Destroyer, of course. And he's already tomahawked Russian from the north with his warhead. Talk about a headache on stilts. Jeez, that's a real headache there. Look at that. Oh boy, look at that. Oh my, look at that. That's just disgusting. That's disgusting. That's filthy, unclean garbage. That's disgusting. Now, what's really disgusting is the level of micro you need to actually defend that type of stuff. Now, what's Jeff cooking up to deal with it? So he's going to be shipping some escopeteros, right? That will help with the tomahawks. He could probably target down his war chief with the town center and the Coiglers. All you really need to do is take down that war chief, and you're in pretty good standing. Yep, there you go. That's good. Now you actually have a real shot at, building some works, doing some stuff, Also, get your machete, get your poncho. Is it called poncho? I forget what the, natural herbal medicine, I think, is one of the upgrades for the Coigra HP. Overall, I would say Paraguay, at least for now, has survived. They may not have come on top yet in this situation. Because remember, once you really stop the aggressive function of the Hards are basically dead, right? That's why, when I go Haiti, I try to get out the Gallegos as quickly as I can against them. Because once you get those Janissaries, beefy Janissaries on the field, then the Hards really are, they're really struggling to stay afloat. Oh, he's actually going to go for an FF style tactic, second French wave. Yeah, what is he going to do with that? Now, I find that kind of unfortunate. Well, he's probably doing to get some French workers, at least for now. Right? But at this point, like in this particular circumstance, what he could have actually done is said, wait a second, I'm missing that colony now and I'm not going to get another one, so maybe to compensate that, why don't I go Scandinavians or Croatians and get a nice skirmisher unit that I can pump out to deal with these tomahawks? That'd be my suggestion. Go either with the Scandinavian or the Croatian skirmisher option. And then on this map you could also get a red scarlet sail, I think it's called the Felkuza. It's a Croatian boat that you can get immigrant sailors from later. Oh, those French workers must feel nice having right now. Oh boy, looks like the Pueblos are gonna... they didn't get it down time, but will they die though? That's a question. Might want to get these up to inspired veteran level too. He's gonna make one Juanita muy bonita to help heal himself. I definitely want to rely on this Juanita bonita to keep it healed up. All you really need is a redoubt. Well, oh yeah, that's the other good thing. The fact that he has some French workers left over means that whenever he wants to rebuild his immigrant colony, he can using the French workers. It's one thing he'll definitely be able to take advantage of than you couldn't before. support wagon is coming out. Couple more Juanitas muy bonitas to help with the healing and also some nice range damage. Go to the fort. It's definitely going to want to use the fort. Oh, it even has the Residentes card. This, what's the Juanitas muy bonitas heal twice as fast? What does that even mean? Is it like an insta heal? I'd love to see that actually. If how good is the healing rate? I would assume it's a triple heal if it's twice. Now if that's true that they can actually heal that easily with it, it's actually quite good.
Preparado.
Got some acid bow ties on the periphery, scouting a bit, I guess. I don't know though, like what's the HUD's plan at this point? I don't know actually. What are the HUD's plan at this point? Interesting to see. Yeah, it's looking like Honestly have to finally take a defensive stance here, and they're not going to be able to press at least yet. At least from the looks of it. Whereas Paraguay seems to be like they're finally getting at the point where they could start pushing forward. You know, it wasn't pretty, they probably had to go through a lot of struggles for it, but yeah, they're finally starting to get ahead. First thing you could do is probably take out that forward base to the north, get rid of that corral and that war hut. That'd deal with his military production for a while. Then he'd have to worry about the war huts at home over here.
A sus órdenes.
Yeah, Paraguay's a pretty remarkable civ. You do a lot of crazy stuff. Well, he does have the card. He has Defensa de Paisando. That's the card that gives the Pueblos extra anti-heavy infantry. Priest. Oh, you must like to use the priest abilities then.
Dígame, mariscal.
Dígame, señor.
Sí.
Yeah, it's nice that the Primaris were able to snare down his tiny horsemen a bit. Give himself a chance a bit to keep them boxed in there and shoot at the infantry now. Yep, I think this is the turn point though for the Paraguayans, because we got the rockets still and the Juanitas Muy Bonitas targeting down these tiny horsemen and slowly taking the push onto the infantry. Yep, the Kanyas are gone. I think the Juanitas Muy Bonitas should be able to clean this up with the help of the acid bow ties. Interesting. Seems like he's going to retreat a little bit back to build some forces up. But he has to be careful of this door on his side in the form of tomahawks and Kanya horsemen. He's going to ship some Pasavollantes, or just Volantes. I can't recall, are they anti-building as well, or are they just anti-artillery ship? Because if they're just anti-artillery, they're probably not going to do them a lot of good right now, besides buying a bit of range support. We'll see. See how well the Volantes do.
Preparado.
Dígame, señor.
Sus órdenes. Oima.
Veteran outside bow ties coming.
Dígame, mariscal.
¿Qué puedo hacer por usted?
We provide him a much needed upgrade. He will be sacrificing his ability to produce additional training posts for a better gather rate of his works using the isolationism card. Gives a pretty good trickle to these works, but same time, obviously, you're not getting any more trade. That's why he's starting to build that training post right now, just so he can. And then he's, this is a good question I always wonder is, does it still work after you, you can finish the ones that you have foundations for, looks like, that's good. Now he's actually in a really good position to finish off the odds, it looks like. You know, cards are split between two parts of the map right now. No central control of anything. Could be wrong, but let's look. Yeah, certainly. I mean, he's really forced to do the farming now. And you know, that's not good because, I think, yeah, they get like, what, food silos and sustainable agriculture. They definitely don't get refrigeration though, so not the best farms out there. Does he bring any of those farming cards? No, he doesn't. Yeah, that's not going to be good for him then. He will begin the conservative tactics to boost his tomahawks, bowmen, and his mantlets. Yeah, it's good to say that that base is done with now, and he really should be looking at home to protect himself. Yeah, I mean, the Kanya horsemen for now are going to be able to keep these acid Bodais from swooping in and doing any damage. Same with the tomahawks. It's safe to say that I think it's without certainty that the Paraguayans are going to win this now, just from a long-term standpoint, because basically what they were able to do was take the town destroyer and the damage it did to him, get his enemy out of his base and eventually kill his forward base, and now you're dealing with the hard Sid that's really not economically viable anymore in this situation. Yeah, he has his buffalo meat, but after that buffalo meat is gone over there, unless he can somehow defend the musk oxen down here, you're mostly going to be dealing with farming, which is not just great for the Native Americans. Here he goes with his second farming upgrade. The North Goyades 3, the Capulades to get his third farming upgrade. Yeah, and I mean, when you look at like Paraguay, yeah, they're definitely doing well. They could definitely go up the capital, go up to the industrial age. In fact, if they wanted to, and get a Qualocan that either that is some mortive and go for a final siege. Probably what I would do in that case. You know, to finish them off, really. It's probably the way I would handle it if I was in that hard situation. Looks like it's time to go to industrial age for the Paraguayans. Or will they be, third French wave? So, you know what could happen is, I don't think it's going to happen this game, but if he really, really wanted to, he could actually go for, based on his cards. He doesn't have the cards for it, but he could have gone for a fast Imperial Age. And with the fast Imperial Age, he would actually be able to acquire really all of his upgrades for free. Right, he'd be able to... Now, he'd have to research them still manually, but they would be free to research. Right, to avoid, like, a bunch of random text being researched for free altogether. Because in the old days, the French immigrants were designed to do exactly that. It researched the text instantly. But then it came with bugs a lot of the time where it would research technologies that didn't belong to the civilization. Therefore, some of the units like the Lancero would actually gain slightly higher stats than normal. They'd end up with like 10 extra attack, like 200 extra HP, and it wasn't normal, so they had to cut back on it a bit, both for balance and also bug fixing reasons, change it a bit. And he's also doing pretty well because he can actually afford some of the works upgrades for the woodworks. That would be I believe the second one that they have access to. I think he has to wait till Imperial Age before he can actually get the final works upgrades for these. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I think this is about the end for our player here. Yep, but yeah, they actually got some pretty decent Juanitas, muy bonitas too, I just saw with the combat cards. Yeah. He actually hasn't even upgraded his Primero de Lines at all, really. Which is fine, I mean they're kind of a weaker unit anyways, kind of a weak assault unit. It's really the SI battalions that end up doing a lot more damage overall. Unless you leave these alone. If you leave them alone a long time, that splash damage will pick up quite a bit. Yep, you can also get the guard Cohits pretty soon as well. That'd be the next step. Yep, before I start doing that. Yep, get the, yeah, he's kind of run that one kind of horse and destroy his army, though, his artillery, that is. Could deal with that pretty soon. Oh, 10. Nice. So, what, does the build limit go up or something to be big up? I thought they were like 5 in an earlier age, and then they sort of increase over time or something. It's actually pretty nice. Yeah. Makes them pretty useful. But anyways, it seems like the Hods are definitely out of the match at this point. They've been pretty much dealt with pretty effectively. Absolutely, looks like the Hods are definitely dead at this point. Okay, looks like the Hods are definitely dead. Well, GG then, Samar. Say goodbye to your 2-0 victory there, you know. We'll see if you get a 1-2 or you end up dying to a 1-2. That's what we're going to find out in match 3 of the encounter. Let's find out. Shall we? Been a pretty good night of matches so far. We've still got 2 encounters to go after this one. It's already like, what, 6 p.m.? Yeah, I'm guaranteed we're at least going to be here for another hour at least. And Let me check the time real quickly. Oh, yep, we almost 7 hours. 7 hour stream. Really big stream. Yeah. I like that though. I like that it's actually we actually get so many competitive matches today. And you know, you even have one more like tiebreaker encounter too. Might actually hit our record of the longest stream, probably, I would say. Good chance, but Portuguese in that position, man, really? Oh god. And Bulgaria, that's pretty based option. I like that. Now, this could go in a million different ways, I think, you know. I think if Bulgaria plays it right, if they do things the right way here, I think they could totally screw up Portuguese in the late game. Or they could beat them in the early game too. There's two manners of Bulgaria they could do here. They could go for the early game destruction method, right? That's one way of doing it. Number two, they could go for a late game option. I'm looking here at sort of like the bar, and it looks like Jeff is probably going to go for the early option, which is probably, if he can pull it off, the safer option. Now, Portuguese's job is really just to defend and boom on this map. They got quite a few options to do so. They even get some way to get their free fishing ships from the Homestay Gather point as they age up. Yeah, they got quite a few options there. Yeah, this is going to be a quick match then, yeah. I thought, you know, sometimes the Jumbo Musa games can go pretty long. Maybe an hour sometimes. This is going to be a pretty quick one. Yeah, I'm going to want to see this though. I want to see what Bulgaria has in mind. What sort of rating nonsense they're going to pull off here. Because if I use some of my Nostradamus level predicting knowledge, I think probably Bulgaria's going to win here. Probably going to win here. Could be wrong, but I think they can probably pull it off. It's pretty close certainty, I think they can pull it off. But we'll have to see though, obviously. You never know, right? Until you see it for yourself, how it actually goes down. Yeah, we're going to have to see firsthand if this actually ends up going that way. Definitely looking forward to this though, don't get me wrong, this is going to be like really wonderful. The human with the hunting lodge. This is kind of interesting because I know that, in fact, believe it or not, it's actually the Bulgaria trivia, the barracks politician, Grandmother Tonka, that actually gives you geese, gives you actual herdables, not the hunting lodge one. He's actually going for Sophronius of Bratstva. Is that how it's spelled in the Bulgarian language, Bratstva? Yeah. Now, the Portuguese, they're going to be going up with the Burger. Burger's going to give about 440 coin in the form of 4 silver coin crates. Yeah, it's just like the Argentinian coin crates. And I'm gonna really be looking at this deck of Bulgaria now, start picking it apart. So he has the essential Krastada Kazarma card. Opal Senate Rush as needed. I don't know if he's going to go for that or not because he did not start with the barracks, right? Did not go for a barracks. If he went for a barracks, this would actually give you about, this is basically a 1,000 wood card in age 2. So maybe he's going for something a little bit mixed. Might try to go for the opposite cavalry first. Really depends. Is this a Samara banner? He's got this Samara banner, and then he has the Samara banner for this, and he has a Samara banner for that. Alright. So he has only like one Samara banner. Oh, interesting. So, this is actually the quartermaster. The hunting lodge is the quartermaster. Alright. 1 second, I gotta pick up a call. Okay, now we're back and rolling again. Let's get continued with this now. Alright, so continuing from there, Bulgaria's gonna send their nice barracks card. That's gonna give barracks about like 4 houses worth of population. So essentially, because he only has one barracks right now, it's more or less like a, oh, now it's going to be quite valuable here, because now he's, again, it's going to be like a 1k card again. Yeah, see, now he's in pretty good shape. I get now why he went with the livestock pen, because the livestock pen actually ends up giving him like 400 wood to work with, which is actually a lot more efficient, because now he's not as committed to barracks. He could actually add a stable in later if he wanted to as well, to mix it up with shock units. And I guess that's probably the better way to do the Bulgarians, and I've done them in the past. And also it gives them the option of you getting the better hunting as well earlier, which is probably another important component that I was probably missing with when using the Civ in the previous week. Yeah, so the way I think it's going to roll down is Bulgaria's going to do some nasty stuff to his opponent here. That's what I think is going to happen. That's the way it's going to roll down here. Could be wrong, but that's the way I think it's going to happen. Pretty good army of Opposendant's infantry. It's got baiting, so that's basically steel traps. Should be able to do a decent push here once he's ready. All he has to do is do the Samara banner on the Opposand infantry, and then from there he should be able to go full in on these town centers. Yeah, he better start getting those readouts out now on the Portuguese side, else he's going to end in a pretty bloody manner here. That's what I would say in this situation. Definitely want those towers out, because if you can't get them out, you're going to have some issues, very serious issues. Oh, he's already in the capital age, so, you know, this could go in many different ways, I think. Now, if he can ship the Cacadores out in time, well, he has enough wood for a barracks, it looks like, but, well, he doesn't have a barracks yet, though. He does have a stable. But he does have 6 cacadores from the gunsmith politician. Oh nice, so actually doing quite a bit of damage. He's actually doing quite a bit of damage to his cacadores. He actually lost one of them. Now let's look at the Bulgarian resources. So what's Bulgaria going to do here? Do they go capital age, or do they find this out in the H2? At this point, I mean, probably the way to go would probably be to go the infantry route, I would assume. Yeah, see, he's going with, nah, he doesn't want to go for him. What is he going to go with here? These are tower, going to become tower houses. He's going to go with Vasilevsky. Vasilevsky is going to give him opposite infantry that he can work with. Yeah, so he's going to get some extra opposite infantry to put that politician. Just has to defend these tower houses a bit, I guess, for now. Really don't want to lose the barracks, because if you lose the barracks, you lose about 4 houses of population. One thing you gotta keep in mind in this situation is you definitely can't afford to lose the barracks. Lose the barracks, you actually lose like most of your population to produce military, right? You could obviously rebuild the barracks, but again, that's about 200 wood down the drain. You definitely want to avoid that if possible. Ornament Roads, alright, nice. Also has a smaller banner of honor guards if he needs them. Yeah, I think in this case the honor guards are probably the safe way to go. And then he's gonna send the Samara banner. I don't really like that because you're kind of just wasting a really good shipment, I think, in that case. But he might be in a desperate situation now where you might need that Samara banner to be utilized now with just the base number of cavalry units it comes with. Normally you want to have like a batch of opposite cavalry on the field raiding so you can really take advantage of it. And I guess he really needs it badly. Now Portuguese, are they going for units like dragoons yet? No, not quite. So he's still in good shape, I think, to deal with this. Our guards should be able to focus fire these down, I believe. He does have to micro his melee effectively though to deal with his hussars effectively. Yeah. Absolutely. Our guards will help a little bit. Once he gets the hussars down. Pretty good for him. Oh god, yeah. I mean, I got that explorer now as well. Got some good XP from that. It's gonna start sending some mountain artillery, not mountain guns. Yeah, I know, everything sounds so similar. Now, the mountain artillery is actually a culverin in the mortar combination, whereas the mountain gun of Africa is more of a heavy cannon equipment. just to differentiate the two. Right, now they both involve mountains and very heavy-looking guns, but actually look quite similar. But just remember, mountain artillery is a culverin and a mortar. The mountain gun is a fully-fledged heavy cannon that's better against infantry, but also other things as well. Yep, here comes the mountain artillery. Economically, it seems like Bulgaria's actually doing better economically as of right now, I would say. Yeah. He's also going to have the trade route to benefit him as well, to boot. And I think he will actually come on top here. I'm pretty sure of it. Pretty sure Bulgaria will end up winning out here. Yeah, I think Bulgaria has what they need to do this, to be honest. Should be a pretty good shoo-in, I would say, for Bulgaria. I think they got this in the bag. Nice. So, what happens from here? It looks like the Portuguese are falling behind. They're gonna have to rely on a fort to defend their this area here. They still, well, they got this area defended mostly by the redoubts. The most weak area would be to swoop around here and attack them from the backside, but it takes a lot of maneuvering, and you still have to deal with the fort fire. So, you know, for now, I think you know, Portuguese are going to be able to defend, but unfortunately, Ivan Vazov is coming out. Ivan Vazov is from the hunting lodge. He will give them opposite cavalry and peasants. That's what he provides, a combination of those two things. And what that will do, actually, is grant him a stronger Samara bannered 2 honor guards. He'll turn those opposite cavalry that he gets from the technology, right, the age-up technology, into honor guards. So it makes it an even more potent shipment. Now, what I would like to see is if he can actually send this wood and get the convoy upgrade on these. What that would do is that would give him more HP and give him 40% armoring values here instead of the 30% armor values. He would basically be in a really ahead position if he did that. Also, he could ship Schwarlos as well. Schwarlos is another option. It's a pretty delicate situation right now for both sides. Like, if you let Bulgaria get to that higher level upgrade for the honor guards without much of a fight, you will probably end up taking a defeat here, because a full convoy honor guard will survive about 40% of the damage from these cacadores, so they will only be receiving about, like, I don't know, like 5 damage, not 5 damage, but it's only like 12 damage, not including this malice here, so probably only about, like, 10 damage, something like that. Yeah, not a lot, you know, it's really becomes very detrimental to be used in skirmish once you get that level of an assault unit. It's only really doing about half damage. And these hussars, yeah, they would actually be losing 40% of their damage impact. say, so almost half, so they'd be doing like only like 22 damage to him. It's pretty insane actually, considering their HP would be going up. And yeah, he's going to be sending the wood as well, so he's just sitting back nice and pretty and getting those upgrades. Where's the stable? You know, you need a stable here. If you can at least get, maybe he doesn't want to go for a stable, maybe he just wants to go for the Royal Guard and skip the stable for now. Which you could totally do, because he has some nice opposite cavalry provided from the upgrade. And he has these as well, so he'd have a fair amount of stuff to work with. He'd have a fair amount of things to be able to work with here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think at this point it's Bulgaria's game to lose at this point. I mean, I think they really got a good thing going here. Oh, he's actually going for the Royalist Barrack. Is that right? Is he going to go for like a Samara Border Patrolman shipment? It's totally possible. We could see a Samara banner into honored into patriotic Border Patrolman. Yep, he is. I think we're going to see Border Patrolman or Scytheman, one or the other. Yeah, I really can't see anything else at this point. No, he's going actually for a Starford. Starford, interesting choice. They will let him do a couple of things. Give him some defense, to be able to train some more units out of it. Including even the sailors, like if he wanted to go naval infantry. We'll actually be able to make, and that might actually be what he's doing here. He may actually be deciding to go for sailors, you know, because remember, patriotic barracks upgrade sailors as well, so he can actually go for a naval infantry combination with the army he already has, which would be detrimental to both his skirmisher unit, the Cacador, and his hussars. That'd be detrimental to both of those units. Let's see if that's what he does here. He's going to want to be careful though to make sure he doesn't get shot by mortars though when he's deploying that Starfort. He's going to have to pull it back a little bit, and it's probably going to be built somewhere around here. Oh, here. Alright. Yep. That's good. So that way if you did have any sort of howitzer, you would have a bit of a warning for the barracks going down and the trading post before the fort would be thrown. Yeah, that's the thing, like these, I'm surprised he doesn't have Danubian combat in here though. If he had Danubian combat, he could actually buff up his sailors and his upper sand infantry together, which would be a pretty good boost overall to his military, yeah. Because eventually, once you get enough upper sand infantry, they're actually quite good. Enough of their cards, they actually become statistically pretty strong. I know in a competitive deck like this you can't have everything, but he has enough of things actually. He has the combat, he has this, so enough baseline, that's good. Yep, just defending the center base it looks like. He will be able to get those barracks down. He'll be able to... Now, I would move these out of the way once I'm going to do something with them. You know, you really don't want to waste these opposite cavalry, since they will definitely become handy once you need you send the Samara banner whenever you do that. So it's kind of just wasting those units away if they don't really agree with too much. So he's not going for sailors from the fort, even though he could. because forts deliver naval infantry units now. Train them anyhow. They also can push forward his mountain artillery. You could also technically get these up to the patriotic level as well, because it's actually doesn't cost. No, not actually you can't, because it's a food cost now. It's not a point cost anymore. So you have to wait a little bit if you want to get like guard level artillery. I mean, all you really need to do is just use this mountain artillery to take this out. Seems to be doing alright though without that, you know what I mean? Veteran hussars, veteran capitadores. Yeah, I mean, Portugal is not in the best economic shape right now. He's gonna try a group of hussars together to maybe take out these, yeah, that's the thing. I don't think he's gonna hold out much longer. Yep, looks like it's the end of the Portuguese in this match. That's definitely a certainty at this point. Quite impressive. Oh yeah, I mean, I knew deep at the start that Bulgaria was going to either win this in the early game or the late game. I was still thinking, yeah, you know, maybe they're going to go for a, let me pull up their home city. I think, I thought at first they were going to do sort of the Scythemen, Samara banner rush at the town centers, which I've done before against Civs, and it decimates their base. And I've seen it technically work against Latin Americans at their immigrant town centers, so I thought, hey, if it works against an immigrant town center, it could probably work against an actual town center too, you know? But what he did was, he went for the late game option. He just went for it a bit of a different way. You know, to me, you really want to go more of the Samara banner or the honor guard, and just make like 50 of these. You could put Swallows behind them, you could put these Appelshad infantry behind them, and just go straight to the base, right? You could even use Scythemen. Even with the upgrade behind them, still useful in industrial age for certain tasks. But it just goes to show you that in a lot of situations the Appelshad infantry are not to be trifled with. It might seem like they're a lot weaker and trashier, but in reality they can do a lot of damage. You know, they're quite devastating. And the more of these combat cards that you send, and he did manage to send the combat card here. He didn't send partisan attack, he didn't have Danubian combat, he didn't have Appelshad combat. If you send all those, these actually become a lot stronger and can even fight against German line infantry, which, as you know, are one of the stronger, if not the strongest line infantries out there nowadays. Overall, GG for Jeff and Elton. This was a good encounter. We always look forward to seeing encounters like this. They're definitely exciting to watch. Always look forward to seeing nice encounters like that. And now we're going to be going to the next encounter between, I think it's going to be Sog. No, it's going to be Lumi, Sebas Lumi and Moon. Alright, so let's see what Sebas Lumi and Moon have for us today. Will it be good? Will it be bad? We'll see. We'll find out. Alright, Sabah's got the Ottomans. He likes the Ottomans. Let's see what Moon has. Moon has the Trimentuva Haldasa. This is starting to make me think, oh yeah, Moonlight definitely likes Asian civs. I've seen him use Japan before, I've seen him use Koreans before. So yeah, this is definitely a lover and enjoyer of the Asian culture. And telling from the timer, this is going to be a very brief match, it looks like. Which, you know, I can tell you I faced Moon this week for my week 12 encounter. Moon is actually a very strong player. Very good with aggression, very good at defending. So I won't be surprised if this encounter was a very short one, and then the remaining length of the stream would be defined by how the next encounter goes, right? Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a very brief encounter and it's actually the next one that ends up deciding the rest of the length of the stream a lot more.
怎么了？准备就绪。
We'll have to pay attention to sort of what strategies they go for here, though. See what sort of things they can cook up. Yeah, this is sort of the deck we always see Sebas go with. Pretty generic. Doesn't like Spahi that much for some odd reason. I don't know why he doesn't have Spahi in here. You really don't need this. You really don't need that. You could definitely take these two out for sure and put some Spahi cards in. The Town Covered Wagon is alright just because it can, you know, produce settlers out of it for free. Now, more interestingly, let's see what the Chinese have. Now, he's ended up doing the 300 wood, no, rather the 300 food shipment option, which is going to help him age up quicker. It's going to help him get that wonder out a lot faster than he would have otherwise had been able to do. So we're going to have to see here how strong his rush is going to be against Sebas. I can guarantee you, from what I saw in my encounter this week, I don't think Sebas really has much of a chance here against his tactics. He's just really good with his Asian civs and he really performs well with them. Yeah, I think Moon is definitely going to dominate here really a lot. I don't want to describe his opponent, but I don't know. Not feeling too confident for our friend here. He does have 2 trading posts though, so he definitely has some shipment potential. See here, this is scary. It's only like what is it, like halfway through the match, and it's like a 7-minute match. It looks like 7 minutes. Boy, is that's a pretty short-lived match, I would say. Yeah, with pretty good certainty. Yeah. Pretty short match.
Sit down.
Yep, I would definitely say that for sure.
Sit.
$700 wood for the Evets. What about the Trimentuva Haldasa? 700 wood. He's going to be making a war academy. He's going to be sticking with the standard army of Yen Riders and Chuko Nu. Should be interesting to see here which sort of strategies they go with the place over this. knowing Sabaz, he's going to go Evet Janissary. Right? I think he's going to go Janissary. Now, what's going to interest me is he even going to get his barracks out in time to really do anything here? You know what I mean? That's why I'm so assessing a bit in my head. Like, is this going to be like the quickest match in history? Oh, he's already nipping at his training post. Yeah, he's going to do some fierce Russian tactics here. Now, what's Sabaz doing here? Is he queuing? No, this is Sabaz. Does he have the gold needed to make Janissaries? He's making the temple now to get those Moss technologies later. Is he going to go for an FF? Is he going to just go... Good, yeah, he's going to definitely want to do that. Definitely start queuing up some Janissaries. Oh, he's going to be going with the old Han army combined with the standard army. So we're going to be seeing some Tigermen as well. Gather your coin, man. Get your queue up. You're going to need it. Maybe make some delis here because, you know, this is a very fierce Chinese opponent. He does get his first Moss technology for sub training speed. It's going to ship some more Janissaries in. Okay. Yep. Yep, he's gonna... Oh, up! Yep, shoot that Chukanu down. Yep. Get that flaming down. Yep. Oh my god, is this what brought about this quick game? Jesus, look at that. That is annoying. I wonder if that's what costed him being able to hold out a bit longer. I don't know. Not quite sure, to be honest, how that went about. Okay, so he's going to be shooting down the Chukanu. Chukanu are going down. Yeah, see, this is where it goes wrong for him. He just has way too much light infantry, too much skirmish working here all at once. And he's really just not able to defend with Janissaries alone. He would probably need the delis, which he really doesn't have any time to produce, and that's how this went south right here. Yeah, see, if he had delis shipping out sooner, he probably could have meat sealed a bit and maybe held out for like another minute or two. But yeah, I don't think he was expecting to fall that quickly. He was maybe thinking, ooh, Janissary's strong. I can defend with Janissary. No, you can't. Not when you have that much Chukanus firing at you at once with multiple shots. It's just not going to happen. They're like little Gatling guns with lots and lots of damage. Well, will he at least kill one Chukanu? Yes, he will. He will kill one of them. That's all he does, though. That's all that happens. That's all, folks. One Chukanu dead from a whole scout unit shipment. Not good. Not good at all. Boy, is that painful to watch, because you go back to the Chinese deck. Yeah, this was a full style Storetsu style deck, you know, with a couple of exceptions, right? Because I obviously do mostly Definitive Edition. He does have my Mien Rider, or my what would be the Border Step Rider, yeah, Definitive Edition is a Step Rider. Actually, Mien Riders here are quite different than in Definitive Edition, because Mien Rider is a full-on Lancero. It's a very light Lancero that actually counts as a scout unit. Most Lancers that deal full anti-infantry damage are actually considered assault, but because these ones are so weak, they still classify under the scout tag. Whereas in Definitive Edition, they're actually only anti-skirmisher. They don't deal any bonus damage against like musketeers or anything like that. He also has my flamethrower and true canoe card here, and which is usually my Quang pikeman one. Also has good unit shipments. So yeah, I think China just outplayed him well in this match. Nothing more to say about that. Now we can see sort of how the second match goes for him. Hopefully it's a bit of a better show than that. I was honestly a little disturbed by how quick that was. We'll see though. See what they can come up with. Alrighty then, let's see. That's 2. Here we go. Probably Paraguay, or Maori, or Zulu, or British. Got the Sebas logic down to, oh, Germany. Going for the Reich. Alright. Japan, pretty predictable for Moonlight. He likes Japan, he likes his Asian Sibs. He probably likes his Asian women as well. Well, Hollow Live, I suppose. Yep. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, see, I always see him kicking over. Like, what the hell? What is he doing? It's like he's like 200 ELO down or something from him. It's just totally being outmatched here. He's like the quickest encounter I've ever seen in history. Like, they should have at least had Sagan or Eternia in here or something. That would be something fun to watch. But this is... Yeah, I'm not trying to diss Sebas in any way, but, you know, it's just a little afraid to see this type of... See matches going by this fast. Like, me thinking, oh yeah, this is going to be the longest stream we do in history for the Liga. And then you get encounters like this where they just fall apart and... What if we do the math, right? This encounter could have literally been less than half an hour to produce, not counting lag, right? Because obviously lag is another factor that doesn't get put into these recordings. But anyways, he goes for the Hobretch plan. This is same thing as Virginia Company for the British. Remember, Germany is British. Vanilla British in World War III, right? They have their own manor houses that provide a free settler when you build them. So if you're ever wondering, hey, why is this Germany player building so many houses? Because, you know, it's the same reason you do it for British if you were in Definitive Edition. Same bonus. What was... Is that... Oh my god, that's so screwed up because the old critical strike ability used to be customly tailored for the Japanese monks to make like a kung fu or karate style sound. But now it's more modern, and now literally the arrow shot of a female monk here sounds like a double-barreled shotgun getting shot or a mortar shell. It's pretty interesting how it sounds like a gunpowder weapon when it's really just a bow and arrow. Maybe it's a bomb arrow, who knows? Now they're going to be aging up with the Aristocrat. The Aristocrat is a bit different. Like, I'm trying to remember what the Aristocrat does. I think the Aristocrat gives food or something, I believe. Yeah, I don't... No, that's somebody else that gives the readout. Now Japan is going to be going for the Torii Gates for a quick rush. Super hyper aggro. Here we go. Super duper aggro. This is going to be some pretty hyper aggression. gonna probably start to. Yep, that's his cherry orchard right there. So yeah. Wait a minute, did he ship in more cherry orchards? How did he get 3 of them? I don't recall. Do you get 3 cherry orchards on Japan? Can't remember from the match that I did against Sabero earlier. Doesn't matter too much, I guess. Food is food, I guess, and berries are berries. Oh, the aristocrat gives you cows. Gives you nice hamburger and frankfurter meat. Nice. Nice. So he's going to be, so Japan's going to be doing the shrine cards. That's actually quite similar to the stuff that I do when I play Japan in Definitive Edition. That's what the high-level player Kanisi does when he plays Japan. He uses the shrine cards. He doesn't actually use wood or heavy wood macro to actually make his shrines. He uses the shrine rickshaws. Just focuses on food and coins so he can dedicate more of his resources to the Ashiguru Musketeer, or in this case the Shiguma Musketeer. I just don't understand what Saba's got planned here. Well, obviously Japan's going to be building infantry out of the gate, it looks like. With pretty good certainty, I guess. I mean, I think this match is going to go a little bit longer than the last one, but still pretty scary how quick it's going, to be honest. I didn't think it was going to be this brief. My thoughts of being the stream record time is going to be a little bit off-put probably. But whatever, you know, things happen. Yeah, like if we have like one more encounter here that was like a tiebreaker with like 3 more matches, and yeah, we'd be looking at like a 10-hour stream probably under the right circumstances. Could still happen by any means, but becomes less and less likely. You really don't see a lot of Imperial Age games in these Ligas that much, even though they could definitely happen, like we've seen them happen really early on. Yep, so he's going to be training Shiguma Musketeers. Germany's going to be doing a bit of the shipping of, I guess, ship some Hussars in, right? Wait a second. Did this guy not pay attention to his deck when he was putting it together? Did this man not pay attention to his deck when he was putting it together? What is this deck? Why would he build a deck like this? This is disgusting. How many cards is that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, 16 cards? Is he trying to be cool or something here? Like, oh man, I can beat you with 16 cards. Say that to your face. He was doing some hardcore stuff when he was playing this encounter, I think. You know what I mean? I feel like I've seen him play okay before in encounters, but I think today he was just on something very new that he's not used to. You know what I mean? He was eating something, drinking something, smoking something, you know, snoring something not normal. Because this right here is a fine example. Like, somebody was doing something seriously wrong when they were pulling this deck up, right? Like, they were, where did the brain go when it flew into the heavens and it never came back? Yeah. Now the thing that disturbs me is that you know, he didn't talk to Moon and say, hey man, I don't have all the cards in my deck. Can we maybe redo this again so I can get the cards in my deck again? And I do feel like I know what happened. He clearly probably played Germany. Oh yeah, he played Germany when he played against me in the Liga like 2 months ago. 2-3 months ago. And what happened was, back then, they had land war shipments in the home state, not blind infantry. They also had a wide variety of other units in their roster that they don't have right now. And because of that, right, that's exactly what happened. Oh my god. That's so sad. He thought he didn't update it. But still, it's up to the participant to you know, talk to the organizer, talk to your opponent, and say, can I redo this match with a better deck so it's not a total slaughter? Now, from what I see here, I do think it was a skill issue here of why he's losing. I don't think the deck had that much of an influence on his performance. I think he's generally just playing badly here. But in a more even circumstance, if I was a player and I thought I could generally beat that opponent, I would definitely want to make sure that I have all the possible dark cards I can possibly get in a deck to do what I have to do, right? And what I might be thinking here is he was probably feeling hopeless after game one and thought, you know, I don't care, let's just get this over with. You know, I could definitely have Cole redo and, you know, do it again, but because I'm sure the organizer of the tournament, Teresa, would definitely say, hey, if you're going into a game with like 16 cards, that's definitely a problem and we need to fix that, because that's doesn't look too good for you, and it doesn't look too good for the person streaming it, you know what I mean? It looks kind of weird, but yeah. Definitely a strange situation. Anyways, it seems like Japan has completely outplayed Germany here regardless. I mean, even without all the cards they needed, clearly just using regular crates and hussars and settlers was really not enough here to do much. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, it's unfortunately the case. Just going to try to make some fresh little sites here to maybe defend it. I think that was just slightly longer than the match we just saw, but yeah, that was a scary sight to see. I didn't expect that in competitive play, to see somebody actually making a competent deck like this, just pedal it along. And this is called late game. This is late game, folks. One factory wagon. You got cigar roller. You got refrigeration. You got Royal Mint. You got Essence Star Work. You got a Ford, you got a town sale wagon. This is not late game, buddy. This is a mid-game match. If you're doing a late game match, you need you know, you shouldn't have textile mills here. You should have it, but you should also have cigar roller. You should probably have rum distillery, sustainable agriculture, a bunch of. You should definitely have your second factory wagon, but that wasn't part of the version he was using the stock on, so I'll give him that. And probably a bunch of like unit upgrades and stuff, right? It's definitely not late. Also, the hot balloon part. This is definitely not yeah, that's the other thing. Hot air balloons. Definitely not a late game card. You definitely don't want to send hot air balloons as a late game option. That's just get spies, man, for that. You know. Yeah, that was just such a messed up, distorted match that I just don't know what to call that. What to call that match. It wasn't what I expected, though. It was definitely a different experience than I'm used to. You know what I mean? We're usually used to a lot of different stuff in these encounters, but that was just a whole level of wow. Yeah, well, things happen, I guess. You know what I mean? We all have our weird moments in competitive play, and that was certainly a weird moment to remember. And considering all the other wacky stuff we saw today, I mean, it does add spice to the pot as well, so I'm not complaining. But anyways, we got here Fiorito and Luis Kaiser. This is going to be a tiebreaker encounter, so we got a total of 3 matches to go here. After that, you can go home and go to sleep probably, because you're probably tired as very tired. If you've been here for the whole stream, you probably want to eat as well, I would hope. So you're probably starving right now. Unless you brought something with you, in which case you're probably alright. So how does this go? Kaiser has Argentina. Fierro has France. What, good quiz question. What is wrong with that picture? Luis Kaiser should be France and Fierro should actually be Argentina. They're like using reverse sieves, which is totally weird. But I'll take it. Take an A day. I mean, I'm going to be mostly interested in the types of decks that they use here. That's really what's going to pique my interest in these matches, is what sort of decks are we going to see. Are we going to see spicy decks, or are we going to see brutal decks, right? Are we going to see late game decks, or are we going to see early game decks? Well, I can tell you from right now, yeah, this is definitely going to be a longer match, because you look at the little timer here, and it, you know, I mean, compared to last game when it was like moving, like glowing all the way to the right at like within 30 seconds, we're moving towards like 2 minutes, and it's not even really flinching that much, honestly. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a longer match, and a more detailed match for sure. Yeah. Which I like that. You know, I actually want to see that type of stuff here. I don't want this count to be brief. I want it to be as long as we can possibly make it a great finale, so we can make the finish this week on a really high note. Don't want anything like the last encounter. That was just scary. Very scary. So, Argentina deck, let's go over these real briefly. So, Luis Kaiser's deck is going to be a mercenary deck built around the Enganche card. Now what Enganche does, it makes all mercenary shipments free. Their cards cost 0 coin. So what we're going to be looking at here is a naked FF into the Enganche card. And he's going to basically take all of these lovely mercenary shipments of his and make them free. Right? And he's also has some War of the Triple Alliance cards in here as well. Well, he has one anyways. He has the Blandigue one, which I would have read the Cacador Matado one instead, because, well, one of the mercenaries he has here, which goes by the name of the Maragato, is actually a mercenary Blandigue. So these are really just redundancy, the same unit. He also has an infinite native shipment as well, which is interesting. He's also going to be mostly training horse grenadiers as well, as you can see here. And if he does need infinite free shipment, he has his Sculptus to rely on. Does he have Maxim guns? Boy, he should have Maxim guns here. That would have been pretty good as well. You know, 4 free machine guns is definitely worth getting. But anyways, he's going to be aging up with the Italians, probably for the Legion Agricola, when that comes into play. France, on the other hand, is to be aging up with the Artisan, which is the Quartermaster. Let's look at their deck. Now, what we're probably going to see from the French is more or less web play as the match progresses. It's going to be like a late game sort of web deck, because he clearly has Algiers webs in the late game fort. He does not have a fort in H3, nor does he have the Zvev Home City Infinite Shipment here, so it's going to be looking more like he wants to go Industrial Age, maybe. He can rely on Cacadores as well as Alpini as his royal decrees if he wants them. He does have some partisans, volunteers, foot artillery, so it's looking like mid to mid-weight for what France is looking for here. And that's totally fine. I think that's a good strategy for both. But we're going to have to see how this goes, though. Should be pretty interesting, to say the least. Stable, so we're going to see some hussars, likely. Now, France could have actually won with the scout, which is also what the Russians get access to. But the scout for the French gives you 2 hussars instead of 3 Cossacks. Unless I'm thinking of another civ that gets the scout. Definitely possible, but oh, you know what the French get, which is really nice, is they get the ability to have a cheaper age up, which really ramps their FF a lot easier. Yep, Louis Kaiser is getting his silver coin plates now. And then we're going to see probably Italian Wave 2 without really much else to conflict with that idea. Italian Wave 2, yep. And then we're definitely probably going to see Italian Wave 3 as well. Now, what it's going to interest me is how he facilitates large mercenary armies combined with his sculptors and all these other sort of wacky units together with the horse grenadiers, right? Because it seems like the theme today is going to be like native maneuver cavalry, a wide variety of mercenaries, and also horse grenadiers. You can add the sculptors in if he needs them. You can add shipping the landing gears as well. It's mostly going to be horse grenadier and mercenary play with natives as well. Now, what's France doing? Is France going to be FFing as well? Not quite. Not quite. They're going to be rushing a bit with their hussars and do a bit of raiding work. Also training some grenadiers as well. So definitely looking to do more short-term combat. Short-term combat against his opponent. Okay, so he's going to swoop around a little bit over here, see if he can maybe knock off a couple hits, do some damage. Alright, better get those gauchos in. You really can't afford to lose too many of them when you're doing a merc deck like this, because every little gather you get is pretty critical. I mean, you really can't afford to lose too many of them. Oh, nice! Look at all the food you got from the immigrant. Yeah, that's actually pretty useful. Pretty useful stuff. And what's he gonna do now? Let's see what Kaiser has for food. Well, he's going for a fort to start with, which is probably the smart play, because if he gets a fort down, he really can't rush him too hard, even if he wanted to at this phase. Right, he sort of has to wait a little bit. Fort is sort of like a stopper for your opponent, so they can't go right into your base. Yep, he's gonna want to put the fort probably somewhere forward facing, I would assume. I don't think the Grenadiers are going to take down the fort. I don't think it's likely. Especially, oh, get that fort up in time. Yep. Yeah, as long as he gets the fort up in time, I mean, I think he's alright. And then he just has to send some, like, he does just have to send the firemen in if he has to. Oh, he's going to go with the Serenos instead. Alright, so he's gonna attack these, which is gonna give him a bit of an added defense. He is laying off a bit of the siege of the fort a bit, which is gonna let the fort go up in time, I think. With pretty good sanity. Okay, so we get that grenadier taken out. Now Yep, and I think, yeah, that fort's gonna stay up, I believe. It's pretty low in HP and he's gonna have to nurse it pretty well. But, yeah. Not a lot to say there. Yep, not a lot to say there. Yep, and, oh yeah, that boy's definitely staying up.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
Yep. Okay, so if you reverted for Kaiser, you can, keep acquiring his resources as needed. He will go for a repair of that fort, though. Alright. It's definitely something he thinks is worthwhile for him. He definitely doesn't want that fort going down. Yeah, I mean, he's really pushing him hard here too, like, you know. Well, he just has to really micro down the, well, this doesn't go down easily by any means, though, so, now, what's Kaiser doing? He's sent the, Enganche already, so he can actually start with his army of Patablancas to begin with. The Patablancas are very strong, heavy infantry that just have like 60 damage with their shots. Very strong, gunpowder unit. And definitely a match for these grenadiers, even when they're grouped together. You want to still be careful of their grenade throws and try not to die to him too easily, but still I think he's got it in the bag so far. Then after that he can worry about shipping the coin and he needs, maybe. Yep, make some Patablancas. Patablancas are doing pretty good. Yep, but yeah, Patablancas are definitely taking out these grenadiers. I definitely see that happening. I don't see any upset in that regard. He is using the town center a bit, but not too much, it looks like. Probably trying to keep up with his age up times while dealing with this aggressive army. Yeah, I don't know about that because the Patablancas are going to deal a lot of anti-cavalry to those units. Yep. Oh, yep. Pretty easy defense, I would say, for Kaiser. Then he's going to be shipping in the Maragato. These are maneuver units, so they'll be good against scout and melee if he wants to keep up that pressure. Right, so I don't know if France really wants to keep pressuring his opponent right now, or he just wants to age up at this point. Yeah, because the Maragato will definitely stop hussars in their tracks. Yep, here comes the Maragato coming out soon. Barracks, okay. I don't know why he's making a barracks though, that's it. I would be saving for houses myself, if it was me. Because really you're going to need a lot of population houses, mercenaries. Yep, see these Maragato, they do about 36 damage with one area of effect. It's a pretty brutal attack. And in melee they do about 40 damage, hand damage to these hussars. Definitely enough to take them down. So that's the end of any sort of pressure from France for a while. I mean, they're going to have to come up with a bit of a game plan if they hope to beat this out, I think. I don't think they're going to be able to do this very quickly. That's for sure. It's absolutely for sure. Yep, Malagato going for a bit of rating. Quick returning back since, as you know, the Sunsuits got Pierce armor, quite a bit of Pierce armor, so they actually don't take a lot of damage. Also concerned they only deal about half damage even before the Pierce armor comes into factor. Really only doing like 1 or 2 damage per shot. Yellow's going to be aging up with the city planner. He's going to get himself a nice town center wagon for that. Or a covered wagon as it's called. Training some volunteers. Has some grenadiers and hussars handy. We're looking at a late game match. Looks like. How late? Who knows? Not even at the half mark yet for this match, so anyone's guess. Anyone's guess. Anyone's guess at this point. So it looks like Louise Kaiser can get another ship. Man, wait a second, I gotta pick up a call again. Okay, so I will have to make a little pause again in about 10 minutes or so to do something really quickly, but we can get a couple more minutes of stuff done in the meantime, so we're not sitting around for too long. Okay, so it looks like Argentina is currently got enough, has some Patablancas. They did train a bit of Patricios too, which is interesting. Now at this point, probably the next predictable move for Paraguay, for Argentina, would be to go to industrial age and start getting the Agricola Italian houses. That'd be my next step, and then I would start adding in the Argentine mercenaries little by little. Add some horse grenadiers in. Yeah. So this is Italian Wave 3. Predictable. Very predictable. Now the question is, when is he going to chop over the wood? Because in principle, what you really want to do here is get as many Italian houses as you possibly can. Right now he only has about one. Doesn't quite seem like he's really producing a lot of wood yet. Oh, coin. What's he going to get with coin? Alright, so he is actually not going over to the wood like predicted a bit. Not as many as I thought. I would have expected him to maybe put out like 5, 6 of these houses, because you know that's where most of your you're going to get population for that, and you're going to be able to get free maneuver units from it as well. So you're going to deny your opponent access to cuirassiers by doing that. You're also going to deny him a lot of ability to use scout units as well. So that's definitely ideal. Now the idea of using dragoons in this situation is not the best, because in this sort of a deck, unless you factor in the infinite sculptor shipment, assault units are not going to make a big debut in this match. It's mostly going to be a lot of maneuver, a lot of line, and some scout. And definitely a lot of maneuver though, because the Maragato are maneuver, and the natives is probably going to be sporting later on are also native. The natives is going to be sporting later on are also maneuver, I should say. Yeah. So yeah, he got some nice free red shirts with that age up. He will be starting out though with the Cisplatine mercenary army. It gives you 6 Pala Blanca, 3 Malagato, and 4 Legion Pelagrea, which are a grenadier unit. Now I can't recall if they're a bombardier grenadier unit or are they just their standard grenadier unit. It makes a bit of a difference, because if they're a bombardier, then that means he'll be able to throw grenades at them constantly. If they're a standard grenadier, then they have a musket back that they also offer once that charged grenade throw is done. Okay, so not a good situation. Back up, 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 back up. You definitely don't want to be there if you're not. You definitely don't want to take any more abuse from these maneuver units. Just let the Patricios do the work for you and take in the damage. They're a horrible unit. Well, they're not horrible yet, but in this matchup they're horrible because they're not mercenaries. They're not pricey limited units you can't train yourself. Oh, and now he's getting the Pala Blancas now. So I'm thinking, from what I understand, he's mostly concerned about keeping his Pala Blancas well. So are these Bombardier? What are these things? Yeah, like if they're a Bombardier unit, then you should be able to get a lot of performance out of them.
Pronto. Preparado.
Alright, so 12 Pala Blancas are coming out. He is going to be... Right now there's about 23 of them. And you won't be able to get any more of them. You will actually be able to get 4 of them, but that's sort of like a reserve shipment that you really don't want to have to send. Now what's going to determine what happens here is if he can take these foot artillery out. Right, he needs to be able to take these foot artillery out. First get the hussars out. He needs to be able to separate the Maragato and get them over to the foot artillery. Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to be able to separate them. And now, yep. Nice. Yep, they're doing their job now. Yep. Now, what the follow-up is just gonna matter what for him. It's like, where's he gonna go with after this? He's gonna do more Legion for Guayana. So, from what I understand, these are a Bombardier unit. Okay, so they are a Bombardier unit. Alright, so now I'm gonna have to finish up something real quick, and I'll be back in probably like 10 minutes or so. Shouldn't be too long. See you. Alrighty then, so it looks like I'm finally back. Hopefully, made it back on time, like 10 or so minutes. If not, you know, I try to time my pausing when I'm on stream as best as I can when I have to go do something. Guess we're back, and if you had to go for something, you can always check out the rest of the stream on, Unstoppable Stuart's YouTube channel as well, the VOD. But beyond that, let's get back into it. We still have this wonderful encounter to do. We're still on match 1 of it, so we got 2 more matches after this to do. Alright, right now it's, an Argentinian sort of mercenary deck versus the French. And we'll probably see some crazy, wacky stuff from Luis Kaiser, which he always produces after this. So let's continue with this, shall we, right? That's what we're here for tonight, is some crazy, wacky strategies. So, from the fight we saw before, it looks like a lot of his red shirts survived, some of his Paraguayas survived. Espada Blanca survived. He also has some Patricios and Conscriptos left. So he has a pretty decent mass left that he can start sieging. I would go right for the wall here. Go forward, take the stable out, take the barracks out, disrupt them a bit. And the only thing I'd worry about here is maybe some of these volunteers. They're sort of annoying to deal with. Probably going to wait for you to go in a little bit more before he starts engaging. At least you can take the stable out, so you don't have to worry about skirmish as much, like those Chelsea balls. Right? Yeah, that's always a risk you run into in these matches. You always have to be sure of that. You know what I mean? Absolutely. You definitely have to be careful of those things when you're in a match, right? But beyond that, hopefully we can, see where this goes from here. It could either go either way at this point. I mean, economically, the French have been tackling fairly well off of 2 town centers. Yep, 2 town centers. They are at about number 50 gatherers. They're going to be adding 2 more now. So they're heading towards their build limit pretty soon. I think the play is doing this is to deal with any maneuver units like dragoons. Even though that's really sort of the wrong thing to be worrying about. You more or less want to start going towards those horse grenadiers now. That's sort of the direction you want to head towards. Also, you could ship the Maxim guns. Maxim guns would be a great option. But what he's probably looking to do here is probably, he needs a little coin to do it though, is get Catholicisms. Have the Counter-Reformation technology research, that way you can gain another free shipment from it. And that way you can send out these Maxim guns, and then you can send out an army of horse grenadiers. That would be perfect in this situation. That's what I would do if it was me in this circumstance, because I love mercenary decks. I love them in KOF. I've loved them in, team games as well. Maybe not Cheese Hunt or Jamboree ones, but, other ones as well, they can be quite good.
Dígame, señor.
But, yep, just like I predicted, Catholicism is going to be researched, and likely Counter-Reformation is going to be researched after that, once it gets about 100 faith, because it costs 300 food, 100 faith, gives you a shipment, which for a mercenary sword deck like this you really want to have. He could send his Marigatos in, he could send his Maxim guns in, and then when he has both of those, yeah, when is he going to switch to praying? He's going to need a couple of prayers over there to get counter-reformation, if that's what he has in mind. Oh, he doesn't have that in mind. And also, where is the production of the Legion Agricola from the Italian houses? That's the next step, right? Yeah, exactly. And France, what's France planning here? So they're going, you know, Foundry. Probably looking at foot artillery, I would assume, here. More maneuver, right? So I guess in that case, if he is going to keep up with these, like, dragoons, having the Patricias there was probably beneficial to him. A little bit more than I thought. I didn't know he was going to try to go for another stable again. But beware of that foot artillery. Now might be the time to start thinking about Italian houses and again, the Legion Agricola. You know, that technology. It's a really nice one. You know what I mean? But let's see if he actually follows through on it or not. Because that could really determine a lot of things here. He is getting stagecoach though, so he definitely had, yeah, where's that extra shipping that you really need, man? That's what I'm wondering. Start sending the Agricola soon so you can really take advantage of that. Well, economically, like, food-wise, he has about 33 gauchos and he only gets about, like, 65, is it? So, he's kind of at about the midway point for his build limit almost. Like, just almost about it at his build limit. Halfway there. Yep, these are the Maxim guns, these nice British machine guns. Are going to be a pretty central part of fighting his infantry. Yeah, that's weird. He sort of researched it twice.
Preparado.
Why did... Oh, maybe the foundation of the wall broke or something. He's definitely looking the wall, I think, and stop them from getting flanked as easily. Oh, so he's going to try to snare him back into the wall. Yeah, that's probably a smart idea. Yeah, because now he sort of needs to start thinking about the longer game, because his mercenary pushed in exactly again what he wanted to in the earlier game. So now he has to think about maybe upgrading certain units I'm going to need, like Patricios, probably Horse Grenadiers, and eventually using the stats of these mercenaries to my advantage against his hopefully more feeble army, right? That's the hope when we go mercenary decks, is we're dealing with a lot of bowling pin style units that we can just knock down and move towards the base, taking out town centers, taking out infrastructure, villages. That's the hope anyways that we try to reach. Yeah, these it's quite a bit of damage actually. Yep, just about enough to take out the gate. Definitely needs to be careful though of how he manages his army. Is he going to begin praying as well? No, he's not. He's not going to be praying. He'll be praying that he was praying. You know what I mean? They will be praying. So you need about 98 faith now to get that nice technology. Oh, good. He got one of the. Yes, again, another one that. He is using religion though, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. It's a lot of micro work, I understand that. It's a lot of micro work. Oh god, the maneuver units. Use the maneuver. Get what? Shit. Should have shot that one. Should have shot that one. Yep. Definitely should have shot that one. Definitely, well anyways, yeah, see, that's not good, because now he's gonna need the Marigato now, because the Marigato is the only thing that can really deny the Corsairs if he can get home alive, because does he, yeah, he doesn't have a lot to work with right now. He's going to try to fight it out because he really doesn't have much better options at this point. May as well try to fight it out. Get the Corsairs gone so they're not snaring you anymore. Also, he He's lucky to have 2 trading posts to work with, though. That is going to help him out quite a lot. Yep, he's going to get his stables working now, too, because he's going to need cavalry. I just don't know, because if you lose your mercenary units, you lose the whole purpose of having a mercenary deck. And that's where, you know, that's where you need to put your focus, is keeping those mercenaries on the field and coming out. Because if you don't do that, that's a serious problem, because you could end up with some serious issues. Very serious issues.
Professore, ¿qué quieres?
Yep, let's see, more Legion Paraguaya.
Te escucho.
And, yep, we're going to see some more Lancers being queued. And, okay, so watch out for this mine, though. Yeah, that's an area you're going to have to be careful of here. You always have to make sure you're not falling into a trap in terms of his raids. And because you've got gauchos, you can actually get away pretty quickly. Now, with this rate, the way he's going, he's probably just going to be able to get counter reformation without even praying. Because of this random little trickle here. He's going to slowly push it towards 100, probably. Slowly screw him along. But at this point, he really does need some sort of trainable unit now, unfortunately. And he doesn't have a lot of mercenaries left. He can send these, he can send the horse grenadiers. It's not completely spent yet. He does need to do something. And that's what that something is, I don't know right now. I just don't know why he hasn't been doing the Italian houses yet. And again, that setup, that's another area where you could be making up lost unit population. It's really confusing to me how some of these things, right? My goal would be get counter reformation, get those Italian houses up, and start getting those maneuver units, because that's a nice backbone that you can rely on as you're doing this. Because whether your performance in fighting is going good or bad, you're going to have a queue of a lot of maneuver units to be able to support yourself, right? Now, what's this? Infernales. No, you need to be making Italian houses, not infernales. Unless he has, he's planning on doing a mega push with anti-shock. But you don't really need anti-shock, you more or less need to do anti-infantry. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's going mostly maneuver and skirmish. He's got a bit of assault, but that's about it. Does he have his Meligato still? Yeah, he just needs to use the Meligato to take out the Cuirassiers. That's all you really need for that. Yep, that's all you need to do. That's exactly it. You need to take out these Cuirassiers with the Meligato. Don't really need a lot of Infernales for that. Now, here's the problem with that method, because he doesn't have the card he needs to actually get the guard and Imperial upgrades for the Infernales, so these are kind of going to be like archaic units going into these fights now. He really needs to be getting horse grenadiers. And also, it's kind of annoying against Assault, because the Assault has like hand armor. Makes it a little bit obnoxious to deal with. Oh, he's already got Grognard back at his base. He's got Covrans, he's got Grognard. Quite a bit of units. Now, I will say, luckily for him, 10 millions, these are good. It's definitely a good option. These are basically Spanish Lanceros, like Demi-Lancers. Same sort of assault unit, right? Yeah. How many dragoons does he have? Like, is that a large number of dragoons? So yeah, I think he'll be alright. How about line infantry? How much line infantry does he have? Well, he has a little bit, but not a lot. He might be able to do alright here. We'll find out. Now, I wish you would just go over and play and get Counter Reformation like right now and get yourself a nice free shipment. Because you could really use a nice free shipment, my friend. Be definitely helpful to you. I don't see why you're not getting that lovely free shipment from Catholicism and the Counter Reformation text. I think you might need very badly soon. Also get the guard up there on your Lanceros. That's another great idea. Because that'll deal with the volunteers and it'll even deal with these Chausier as well. Don't be fooled. These might be mounted guys, but these actually are will face multiplier damage from Lanceros in particular. But they actually won't face multipliers from the Tatamilians. That's the wacky way the tag rework works, right? Being an anti-infantry unit don't actually face any multiplier damage from anything. But if you're dealing with an anti-skirmish unit like the Lancero or even the flank or the artist rifle, those will indeed do multiplier damage against the Chausier Cheval, or the Chausier d'Afrique, as they're called. Wait a second, I got a call coming in. I'm sick of these calls. Wait a second. Okay, I think hopefully that's the last one. Let's continue and finish this off, shall we? But while I was looking at the screen when I was doing the call, I noticed you got saw pit here for the Argentines. This is the third chopping upgrade for wood. So let's continue, shall we? Quite an interesting fight here. He's going to be sieging at the wall, or is he? He might decide to go home at this point and now cut his losses. Yep, certainly. Yeah, it looks like a good idea to go home at this point. Patricios. Yeah, those would be a nice addition if any dragoons he has. They'll also kill any hussars he has as well. Oh, he's also getting pastures now, which is really good. See, the pasture, what he's going to get from that is going to finally start getting some livestock in, so he has a reliable food source later on. Unfortunately, the way he did his deck is a mercenary deck. He doesn't have butchers. He probably, maybe could have foregone frontier defenses for butchers, perhaps. But who knows at this point? Because butchers will let you gather those cattle from those cattle, get that hamburger out really easily. But anyways, I'm just curious to see what's gonna happen when they actually like face off.
See?
Like who's gonna beat who at this point. Alright, let's see, get some action. Let's see if he actually activates some of these bears. That would be, yep, see, the bears are going to help out here. The bears are going to be his friend. Going to get some help from Mother Nature. The bears are going to annoyingly distract his units. Oh yeah, look at the bears. The bears are actually doing a lot of damage. Bears are gonna maul those, see, they actually did a lot for Kaiser. They gave him a really good distraction he needed for his army to go in there and wipe out the foot artillery that was dealing a lot of damage to him. Now, he doesn't have to really worry about these culverins as much. The culverins are just taking up empty space at this point. He really just needs to kill, these Chaucers. He also has to kill his infantry. Once he does that, he's pretty much fine for now. He's actually just successfully defeated his army. But here's the big iceberg, his economy is going up pretty astronomically. And from here, it's going to really be Louise Kaiser's job to want to take him out as soon as he possibly can. Right, because if he doesn't do that, he's very well going to be looking at defeat very soon. Does he have any Melegatos left? He has about 4 of them, actually, so this is going to help deal with the Corsair problem. He needs to make sure that they're attacking the Corsairs, though. He did lose one. Will he lose the other ones? Luckily, I think they'll get away. Yep, got the Corsairs out. Should probably try to shoot that one if they get too close. Yeah, I think he's just really ending up in a place where he didn't want to end up in. Definitely could have made some better plays earlier that, Because he needs to be attacking as quickly as he can at this point, because he's on the back burner. Right, until you can start getting a lot of these cows out and you can start really gathering from them, Argentina is really behind in their economy.
Commander?
Regardless of their shipments, unless they can get shipments out super duper fast and ideally take over this other trade route with railroads. He is really not in good shape right now. Is what you gotta contend with, is you are behind. You need to get ahead. You need to push forward. You need to stop dickering around in this spot that you're in, because you're going to be put into the ash heap of history in this match if you don't start attacking. You start finding a way to make up units, you know what I mean? You've kind of went past the prime real estate that the mercenary deck is supposed to provide the player. The prime real estate, as the player would be, is to basically just get all of the units you need early. You have super duper stats, go in there and crush them. Crush them out of their cheap little rangers and pikemen and skirmishers and hussars. Just annihilate them, wipe them off the map. If you lose that early momentum, you are always going to be on the back burner with the mercenary deck. And unless you're really god with macro, you can somehow compensate for it, because look now, he's just starting to get, plantation upgrades that he needs. Right? He's just barely starting to scratch the surface of coin economy. His food economy is dead. Unless he can start hunting that meat. Yeah, so I think, I think France did this pretty well. And Argentina definitely needs to work on their micro game a bit better, work on their decision making a bit better. He completely forgot about the Legion Agricola immigrant stuff from the immigrant colony here, the Italian one. The Legion Agricola is a immigrant unit, right? It's a maneuver unit. It will kill his cuirassiers. It will probably kill a lot of his infantry as well. Especially now that they're Scent Guard Cuirassier. You need to definitely deal with this, right? Exactly. And this is not going to be good. Oh cool, man, this is good. He might be able to kill a couple of them. Not really, I mean, that's a lot of... Yeah, see, this is why I cringed a bit when I saw in finales. These are stuck in veteran upgrade limbo because he doesn't have the necessary card to unlock the guard and imperial upgrades for them. So these are going to continue to be like basically as good as partisans, really. Actually worse than partisans, because in the case of France, their partisans do a lot of damage and they can get them up to imperial level without a card. So if he wanted to go god partisans versus whatever he's doing, he could. Just to give you some perspective. And see, France is just a footstep away from actually hitting the imperial break as well on him. So yeah, that's another thing you need to consider here. France could go imperial at any point that they want to, and that would be the end of France. Okay, so it looks like the end. At the end for Kaiser in this match. Now it's really not going to be the end for him yet because, boy, we're doing a tiebreaker encounter, so he will have his day again. At least once, maybe twice. We'll find out. Find out in the next matches, right? Have 2 more matches to go, and then you can go home and tuck your kids in the bed or whatever you do, you know? Whatever you do. After a Streletsy station. Okay, so that's looks like the end. for this sort of Argentine mercenary deck. I've tried it a couple of times myself, but I haven't really found the best success from it. Now, I think the biggest problem is that Enganche needs to be an Age 2 card. Also, it would be good if you had more of the triple lines again as an Age 1 card or an Age 2 card and have it make the loader units free. This would be perfect. This would make it an ideal strategy to go for like a home city through deck with Argentina. Because I really miss the days when more of the triple lines actually made the loader cards free, 100% free. And they were some pretty good shipments too. Like you have one that sent like 12 Hussars, one that sent 6 Passivolantes, one that sent like an army of Blandigue Grenadiers. Back when that was a thing, right? Like when Blandigues were actually a Grenadier infantry unit and not a Dragoon with a shotgun blunderbuss. Yeah, the good old days, yeah. Anyways, GG, both sides. I appreciate this deck being made and being utilized here. We definitely, did some interesting stuff with it. France also did a good job at countering it and taking them out. Poilu Line Infantry. I didn't know that was their Royal Guard name. Interesting. So, I'm going to be doing a little bit more deleting work here on some recordings I got that are old. Just so we can make sure we have enough of, uploading room here. To save the stream. I think we got enough, but you always want to be 100% sure, right? Yeah. Now, what I'm curious about is how many hours? So we have like 3 hours to work with left, so this is actually the longest stream I think we've ever done for a couple of circumstances, I don't think I've been AFKing that much lately. I mean, I've had a little 5-minute 2 to 3 minute calls here and there, and then I had to get up for like 10 minutes a couple of times, but I think this is the most gameplay in a stream we've ever done before, overall. So we're going to see match 2 of the Calito Fielto versus Luis Kaiser encounter. We will see what SIDs they use. Hopefully something spicy and tasty to watch. Got Germany. So maybe this is when Luis Kaiser does the thing that I did. But Theo also goes Germany. So this is going to be a German mirror. Reich versus Reich. Now this should be fun to watch because we're probably going to see different philosophies of the German Civ being played out here. We might see one that's a little bit boomy, one's a bit aggressive, one that uses more Landwehren levies, one that uses more free artillery to do their stuff and more booming with the houses to sort of facilitate that. You know what I mean? It really depends. There's probably about 20 trillion ways to play the new Germany around their cards. And from the looks of it, this is going to be a pretty quick match, Yeah, it's going to be a pretty quick match, you know what I mean? It's going to end pretty instantly, I think. From the looks of it. This is going to be a pretty quick match. Compared to the last one, yeah, quite the opposite. That's going to be a pretty quick match. Okay, so what sort of decks do they got? I'm presuming... Oh, so this is the Fiero deck, so he has the Virginia Company German cheaper manor houses, so they can actually afford to spam them a lot quicker. He's got resource crates, hussars, line infantry. In age 3, he has a bank, advanced arsenal. He does have the Bismarck model, so he will be looking towards getting some late game levy units, perhaps. New ones. Also, his 2 factories. Now, Louis Kaiser. He has. He's going for more the a la carte strategy that I go for, right? The Frankfurt Trade Fair is his first card. He will be getting hunting dogs immediately upon getting this market up, followed by logging and placer mines, Great Cope, blunderbuss, and then, you know, the age 2 and 3 market text once he hits those respective ages. Because remember, this card makes all of his market technologies free to research. They are free of resources, which basically allows him to macro any way he wants for units or whatever, and not have to worry about macro in a special way to acquire these technologies to improve his gathering rate. From my understanding, the way it looks, something's going to break down really fast here and somebody's going to die real quick. Somebody's going to really slip up somewhere and cost themselves the match. How that happens, I don't know. What I'm thinking Luis Kaiser is going to do is he's going to do a very special fast industrial that's like really fast. He's going to get his readouts up really fast, and he's going to pump out about like 38 of these landwehr infantry musters, perhaps, combined with the ones from the readouts, and maybe that's going to make his enemy rage quit once they reach like veteran stats. Yeah, that's totally possible. Could do into something else as well. He's just in Great Coat now. He's going to be all set for steel traps and the like once he hits age 2. Fio's going for the Statesman, right? And our friend here's going for the Burger, right? Burger's silver coins. Statesman gives us a readout. I'm frankly surprised that Luis Kaiser didn't go for the readout because, you know, the sort of build that he's going for here really benefits having these frontier wagons make us a readout. So it's one less thing for us to build. Right, and you get just enough of coin to that you can fall right into place with the 700 coin. Yeah, exactly. But he will be shipping out some hussars though. As Fiero is going for he's got some manners here actually. Looks like he's not quite developed yet though. And it looks like Kaiser is start training units out here. Just a few shakes it looks like. Yep, it looks like in just a few shakes he's going to be pushing out some units. Yep, definitely. So this is where the cookie crumbled for Fio. He just wasn't able to deploy quick enough. I think he went a little bit too boomy with his manners and he didn't get the barracks downtime. Yeah, that's probably how things went down here. I can mostly guarantee that to a T that he didn't deploy quick enough. I find it interesting that Kaiser didn't sit back and let himself get late game levies. Like he just, this isn't his deck, but I'm surprised he didn't go for those late game landwehr levies from his home city. Because if he did that, then yeah, that would have been another way he could have taken him out. It is pretty impressive though that at this stage in the game they already have like 26 attack. Quite a lot of stats to have for an infantry unit. Stronger than the standard line infantry, which is about 23.
Es geht mir besser.
Oh, nice.
Ich bin verwundet. Kann mich nicht bewegen.
As they get amalgamation, just finishing up with his free technologies for this age. He just has to get circular saw for age 3 if he goes to age 3 in time before the end of this match.
Bereit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see quite here where things go on for Germany though, like unless. Oh,
Es geht mir besser.
so it looks like they're pretty down on resources. Yeah. Also, I don't like how he's just idling here though. This is definitely a root cause of why he lost this match. He was idling really long over here from what I could tell. Like he was like on 0 food and he wasn't getting his moose meat over here in time. If he was macroing better, I'm pretty sure he could have had a better shot at getting a 2-0 here. That's certainly the case. Absolutely the case, actually. Yeah, that's sort of where the cookie crumbled, is you were idling just way too long, man, you know. Because like now he can't actually train any military anymore, and he's just got way at the mercy of Luis Kaiser, who can just steamroll him with his military now. Because he could just go straight on the Flashlier now, a Scytheman unit with some decent siege, and go right for the sieging now. He doesn't even have to keep going line infantry anymore. He can if he wants to, but the Scythemen are probably a better choice at this point. Overall.
Bereit.
Yep, barracks is down.
Auf Rang. Ja. Jawohl.
Definitely chase these settlers down, but he's running in the direction of his barracks, which is not too smart. You know, I'd probably go on this island at this point and build a mill there and just hang out there if I had the wood for it. Which he definitely doesn't have the wood for it. And because he didn't get the Frankfurt, you know, cards, he does have to pay for his steel traps. In full. Yeah, and the town center is going down just because of the fact he has no way of adding settlers to it anymore. Right, when he can't train units to defend against it, all he has are these marauding hussars at this point. Nothing else. Just a matter of time before that Germany falls. Fencing school, interesting. It would run with the settlers first. I mean, because you got the should be focusing more on getting your eco up at this point, since your army is clearly good as it is right now in this state. Good, good, good. Very good.
Bereit. Auftrag.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was a pretty brief match, I would say. I was expecting something a little bit more late game than that. But it's alright, I mean, these cars have definitely proved themselves to be a strong Germany here. And deployed really well. Deployed his army quite well here. Alright, so one more match to go. Let's finish this up. Get this show on the road. Finish with a strong finish, hopefully. Match 3, the grand finale of the day. Grand finale of the week, I should say, at the Liga matches. Let's impress. Let's put on a good show for viewers. Piero goes Argentines this time, so he goes back to his roots. What does Luis Carza do? He goes for Portuguese. Again, with the Portuguese, man. What is he going for, the secure option, the secure win? Really couldn't have thought of anything better than the secure win. Whatever. Yes, if you like Portuguese, you like Portuguese. This is going to be a long drawn out fight, I can imagine, because, you know, Portuguese are not going to go down that easily. I'm just, like, paying attention to, like, the little timer over here. Thinking, when does this thing change over? Changes over around, yeah, I mean, because if you don't see, like, this bar change for, like, 4 or 5 minutes, this is going to be, like, 2-hour match. Yeah, it's hard to tell, because, I'm not really seeing this bar really move over that much. You know, I see the gold filling now. Yeah, this is going to be a longer match, you can tell already from that bar. So, 2 minutes in and it still hasn't really filled up this area yet. It's going for Established Ironmonger. Established Ironmonger. That's a card you don't usually see being used by Portuguese. It's got like refrigeration. It's got Congacieros. These are actually pretty good. It's got like the gunpowder cards he needs. got fencing school, riding school, factories. Alright, so I mean, I would have gone cigar roll or royal mint, because once the mines are gone by, your ironmonger is a no monger anymore. But for Fierro, his deck has Gauchos, Mercado de Abastos. He has the Butchers, which I was talking about before. So he will be able to get a lot of his pastures. And speaking of, yeah, he does have the Horse Grenadiers. He does have San Lorenzo. But he likes to use Catecismo a lot, which makes the villagers train faster. I don't usually use that. He can use it, it's perfectly fine. He does have some upgrade cards for his range cavalry, so his units, and his Granado Caballo, his horse grenadiers. He has double stalls, so they will be cheaper to train and be quicker to train. He has Costumbrismo to give him a town center that will build a lot faster than usual, and will benefit the build time of his estancia as well. So what politicians we got here? We got the first Polish wave for Fierro, and Kaiser has the Burger, so 440 coin, and some nice silver coins. So that should be pretty nice. Definitely looking forward to that. Definitely looking forward to that.
Sim, eu vou.
700 food. Good. Yeah, it's actually a backwards way of doing it, which I find interesting. He uses the burger to get the 448 coin combined with his mining of Ironmonger to actually do a reverse FF build, which is kind of interesting, right? Because typically you get the hunts and then you send the coin, but he does the mining with Ironmonger and then he ships the food instead. I wonder if that's actually more efficient that way. There's to move them over there so they can gather them quicker. I think he messed up a bit because they were supposed to come out on this side to get the food crates. Alright, so he's going up with the gunsmith to get some cacadores. Fierro is probably going to go more aggressive. I can see the auxiliaries coming out. Polish Auxiliary Legion. Okay, so we're going to be seeing Patricios and the auxiliaries. Better not be making ASRs against that. That's a pretty anti-Hussar build, I would say. And actually, in theory, the Patricia is probably more problematic for Portuguese because they don't get assault cavalry, right? If they ever wanted to go hand cavalry, they have to make Hussars, and therefore the Patricia will always counter their hand cavalry. So one time when, you know, Argentina does a number on Portuguese or something. Yep, so we're gonna see here, yeah, well, he's definitely not rushing for a siege anytime soon because, you know, the Cacadores will shut that down quite quickly. You know, they do a lot of damage. They also have the multiplier, they will wipe out the auxiliaries pretty effectively. Just a matter of when this gunsmith comes in for him. Alright, just watch your chance on it, buddy. Don't let it go down too easy. Yeah, good. Pull it in the back. That's good. That way you know it'll go up for sure. Definitely gotta keep those auxiliaries away because they do about 32 siege, which is really powerful. Or actually the same as the Beveringer for Sweden, except they're a consulate version of them, as noted by their 4x against shock, which is kind of an untraditional multiplier to have. Just like it's untraditional to have like 6 against scout only. These are actually based on the AZAPs in Definitive Edition, the Ottomans. One of the more newer units they came up with. Portuguese going for the halberdier instead, actually. Yeah, I found that pretty interesting because I would have expected him to go with something a bit different, like maybe... What cards does he have? He does have the Kakadori shipment, so I was expecting to maybe make some of those. But probably what I was thinking is if I go 2 Kakadori shipments, I'm always going to leave myself susceptible to Lancero pressure. Because now that I have some halberdier defense against shock units, now I can start to train and ship lots of Kakadoris in. And that will provide him the safety and security he needs to start booming. He's going to need to start booming like really well now. He wants to start getting ahead of this Argentina. This Argentina does not have a pasture yet though. That's an area where I think Argentina needs to start working, is getting that pasture up. Get some moo-moos, some cows, some hamburger, some hamburguesa. That's what you need. Oh, nice job, him. Good. Gets a nice job. Kakadori's are gonna have fun with this. It's like playing tower defense, basic. Yeah. I think he's alright to just stand there and just shoot for now. You know, I'm not really too threatened by these Capricios, honestly. But I guess he's trying to be careful with this micro, making sure he takes down enough stuff. Yeah, I would say Portuguese are definitely on the better footing right now. I mean, his best bet is going Lancero at this point, but, well, avoiding the halberdier for him. His biggest threat is losing any sort of, like, scout unit he does to the halberdiers. Yeah, it looks like you're not going to get too far with these Kakadoris on your tail. That'll definitely give Portuguese some time to do some much needed booming. Yeah. Now, where the big difference I think is whether Argentina's failure to do any real pushing is actually going to lead to a loss for them. That's what we gotta find out. Is it too late to deal with the Portuguese, or can you still have an impact in keeping them down? Yep, that's a kind of retreat now. Yep, definitely needs to retreat now, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know at this point, like Argentina, like what are they gonna do? They're gonna have to change up the game plan a bit in units. Does he have a stable yet? He's getting a stable now. He's starting to think, yeah, I'm gonna need some Lanceros for this situation. If I get some Lanceros, I can keep up with my auxiliary numbers. Probably deal with it. Take this trade route as well if you're Argentina. Like getting those shipments in. So that way you can keep bowling in numbers of force auxiliaries. Yeah, if you don't do that, you're kind of in trouble. Sure. Argentina is just sort of looking for an area to, you know, go in for a push and do some raiding. One teeny weeny little bonus Portuguese do have right now is having these little fishing ships up here doing some work. It's a nice little bonus, you know what I mean? It's not substantial, but at least it's something that they can work with. Steel traps. Cage trap as it's called in Latin America. I'm starting to see some sort of Lancero research here. Some sort of Lancero investment. Because if he's going mostly skirmisher, you're going to need Lanceros for that. One way or another. Yeah, and what he could get too with Argentina is actually, if he had advanced arsenal, is get horse grenadiers with the steel point spear research. And they would do grenade throws and deal 2x against skirmish units. And that would actually be enough to probably actually instantly kill most of this army. It's something to keep in mind when you're Argentina. in finales, those will come somewhat in handy against the Hussars, though, the veteran Hussars that we see here. Does he have, he does not have a way of getting those to, the, Guard or Imperial level, though. Just, either baseline or veteran at best. Doesn't even really have any hand cavalry combat cards in his deck either, so he's really going to be sticking to mostly maneuver and scout, I would assume, in the late game in terms of stable units.
Preparado.
Looks like Portuguese are going to be going for a bit of a push out of the base, which it seems like from the waypoint. Maybe we'll get a couple of shots out of those gauchos. Get those gauchos out there, they're going to go down left. Yeah, too late. Too late. It's really going to be a bond between the Patricios and the Cacadores now. And that nice little cavalry mass he already has. But then he's going to bring in the Hussars, and that's going to become a real mess. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Need to definitely get those halberdiers a bit more to do with the Lancel issue. I mean, regardless, I think he's going to win the skirmish regardless here, but it would help to at least alleviate some of the pressure and save some of more of the skirmishes to use another day. Yeah, I mean, yep, he definitely won the skirmish in the end, so regardless. Basically, yeah, he basically just has to make the Patricios retreat back. Yeah, he's gonna have to unfortunately abandon the settlement here. He's gonna be able to do a little bit of damage with the one Polish farmer Polish rancher that's still in there, walked in for dear life. But other than that, I think that building is gone. Because, you know, he's going to be trading halberdiers, he's shipping in some more cacadores. You know, it's not looking too good for you. Not looking too good for you right now.
Já me sinto mais forte. Preparado.
Last phone call of the night, hopefully. Be right back in 1 second. Okay, so we're back for probably the final time to finish up match 3, and then we're done with the Liga Week 11 when it happens. Yep, alright. So let's resume. This is looking good, right? This skirmish between Argentina and the Portuguese. So, I think at this point, at least now that I look at the scores, it's really about even. It could go either way. The one thing to keep in mind, though, is that Argentina is just starting to go into capital age now. Portuguese have been in there for a good amount of time now. They will be losing a bit of resources to acquire that age up. I don't know why he's going for Infernales. Definitely need the guard upgrade for using the material. Doing a bit of facade reading, I see. I'm just curious what sort of last sight he has when he's doing this. What does this man see? He does not get in deep enough to find that mining operation. If he were to wipe that out, that would probably kill Argentina play. But the fact that he didn't see that, and then that army of Infernales of Mansour denied him entry into there, he'll keep him from exploring that area much. Now he has to go home, or the Halberdiers will get him. Yeah, from what I can tell, between the flag of war, from what I can tell, he's like actually guarding that little outreach of the land, because he knows, hey, if he goes up to where this little spade is, I'm gonna lose like my entire gold mine up here. How many is this? Let's get the number. Yeah, about 11 gauchos. That'd be a huge economic loss to let him just get crushed like that. You end up to actually kill him, probably. Now we're starting to add some dragoons in now, even though no assault yet, no escoltas. Just trying to do a bit of preemptive work, I suppose. Just trying to see here. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to push through this area and find these villagers here. That'd be a nice first win for him. So he might need to pull a defeat off here. Well, at the time, it appears like him and Argentina are neck and neck in terms of score, which is kind of impressive for Argentina. Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to be like, the weaky, cow eating serve compared to the boomy Portuguese, but they're, actually staying slightly ahead of them in score. How about this? Yeah, well, now he's gonna be putting these Patricians on the run because those are halberdiers. He can't actually deal with those in there. Still has some halberdiers left though, which will give his Cacadores a decent escape. Awesome. Home. It's good that he has his passes up too. I just saw that. He's gonna be able to get some nice hamburger meat out of these when it's time. Also, it's going to start switching up into horse grenadiers as well. The Granadero a Caballo. Those are quite good. Granadero a Caballo are actually quite powerful. For a good grenade throw, and even after that, they stole. Statistically, I'm kind of on par with the Hussars. They can later to get some multipliers. Fort. Pretty good idea. I'd get a Fort 2 in that circumstance. I'd probably put it around just above these houses maybe. I'm just sort of starting to wait and see like what sort of move they go for next. Looks like now is Portuguese are really starting to tech up a bit. Again, the upgrades on their walls, also some market technologies and some mill upgrades. No refrigeration yet, no economic there yet, but those will probably be coming soon enough. Yeah, that's pesky Granado a Caballo. He throws some pretty powerful grenades. Doesn't make that much difference since he's already seasoned in wood. kind of want to see like where it goes from here though. Like, what is this sort of horse grenadier mass actually good enough to beat O's army, or is it gonna fall behind? Well, actually, that's kind of brutal because if you think about the skill point spear giving him an anti-stealth multiplier to his grenade throw, it actually stacked on top of that .25 versus infantry. At least against foot skirmish units. Celsius roll, not so much. Yep, get those halberdiers over there to clean that up. Otherwise you're not going to like what's going to come next.
A sus órdenes.
If they get away in time and they're probably going to rejoin this army over here. I'm just wondering what the long game strategy is going to be for these players at this point, because for Argentina it's looking more horse grenadier and Yanaut base, which he already has a couple of them. Even though really Yanauts aren't really the best option here, since there are no assault units in the Portuguese roster. They only really be useful in melee. Which I suppose when you're talking about enough veteran level in for now, it's actually better, but yeah, you get the point. Still a pricey option compared to your Patricios and your Conscriptos. Whereas Portuguese, they could afford to go Picador, they could go line infantry, they could go for the Guardia Marina. No, the Ultramarino. Oh, it's the Ultramarino. I was thinking of the Peruvian naval unit. The Portuguese one's the Ultramarino. But that doubles as sort of like an anti-spy spying unit as well. Because it's anti-MERS, anti-native, anti-spy, anti-hero. Yeah. Yep, that's something else to keep in mind if you're not aware of yet. Portuguese actually get foot artillery now in their roster. They used to get organ guns, as you know, from vanilla, but they decided that's kind of wonky and old for the 19th and 20th century, so they should probably be using foot artillery like the other Europeans do. I mean, I'd like to say in this, from a military standpoint, I'd like to say that the Portuguese probably have the advantage, but it all depends on what the players do, right? If they stick with the program, man, like I say it is, then Portugues win. If Argentina outplays him and is more tactical and in fact gets butchers, you know, for his hamburger meat over here, his hamburguesas, then I think Argentina could pull off an upset. Also, you gotta be aware of that siege, right? Grenadiers are pulling a lot of bombs. No, put these in melee, man. Go into melee. Yep, see, yep, he knows how the tag rework works. He knows, yeah, I've got it. go into melee and slice at him. Make him go away. Shooting at him is not going to do a lot. I actually have to go after him with my sabers to make him run. Good artillery doing their job at keeping those walls safe. Yeah, that mine is gone, so he's totally out of that mining operation now. Doesn't really need to defend there anymore. Where does this end exactly? I'm curious. Like, what's the final countdown outcome? And yes, I do actually see some artisanal cans coming out as well. I think he's going to try to push maybe out here. He might try to open up a second front here, but if he feels like, yeah, he's going to push into here, I actually have to move up and deal with that. But the thing is he has foot artillery here to deal with this, though, so that's not an easy entry for him. But does he know that the shock units are coming? Yeah, the shock units are the main threat here. But unfortunately, he can't engage yet, can he? But he has horse grenadiers. He doesn't have to engage the normal way. He just has to get it within a flowing range of them. Oh, exactly. You know, that's the big part of horse grenadiers. Is you just have to get within the flowing of the bomb's range of them, or the bombs, and you kill them. It's not like normal hand cavalry. You actually have to get through their meat shields. Just have to do the throw and get out of there. Assuming you save the grenade throw in time, because it's a charged ability. Oh god, yeah. Argentina played this a lot better. Looks like macro-wise, yeah. And they're actually going to industrial with 2nd Italian wave as well. Yeah, he could even get those Agricola houses if you wanted to at this stage. Unlike what Kaiser did in his Argentina match, right? That'd be kind of a stinker if he did it right and Kaiser didn't. Yeah, well, anyways, this has actually been a pretty good series. I think a good week of encounters. I'm pretty impressed with what we saw this week. Lots of fun stuff. You'll certainly be seeing my gameplay for the next week against Moon. I don't know if I'll be streaming it next week or the one after. It depends on when everybody finishes their matches, right? So I tried to do it on Saturdays only. I did it on Sunday one time, I think. But I don't really want to do that. You know, people have religious stuff where they have to go to church and so forth. It's kind of better to just do it on a Saturday when you know most people are going to be available. Unless you practice the Sabbath or something, I don't know. I don't know too much about religious stuff. Religious needs. He's going to get a lot of food with that, is he? Yeah. Like about 1.2k food. A lot you could do with that, that's for sure. It's actually, again, extractivism when I would have thought he would have gone like the immigrant technology out of here instead. Kind of an interesting choice. How's Kaiser doing? See, he does have extra resources, but he's just not able to spend them effectively. I guess this is like the signal of the final countdown, so let's do the post game. Yeah, cool, nice. Yeah, Argentina got more resources than Portuguese. That's sad, really sad. More military, more kills, more XP. There's the nice graph. Okay, people. I hope you enjoyed this live stream. For anyone that might have actually survived the thing, let me check the timer right now for fun. Okay, so it was a 10-hour live stream, yeah. A 10-hour live stream. Oh my god. What have we done? Now, I've had a couple of teeny weeny little calls here and there and had to, had a nice bathroom break, had to do something else, but those weren't big pauses, right? They were here and there, 2-3 minutes tops, so this really was a long live stream for gameplay. It's about probably close to like probably 9 hours and 20 minutes of actual gameplay and loading in and stuff, so yeah, it was a good run. Certainly beats a record in terms of YouTube uploads I'm going to do. If you didn't get to see the whole thing because, you probably had to, use the toilet, eat, take a nap or whatever to get through this, the VOD is going to be available on my YouTube channel, Unstoppable Stiletsy, Come to the channel, subscribe, view it as many times as you need to get through the whole thing. The more times you view it, the more higher views I get, and the more likely, somebody new from who isn't on the channel is going to probably, hopefully see this and do the same, you know what I mean? The cool thing about having big live streams is you can get uploads to get a lot more viewership than you would if you did little ones, you know what I mean? Not a big channel, you only have a certain number of subscribers, so you have to, find ways to get more people involved with the channel and fall in love with this content as much as I do, It's good to make new records all the time, and I always look forward to making new records on this channel, covering new topics whenever possible in the AoE world and beyond, so alright, thank you everyone that came, whether it was for like 1 second or 10 hours, literally 10 hours and counting, so alright, see you later, see you next week or whenever we do the next one. Enjoy on Unstoppable Stiletsy YouTube channel as always. Okay, I guess adios.